That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give
I
me the
didn't say
naturally
that there's
observed
invisible matter
phenomena,
that
and
you
then
can't
I want
observe
the
that
independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then give me your hypothesis.
magnetic
We'll see if it's
field
any good.
and hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
Okay, so that's totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God!
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So
Right.
the
Right.
effect
I'm not
that
trying
you're
to prove
observing
that
is the
magnetic field
magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about
Okay, well then
that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you be able to scale it?
Yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not trying to explain to you what causes it.
Hold on, my friend. You were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes. And that is...
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll follow, you're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim.
Right.
Because so that will be the cause of the gas pressure.
Creates the containment. I'm saying that hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create hypotheses, and that's what I've done.
We can make theories, best guess.
Sure. Why can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing, Phil.
I'm giving you a replacement theory.
Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah, you need to make 14.7 psi gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up?
He used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories and nobody's allowed to challenge
they're not. We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So, sorry, right?
It's definitely scale.
Yeah.
My friend. Claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field, did you?
In a lab. You can produce it. Yeah. You can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one argument?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther, I could be a glober. And this would still be a great question.
You do not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So,
like a cup of water,
you're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean. It's
great.
You're denying the scalability.
Hey, don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
I haven't seen.
Nope, I didn't deny that at all. Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something. Okay, I'm asking you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Trying to steel man here. If you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steelmanning me? You don't even understand what steelman means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote-unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants. Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was
great. What I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen.
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority.
These are things hold on.
This is your claim.
2 seconds. All right, my friend, you new to the channel. All right. Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier for you just to provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes, that's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like, hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then, like, they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll get you in the right
Remember,
place.
wink, wink. Somebody
Kimbo
came to
coming
the
in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking for?
Sorry. You can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's magnetic field, 0.5 Gauss, and see if anything happens to that liquid. Then you'll know.
Hey, Filet, you're hot micing. You got some kind of feedback going on. We can't hear you. You just sound like a hum. Fix your mic, bro.
Oh yeah, it was probably going to be a sound blast anyway. Don't worry about it. They'll complain when they need to be unmuted.
I did think it's funny. Did you notice that, Dandelion? Are you here still? No. She checked him in. He created an account and joined Flat Earth Discord 72 seconds later.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It begs more questions. What made you join us straight away? It's like, why are you here, dude? It's like any question, right? Join the server straight away and then you turn up on our doorstep. Awesome. We get you a flat earther. How did you hear about us? Did you watch us on YouTube? Being as we've got, you might be aware, YouTube bot. Is that how you came our way? Did you search us on Discord and just find us that way?
I seen you on
brings you
YouTube.
here, buddy?
Click the link.
Awesome stuff, dude. That's really cool. Sometimes people join straight away
watching.
because they've seen us on YouTube and they're angry. Anyway, this is fun. I guess in the meantime, to fill some dead air, is there anybody else who's joined recently who wants to have a quick conversation about something or nothing? Regarding possibly the shape
guys,
of
I
the
had a
earth.
friend stop out and I might be busy for a minute, but I still listening.
No worries, dude. Appreciate you letting us know. But yeah, like I said, whilst I scroll up and down and see a lot of names and PFPs that I recognise, I don't. If you're new to our channel, please unmute yourself, say hi, tell us who you are, where you're from, and what brings you to our server and what you would like to ask or bring up for discussion. We talk about all things here pertaining to the earth, whether it's flat or curved, and anything in between, which isn't really much. So if anyone wants to speak about why they say the earth is flat or why they say the earth is a sphere, and you haven't spoken before, please don't be shy. Unmute yourself, like I said, say hi and bring forth your question or piece of knowledge and wisdom, whatever you prefer.
Took a couple wild turns over the last hour or so, haven't we?
Yeah, man. From veganism to hydrogen in the sky. Hydrogen liquid in the sky.
Yo, I swear, every time I step out, I miss something good.
Bro, is Indio in here? No.
Thing you missed was story time, mate.
Hey, Timbo. How's it going, dude?
Good man. I got a lot of background noise. I'm just trying to stay
Oh,
quiet.
fucking hell, that's terrible. Shut up. You've missed me, haven't you?
I miss that British dry sense of humour.
Yeah,
Almost as dry as a shortbread biscuit after 12 months.
Oh, bloody hell, man, that is dry. I would take it further, but it's a family show. But yeah, anyway, it's been an interesting day. Lots of twists and turns, like you said. Been all over the fucking place.
Hey Jedi, weren't you the one that made that girl cry earlier?
Probably. It's been a long day. Can't remember what it was about. There's been too many victims today.
She was going on about criticizing us, telling us how we should be spending our time here. Oh no, you know that might have been Indio actually.
Yeah, I think it was.
Maybe-
No, we both spoke
Yeah,
to her.
and then, yeah, they started criticizing her about her telling us what to do, and she started crying.
Oh dear.
But I cannot believe that. People are so sensitive nowadays.
No, we didn't respect her opinion, apparently. It's funny.
She was saying that we were bullying her in the side chat.
Right, does anybody know why fillet or fillet has been server muted? I'll see what I can do about that. Let's see if I regret it or not.
Oh, I
Bonjour,
was the one
filet.
that did it.
His mic wasn't working properly.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was like
really?
a bunch of static.
Sounded like a.
I'll turn that
I'll bring him
back off
back.
then.
He went to say something. See what he has to say.
Okay. Oh shit, my apologies.
What's up? What's up, filet? How you doing, filet? He's a beginner in English, so he might be a little shy.
Everything's going to be okay. Green Cap has joined us. What's up, Green Cap? Good to see you. What brings you by our channel today? If English isn't your first language, don't be shy. Everything's okay. Have some confidence. Everything's going to be fine.
Not Jedi's first language either.
Fuck you, man. What the hell? My accent has been classified, I found out earlier today, as, what was it again? Standard Southern British English. Standard Southern British English. Specifically, my dialect is estuary, which is the Thames estuary, the area of East London, Essex, and Kent, where that meets. So my accent is kind of London-based, a bit Cockney, a bit like that. So
Nothing like someone from Essex, though.
They speak a worse form. I think they have closer roots with the East End of London. They're quite similar. We drop the same type of sounds, T's and H's and so on. But yeah, they are distinctly different as well.
Yeah, the first time I ever heard an accent like that was when I watched Harry Potter.
Which accent?
British one.
Really? That was the first time you
Yeah.
heard a British, what, from a native British speaker?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they were just putting it on or whatever, but yeah.
The main actors in Harry Potter were definitely English. It was one of the prerequisites that J.K. Rowling had. This is based upon, like, it has British locations. The children that were spoke about were British, so British actors were needed. So yes, it was all British English.
Were you from the same region as they were or no?
I mean, yeah,
Ish.
yeah, and the accents that they had were pretty standard British accents, right? No major accent. There were characters that did, like maybe with a little bit of a broader tone, some with Scottish accents. So there were different accents in there, but the main characters, Hermione was kind of posh. Same with Harry, really. So yeah, it's all standard, really.
Have you ever tried doing an American English accent before?
There's quite a few American accents, right? You could pretend to be some California surfer, someone from down south of hospitality. You can be from Texas and talk about guns. You can fucking be half Italian and come from New York. So yeah, there's a few. I can. I'm not going to.
That's what I was waiting for. I was like, oh, here we go. I was getting excited.
Accents for me, and I think most British people, is one way of expressing thing, or where you're understanding the differences creates a lot of humor. Speaking in different accents, and that type of stereotype thing has been a deep part of like British humor for a long time. Like even caricatures of like Asians and Chinese people that can be deemed a little bit racist. We see that the same as taking the piss out of a Texan. You just sound different. It's funny.
No, yeah, I agree. Gotta be careful though. People are sensitive nowadays, so
Yeah, very sensitive. I understand why they've become that way. It bugs me that it's the state at the moment, and pervasively so, right? I mean, it's not like we're making this up. We've seen it over the last decades, how things have gone in a certain direction. So we're just speaking from experience.
yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to hop back on real quick to see if there's any drama. I might hop back on later. But for now, hope you guys have a good evening. Take care.
Yeah, take care, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
I hear lots of pings and dings in the background. Obviously, people leaving and joining. See some new names. So welcome. Maybe you're one of those persons who's just jumped in. See AU or O, however you pronounce your name. It's going to wave at Green Cap again. Hello, my friend. What other name did I say? You can't remember what it was. But if you just jumped in and you're wondering what the hell we're talking about, not much at the moment, but we would love to talk about the Earth. What it is. What do you think the Earth is? Do you think it's flat? Do you think it's a sphere? Do you think we're moving anywhere? Do you think up in the sky is an absence of gas known as a vacuum? Whatever your point, as long as it's pertaining to the Earth and its shape and all of the things that I said, please feel free to unmute yourself, say hi, tell us what your name is and where you're from, and bring forth your point or question. But like I said, lots of pings and dings. If anybody's jumping in, wondering why it's quiet, we're just waiting for somebody to say hi.
Hey, cat.
That was my cat, yeah.
Oh, shit.
No.
Okay. What are you looking at?
Looking at you.
Oh.
All right. You have like
Awesome.
curly hair. I didn't know
Mark's
that.
back. Oh no, we were enjoying your private conversation. Come back. Let that be a lesson, kids. Make sure you've muted yourself before you jump whilst having a conversation.
Did you say his cat had curly hair?
I think so, mate, yeah. I'm dying to know more. Maybe he'd recently just gave it a perm or something. Some beauty treatment. I don't know.
Perm. I reckon most people in here would know what a perm is. Very 80s.
Very 80s. Or if you're from Liverpool.
Or they still do it, do they?
Yeah, man.
They're a bit weird anyway, aren't they?
Seems to be specifically around the mullet, which I've decided to start growing back in some fashion.
Oh,
And the tash is coming back, as in the mustache. It seems to be coming back. It's quite funny.
yeah, it's been here for a while. The mullet
Yeah.
and the moustache has been back here for like 10 years now.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Do you like a tight perm?
I'm going to get a permed mullet with a moustache. That's what I'm going to do next.
Yeah. We're going to look like Jensen Boone. You probably don't know who he is, but he's a guy with a mullet and a permed one at that.
Actually, you'll be surprised. That's one person that I know who that is.
Really?
Did a backflip off the piano while singing, and I went, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, man. See, we're not dead yet, are we, mate?
Yeah. He's got some weird fucking outfits though. It wears like shiny onesies or something. Shiny
Yeah, man.
tight onesie. That's the only thing It's only how I can explain that. Tight
It's the
shiny
same-
onesie.
Yeah, it's like a mix between glam rock meets, well, like we were discussing, the 80s.
Frock.
Where do we put him?
We'll call it grok.
Grok, yeah. Yeah. Glam mullet. Anyway, see what you started, Mark. If you permed cat. See, somebody's joined us called Gilbert. Hi, Gilbert. How are you? Have you got a cat? And is its fur permed? I guess we'll never know.
Yo, hello? Hello?
Hello, mate. What's up?
The sky.
That's true.
Original.
That sky, just, that sky is always vertical, which is perpendicular to horizontal. So the same up for me is the same parallel up for people in Australia, like Timbo. Isn't it, Timbo?
Correct.
Hmm.
No, Mark wouldn't think that, though.
Yeah. At least I think they are.
So now we've established what's up. What's next?
Wait, what's down?
Good question. How far down?
All the way.
I don't know. I've never been all the way. Have you?
Yes.
Okay. So what's there then?
Bedrock.
What's beyond the bedrock?
You can't mine that far, so don't worry about it.
Okay, so all the way as in as far as you go, not as more space and stuff existing beyond as far as you can go, just as far as you're limited to go. Next week, maybe you can go further.
Wait, what? No.
You said all the way. So far, you haven't got all the way. You've got a limitation. You can't drill any further.
Maybe for you.
Okay, so you have drilled further and got through the bedrock. What's beyond the bedrock? Do, 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 do. Go back to perming your cat, Mark.
Got to wonder where these guys get their conversation skills from, right? He says hello, like to start a conversation, and then doesn't talk.
Don't worry about it, okay?
Okay, great.
All right.
I'm not worried.
Good. Oh shit.
Are you okay, Mark? Did you leave your cat's curling irons on?
Hey, don't worry about that. Okay?
What? Curly cat? All right. I was just wondering how you got its fur so curly.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Keep my name out of your mouth. Okay?
Your name's Mark.
Hey, I said keep my name out of your mouth.
Okay. It's weird. How should I address you? There are many ways this can go.
Your Majesty.
You can fuck off.
Emperor.
No, you can still fuck off.
Nope.
Oh, dear. So, Mark, what do you want?
Oh, you can fuck off, mate.
Yeah,
Does
what do you
that
want, Mark?
sound good?
This is getting boring.
What about knob
No.
jockey? Do you like knob jockey?
Oh, I like that one. That's good.
Don't say that.
Knob jockey. King knob jockey.
Yes.
Emperor of all the little knob jockeys.
No. Enough. Enough. How about that? Okay?
Your royal knob jockey?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you want, your royal knob jockey?
My wife back.
Well, you can't have her.
She's tired at the moment.
Mm.
Enough.
Is
Just
that
enough.
a command from the king of the knob jockeys?
Enough. Enough.
Is this a royal decree?
The money, Skylar. Where is the rest? That's how I feel.
Timbo, you need to take this one outside and fucking shoot. Wow.
Excuse me?
Wouldn't waste
Mark,
my
why are
bullets.
you here? Mark, why are you here?
Quiet down.
It almost felt like he couldn't hear, like he was in his own world, you know? I just asked if he was okay. He didn't even know.
Do you not get enough attention at home?
They were moving like people.
Quiet. You're dog piling. Okay, you're dog piling.
It's the slowest dog pile ever. Fucking hell. Seems like that you're just trying to get attention from us. By not really conversing, we can hear whatever it is that's in the background. So you either want attention or you don't. If it's attention you want, this is probably going to be the amount that you get, unless you have a conversation with us about the Earth. Then all the attention will be on you.
Do you like plants? Do you like animals?
Do you like cheese? Do you like peas? Do you like cheesy peas? What the fuck's going on?
You wanted to talk about the Earth.
Okay.
So,
do I need to be more specific?
Yeah.
It's surface description and potential overall shape.
Okay. Yeah.
I need to check over the see if they were in charge at the time. It's that time age, they have the Okay. Salad Ferrari. Regular manslaughter.
Ready to talk. Okay.
Hey, girl, just say no. No, no. No, wait.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. I'm trying to figure out if there's any fucking intelligence.
Drink that back.
So give me a moment.
What is your okay.
Yeah, go on. What is my what?
What is your contention?
With regards to the overall surface description of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. The contention is we're told it's curved because it's a sphere, but when we look and try to measure it, we don't measure it. That's my contention.
No. Why?
Curved line can't be straight. To keep it really simple.
Okay. So your contention is basically that it looks flat and therefore it is flat.
Okay, so I'll repeat myself. When we try to observe and measure the curvature, we don't. So yeah, we don't see it and we don't measure it.
Okay.
So if we don't observe or measure curvature to the surface of the Earth can't have an overall curved surface, which would be required for a sphere.
His original attack. And since then, he's developed an overblown sense of justice in order to justify that killing to himself. He chooses the imagery of Lady Justice. It's possible. Someone who works in or around social justice.
So you just don't think we can measure the size of the Earth?
No, I'm saying we don't measure curvature where we should do if the surface was curved.
We don't measure curvature where we should do if the what?
If the surface was curved, that place would be on the surface. We don't measure the surface of the Earth to be curved over distances of water that, according to the idea the Earth is a sphere, we should measure.
I don't even know what that means, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, I just have I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know what a straight line is?
All right, time's up, buddy. Next one, please.
Do I know what a straight line is? Well, it's an ideal.
Okay, and what is that ideal?
Geometrical notion, right? I mean, certainly you wouldn't say that they're like actual straight lines anywhere.
Actual straight lines. Okay.
Like there no actual object is like perfectly straight, right?
That's why we said ideal. Now we can go down and get a microscope out, and when I draw a straight line, we can look at the overall dimensions and we can say, hey, it's a bit bobbly here. Okay. But we understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line, right? They've got two different identities.
I don't know about identities, but sure. I mean, I guess I get in general what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
An identity. Right. It looks like and is described like this. It has a category that you could fit it into potentially.
Yeah.
So you know what a straight line is, right? Before you start being
what's up, dude?
facetious.
I'm talking to some flat earthers.
With the advent of chopstick, he quit.
Please don't talk if you're gonna be here.
Maybe your friend knows what a straight line is.
Yeah, sure. Okay, a straight line. What about it?
Right. And does it share the same properties as a curved line?
Well, no. No.
Cool. So if we measure a straight line, can it be curved?
That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean? It's very simple. We're just using baby steps at the moment. I'm just asking you, if we measure a straight line, can it be curved? Okay, I'll take the word measure out of it for you. If it's a straight line, can it be curved?
That's like, it's like asking if black can be white.
Yeah, it's a contradiction, right? So the answer is no. So
Then why would
if
you
we
ask
measure,
it? Like, what's the
if we
point?
measure a straight horizontal line over the surface of the Earth, can the Earth be curved?
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
If we measure over the surface of water, that water to be horizontal on the surface over distance, can the surface of water be curved?
Yeah.
Wow. So
Maybe
again,
you
if we
could
measure
prove.
it straight, it can be curved. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, prove it.
What, that if we measure it straight, it can't be curved? What do you want me to prove again?
Just prove your contention. Like, show me.
What, that water's horizontal on the surface?
Are you do you consider yourself a scientist?
When I complete the scientific method, yeah.
Wait, what?
Scientists, I hope, right, will be doing science. Science has a method. When you do that method, you are doing science. That person will be a scientist. So when I complete the scientific, my God.
Which method? The scientific method. Yeah, but which
the
one of
scientific
them?
method. No, there's
I mean,
only
there are
one.
many methods.
Okay.
Well, what is it?
Which one? Which is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the formulation of a hypothesis based on, first, an actually observed phenomena. That's something that's happening in the physical natural world, and your supposition about what caused that phenomena. That cause and effect prediction will be your hypothesis. Your hypothesis you will then verify through experimentation, where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate what you presume the cause of the phenomena to be in the experiment. Step 1, observe natural phenomena, dependent variable. Step 2, prediction of cause of the dependent variable. That would be the independent variable. Step 3, experimentation, where you vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if it causes a change in the dependent variable or not. The or not statement's really important. This is the null hypothesis, demonstrating it's either yes, it does, or no, it doesn't. By consequence of this, you have demonstrated something to be true. Your independent variable either did or did not cause the phenomena to happen. This is an empirical method.
What kind of
Now, what were the other
epistemology are
ones
you
that you were
using?
talking about? What?
So what kind of epistemology?
Sorry. Before we start running down rabbit holes, you said there were many scientific methods. I've given you one. You require to provide me with the others.
Well, depending on the epistemology, you could have some kind of other method. One that doesn't include a causal notion, for example. Like,
then we wouldn't be doing science.
Why?
Because science deals with causes of phenomena in the physical and natural world. That's
Not necessarily.
What the method. Sorry, hold on. That's what the method is designed to do.
It's designed to get at the causal roots of things. That's not necessarily true.
That's
what
what
about
the
mechanics?
hypothesis. Sorry, hold on. That's what the hypothesis predicts. That's what the
Yeah, but that
independent
assumes that there's a
variable
causal.
is.
There's a. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
But what kind of epistemology are you using?
Sorry, again, epistemology, dude. I just want you to give me the other scientific methods that elucidate causes of phenomena empirically.
Again, that assumes that you're trying to get at some kind of causal, like,
Yeah, we're doing science.
causal
That's what
factor.
science does. Yeah, we're doing
Science doesn't
Natural
always
science
look at
does
like
that.
causality. Like some. So, for example, in mechanics, do you think that engineers, for example, deal with causality? No, of course not. They deal with mechanics, which have nothing to do with causality. It's still a scientific discipline.
Shit. So it has nothing to do with causality, but still a scientific discipline.
Yeah.
What the very fuck are you talking about, and where were you educated, dude?
Again, you're assuming that science has to deal with causality. Can you prove? Wait, can you prove that there's a cause and effect relationship? But do you? Oh my God. Okay. Can you prove a cause and effect relationship between anything?
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
Okay. I can change the state of water into a gas by manipulating temperature to a high degree.
What causes it?
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I can also cause water to freeze at certain temperatures.
Okay.
So we understand in the physical natural world. Shut up.
Though?
Temperature.
What causes the temperature to change?
Well, in the experiment, me.
And what causes you to move in the first place?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Like, what's the first cause?
Drag this conversation down into the fucking shit heap.
What is the prime mover, as Aristotle said?
Oh, God's sake.
Hey, man, you're the one that wants to do science.
Yeah. Do you understand what boiling water is? I guess not.
All right. Yeah, so we were talking about boiling water.
Sorry, you seem to deny this. So, do you know what it is?
Nope.
Okay, then I don't know how I can communicate with you. Do you know what causes water to boil? Okay, maybe
No,
I'll make this
that's what I
simple.
was trying to tell you. That's what I was trying to tell you. I don't think we know anything about the causes.
Okay. What's causing you
because
to breathe?
To know the cause, I don't know.
You don't know what's causing you to breathe?
No, what is
what's
it?
What's causing you to talk?
I don't know. Maybe you could tell me.
Fucking hell, dude. I mean, somebody needs to, and they're well like above me. You need medical attention. Right? All I'm trying to elucidate to you, in nature, things are caused by other things. You're trying to turn around to me because we see it all the fucking time.
Where do you see the cause?
Where do we see the cause? When we observe the phenomena taking place, and we
Where is the cause in the phenomenon?
No, the cause is of the phenomena.
What does that mean?
You very manipulate the presumed cause to see if it makes it happen. Like when you boil water, that's adding heat to it. When you do that, it changes state.
Okay, what's the first cause?
Jesus Christ.
Well, obviously there's a series of causes, right? Otherwise, like, that doesn't make any sense. The actual mechanism has nothing to do with causality.
Sorry, does causality exist?
I don't know.
And this is why I can't fucking talk to you, dude. Please don't think that you've got some kind of intellectual high, because I'm not speaking to you anymore. Can't stand it.
So you're done. You lost the debate. You're tapping out. Okay.
Everyone fucking asleep or something? Wake up. Oi! I think the Earth is a cone. It's not a flat ball or a flat fucking circle. Can you talk to me? Jedi, you fat piece of shit. Don't kick me out.
Do you people really have this low of IQ?
Hey, anyone there? Hello?
What's up, man? Hello?
Yo, I'm here.
How you doing?
I'm fine. What about you, man?
I'm all right, man. So have you come here to figure out the shape of the Earth?
Shape of the Earth. Well, that's really a good topic, actually.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What do you know about the Earth?
Well, at first I found it to be round, and then with some research, uh, we can say that it's not round, it's kind of oval shaped.
Oh, okay. Like
Yeah,
how
so
much of an oval? Is it like extremely oval shaped? Does it
more
look like a
that kind of.
football?
No, not like a football. It could be like the oval side of the egg. It could be like that.
You think like an
What?
egg? What's
Yeah.
the radius? What's the equatorial radius of the Earth?
Actually, I don't know that thing, man. Can you help me in that? Can you help me to find that thing?
I mean, you can Google that, but I can tell you what it is.
Okay.
NASA says that the equatorial radius is 3,963 miles,
Oh
and the
man.
polar radius is 3,950 miles. So there's a difference of about 26
About
miles in diameter from the polar diameter and the equatorial diameter. So what's 26 miles? Like how much of a oblate oval spheroid do you think it'll be when there's almost 4,000 miles and there's only 26-mile difference?
actually, I don't have any specific idea about that.
I mean, it would probably look almost like a perfect sphere anyway, right?
Well,
Let's see. You had 3,950. That puts you at 78,
supposing, yeah.
7,900 miles versus 7,920, 26. So if you had a sphere that was 7,926 pixels in diameter in one direction, and 90 degrees from that, it was 7,900 pixels in diameter in another direction. Do you think you would notice a difference in, like, do you think that would look like an egg, or would that be more of a sphere, like a actual, as close to a perfect sphere as possible?
Actually, I was thinking that the Earth is like attracted to the sun, so due to that reason, it could be a shape of an egg. I may be wrong as well, right?
Well, I'm trying to show you that between 26 miles,
Yeah.
when it comes to 4,000 miles in radius or 8,000 miles in diameter, 26 miles really ain't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're just pulling hairs at that point, or splitting hairs, as they. Sorry. Don't you agree?
Can you elaborate a little more about
Yeah, I
that?
think you were looking for pulling teeth, sheepdog.
Pulling teeth. It's starting to feel like pulling teeth. Yeah. So based off the size and the dimensions that they give us, there's no way it could be an egg. You know what an egg looks like, right?
Yeah, it has one side round and the other side is not that much round, right? It's like an oblate
It's
shape.
all eggs are curving in all directions. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, like, you have a very elongated oval with an egg. But if you had, like, let's say a robin egg, do you know what a robin is?
Yeah, it's a bird, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I think robins lay spherical eggs. They don't lay oblong eggs.
Okay, let me search the robin egg actually.
Oh no, they're oblong. Let me see what bird lays a spherical egg.
Yeah, they're more like round rather than sphere. Okay.
No, I guess no birds lay spherical eggs. Ostriches kind of, but I mean, like, I'm gonna show you this image right here. All right. And I know everybody's like dying. Sheepdog, just move to the point. So, do you see these eggs that I just posted in the side chat?
Actually, let me see that, huh? Yeah, now I'm seeing these things. So you are talking about this.
None of those are the shape of the Earth. If you were to talk about the globe Earth, right? None of those would be similar. The Earth, based off of the description that they give us, the size and everything, it's as close to a sphere as you're gonna get. It's not this weird oval shape that you think it might.
Not even that. The largest one that you sent me.
Not even like that, bro.
Okay, brother.
The dimensions of that oblate spheroid and of the one up top is not a difference of 23 pixels from the top down and from left to right. There's that's just an absurd. Like, you can distinctly determine that. I'd say it probably squished like maybe a fifth smaller, and a fifth of 4,000 is what, 800.
Okay.
It's as close to a sphere as you're gonna get. But anyway, so they say the Earth is a certain size, right?
Right.
Okay, and then if it's a certain size, that means the horizon should be in a specific location, right?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Based off of geometry, right?
Yeah, based on geometry, right?
Do you know how far away the horizon is supposed to be?
Actually, no. Pretty weak in figures.
Huh?
I'm kind of weak in. Actually, I'm kind of weak in digits. You know, in remembering the digits and things like these.
That's okay. I mean, it's a learning process, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to use miles just because I'm in America and I know miles better than kilometers. I'm working on the kilometer argument, but we're going to stick to miles. If you need a conversion, then we can always Google the conversion from miles to kilometers, right?
Right.
All right. So if you're 6 feet tall and you're standing at the edge of water, how far away is the horizon supposed to be? Based off of the geometry of the Earth being 24,901 miles in circumference.
You said on the surface of water, right?
Yeah, right at the edge of water.
So
whether
the edge
it's an
of water
ocean
will be,
or a lake or whatever, it doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
Water is water. Water is always curving around the ball, right? That's what they tell us. Water is being held down by gravity, therefore the Earth is a ball.
So it would be equal in all parts of the world, right?
That's what they say. So, do you know how far away the horizon is on the Earth?
Will it be
So
like if we divide the figure by 2?
So when you're 6 feet tall and you're standing at the edge of water, the horizon is said to be 3 miles away, which is about 4.5 kilometers.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
What that horizon actually is?
Well, they say the horizon is the geometric consequence of the Earth, right?
Okay,
The
so it's
horizon is the
the
curve of the Earth.
got it.
Right? Boats go over the curve, sunsets. Anything going behind the curve looks like it's sinking down behind the curve, right?
Got it. Got it now.
So they tell you the horizon's 4.5 kilometers away. What do you think about that when you're standing at the edge of water?
Well, it looks really. I mean, it seems kind of unrealistic, you know. Just
Not
4 kilometers.
really.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, just 4 kilometers. Tell me, have you ever been to the water before, like a large lake or the ocean or anything?
Yeah, I have been to there a lot
You've
of
seen
times.
things further than 4.5 kilometers, right? You've seen things like 15 kilometers away, 20 kilometers away. You probably looked at it and said, wow, the Earth is really big.
Well, yeah, actually, I think things like these when I'm there.
Yeah, they tell you the Earth is so big that you can't see the curve of the Earth. So your
Yeah.
senses tell you that the Earth is flat. You know it's flat. You observe it as flat. Everything about the Earth is flat, except when somebody else in authority decides to say, but your senses are deceiving you, the Earth is really curved. You're not. You just don't know what you're talking about. We figured it out already.
Yeah. I mean, when we see the Earth from the outside, I mean, when somebody go out by a rocket or some other thing, and then he do a picture thing and then shows that the Earth is not that thing.
Well, I mean, that's what they tell you they're doing.
Yeah.
Like they could make cartoons and illustrations and CGI. You'd never know the distance. You'd never know the difference. There's some good artists out there. You ever watch a movie and thought it was real?
What have you got to compare it to as well?
Yeah, do you think you could go all the way out there to outer space and look at the Earth and say, hey, wow, that really is Earth?
Well, that also could be a lie, but we don't have any other arguments. I mean, the counter arguments. So we have to believe in that thing, right?
Well, why would you have to believe in it?
Because for a time being, that is a valid knowledge.
No.
Okay. So
you're just taking it on good faith, but you don't have any. There's no knowledge of it. You just taking their word for it instead of believing what you see.
Mm-hmm. So what?
Well, we don't believe them. Yes, so what? We don't believe them. We know that we see too far. We know the Earth measures horizontally flat over the surface of water everywhere. Whenever the water is at rest, that's just the way the Earth presents itself. Whatever else is going on Earth, you know, your guess is as good as mine. All physics are still the same. Nothing's changed. We just adhere to the scientific method. We're not going to just go ahead and take the government's word on it. Like, oh, just trust us, bro. We're going to space.
Okay. So how can you make
do you
a
have any
person
evidence
believe
for the
that?
Earth? Well, I believed it for 39 years. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, actually not.
Neither do we. All of us here, we all grew up believing the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, that's right.
I probably know the globe better now than I did the first 39 years of my life.
Okay. So how you see the Earth actually?
Huh?
How you see the Earth? Is it
The same
round?
way you see it.
Okay.
It's
How do
flat.
you see it?
It's really, really big.
How do you see the Earth?
Are you asking me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's kind of round, but
No, but how
as it's
do you see how do you see it?
no, sir. I'm unable to see it as a whole. Actually, I'm seeing it
Well,
into pieces.
how do you see it in your daily life?
Does it look flat?
But well, when I see the sun going down somewhere, I found it kind of curved.
Well, I mean, when you see the sun move across the sky, you're looking in the wrong direction. You're not looking at the Earth. How do you see the Earth?
No, I haven't actually, sir.
Does the Earth look flat?
Well, yeah, it looks flat, and it looks really straight, but it isn't. That's what I think.
So you've never seen it curved?
No, actually not.
No.
I believe it to be, but I haven't seen it like that.
Yeah. Someone told you it was, and then you just go, "Yep, oh, it must be. Must be curved because it looks flat, so it must be curved."
But by the way, we don't believe in the heliocentric model either.
Okay.
Like when you look up in the sky, you see everything moving above the Earth.
Okay, so you think that the Earth is the center of everything?
I think everything moves above the Earth.
Above the Earth. And why is that so? Actually, Earth is not that big, right?
Do you know?
How big is it? How big do you think it is?
Or less than the sun?
You know, you did just get done saying that the Earth is really big, and then now you're saying it's not that big.
Actually, it is big, sir, but as compared to sun, it is not that big. It's kind of small.
So where are you getting this information from?
Actually, from the books.
Yeah. And how did they come up with the size of the Earth?
Just by assumption, sir.
What?
By assuming that there are other things. If we go out of the Earth, and then they have assumed that this could be far bigger than the Earth. Am I wrong?
So you think they didn't know how big the Earth was until they went outside of it?
I believe that. I mean, it could be wrong, sir.
But this is the funny thing, right? So no, I'm not trying to correct you. It is you don't actually know how.
Yeah, actually, I don't know a lot of.
Yeah, so you just believe on faith that what they're telling you is the truth. It's just fair enough. You know, like, why should you think anything else, right? You never had the other option. Never had another option. Earth is a sphere. That's it. All right. That's it. So you never needed any confirming information, right? Just the way it is.
Well, sir, I never had to actually. I don't know whether it's curved or it's not curved, it's straight, or it is the center of everything, or sun is the center of everything. Uh, it doesn't have to be working for me, right?
Let me ask you this: if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
No, sir, I don't want to know if it is flat.
You don't want to know the truth.
No, actually, that's the reason, sir.
If someone was lying to you, would you want to know the truth?
Well, yeah, actually, if someone is lying to me, there would be a curiosity in myself that I should see if it is wrong or right.
Would it make a difference if they were why they were lying to you, or would you think it would just be more important to know that you were being lied to?
It actually depends, sir. If they don't like, I believe that people have made different kind of standards, like the kgs. I don't know how much amount would be the kg, but they have set a standard for the kg. They have set a standard for Earth to be round, and they say that sun is the center of everything, and every other planet is like revolving around the sun. And
Yeah, but
the
there's
Earth
no
is,
evidence for this stuff, dude. You don't have it.
yeah.
You don't have any.
Yeah, we know the story.
Okay.
Kilograms are fine. That's just a displacement. Like it's, and then they put a number on it.
Do you know who measured the surface of the Earth to be round?
Oh, I don't know the name of the person, sir.
Or what did they do?
What you said?
What did they do to find out that the Earth was round?
I believe there was a geometrical equation.
Okay, what was it?
Either Pythagoras theorem or something related to that. Am I right?
Well, the Pythagorean theorem is based on triangles using straight lines, not curved surfaces.
So what it was, sir?
I just want to know how they figured out that the Earth was a ball. Like, obviously, like the more we dive into this subject, the less you know about it. So like somebody had to have figured it out, right?
Right, sir. So, have somebody figured it out?
To our knowledge, no. And we've been going at it for about 10 years.
Some equations and shit, but that's it. I might as well tell you. He's like an ancient dude. He was supposed to be a librarian at the Library of Alexandria. Supposed to be. Yeah. Eratosthenes. His name. Made a few assumptions. Light rays, parallel. We live on a ball. That was another assumption. Angles to the sun. Sun must be an infinite distance away. 3 assumptions. And then he had an equation with a sphere in it. Pi. Right? Circle. When you have an equation with a circle in it, you're always going to get a circle, right? You get an arc of a circle. So this distance equals this arc. That's a section of the arc, so you add them together and then you get a circumference. But would you think it's good practice if, like, your starting premise was 3 assumptions? That makes for a good equation for reality.
I mean, like you said, he had to assume that the sun was an infinite distance away and that all light rays are parallel.
And the Earth is a sphere.
And the Earth is. It was also funny because the two cities that he did his observation in, they're not even on the same latitude or the same longitude.
And he measured it by camels too. Apparently, if this guy's even real.
And no evidence that he ever even existed. It's just a story.
$1,500 camels.
Oh, phones. Yeah,
In one
Niagara
kingdom.
Falls.
What's up, ice cream?
Niagara Falls. Last weekend.
You're hot
Woman,
micing.
which words?
Hello?
Phones.
Can you mute your
I
mic?
think you're looking for phones.
Anywho.
Mawid Muhammad.
Fahimi, what you think? What you thinking? What's going on in your mind?
Actually, nothing. I'm just listening to you.
Well, I mean, like
Save that name.
the way
right?
that you're gonna learn, huh?
No, it's just telling them save that name.
It's Fahim.
Eratosthenes. Look him up.
Save Eratosthenes.
Erotosis?
Hey, we need to make a shirt, Timbo, that says save Eratosthenes.
ERATOSTENES.
Okay, can you come again,
Here.
please?
Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. I wrote it.
Okay. Got it. Eratosthenes.
Stennis. Yeah, Stennis. STNES.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Okay. Eratosthenes.
Or as the Glovers like to call them, Eratosthenes.
Dennis.
You get some Glovers and they're like, no, his name's Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Okay. So he was an astronomer, right?
He was what? He was a librarian.
Okay, he's
Librarian, mathematician, astronomer, scientist. He literally held like every title that you can imagine.
Also
yeah, depending on who you ask.
Basically a god.
God.
He is Gnosis.
The deification of Eratosthenes.
Okay, I believe in that time, the people with knowledge are called God. Am I wrong?
God is called God.
I don't even call him God. I like to call him the creator.
Creator. Oh, that's a good choice of word.
Yeah. When?
There's only one creator.
What's that?
Boy, this
What do you mean?
event has been spot on today, hasn't it?
Yeah, we have vegans. We've had people that think that there's hydrogen oceans in the sky. All sorts of shit. Vegan might be the worst one, though.
I went to the Christian one and you can imagine how it went.
And what's wrong with that?
Well, it wasn't about the earth.
Wasn't it? Was about Christianity, let me guess.
Not really.
Might be why
The keyword here is toxicity.
we're in the Christian channel.
Yep. That wasn't now, it was like a
What?
few hours ago.
Christians being toxic, or Muslims being toxic, or what?
They were actually just quiet. They were in meditative mode. I'm the one who broke the silence. I don't remember what I asked, but I think it was to do with the same meditation. Like someone was like, "It's not a belief." I'm like,
What's
"Yeah,
not a belief?
It's a belief, but you can choose to just yoga stuff, like Tai Chi and all that stuff. It has beliefs as well, but you can just choose to do the like exercises without actually believing in all the underlying."
Yeah, you can use it for blood circulation, everything like that. It doesn't need to be a belief, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to, yeah. But then there is like an actual religion, like the yoga stuff.
Yeah. What do you think about the Earth? Why does
I think
everyone
it's
go
much
quiet?
bigger than people think it is.
I say you think it's a bigger Earth.
I think it's bigger than like supposed what's the
But still a
current
sphere?
official diameter? Like 16,000 Ks or something?
No.
Still a sphere
I
though,
don't
or
think it's a
what?
sphere.
You don't
It's like 12,000 kilometers. But you realize that if
Even
the
if
Earth
you
is bigger, the whole story is wrong.
Yeah, but not if he doesn't think it's a sphere.
That's the thing, you see, it cannot be a sphere. I don't think the sphere part matters too much unless the claim would be like millions of kilometers or something. But
Well,
then,
it does.
yeah, they would have to prove
Yeah,
it
fuck.
with
Matters.
distances.
The sphere part
Yeah,
would be the most
obviously
important
curvature
part.
angles and stuff.
Yeah, because then gravity, they're G. They got gravity.
Gravity sounds like fun, but it's good for movies.
Yeah, that's right. No experiment can prove it. First of all, you have to be on a sphere.
I still find the gravity movies boring though.
I never watched movies.
I tried the Sandra Bullock one.
Oh, yeah. Looks real, yeah.
This is boring.
You say this is boring?
What's boring?
Space stuff.
What stuff? A very general comment. But...
Space. Yeah, like it's movies, right? Like I consider even stories to be just like movies. So you get fallacies, It's like zombie stuff.
Yeah,
At one point they're
same
alive, or
category.
they're dead, or they're evolving. It's not. There's no consistency.
Sci-fi.
I think the only space that really exists is the one between our ears. Some people have a bigger one,
About the space between me and you.
a smaller one. Or between our own ears, our own two ears.
And not the space between me and you. That doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, it does. I think that's more of an energy space, right? What do you mean the distance, like the physical one?
No, it's just a space.
Yeah, in many phases, I would say.
I don't know what that means.
means more than one. Like, we're not talking of just one plane, which is like the physical plane. There's an energy plane. There's a, let's say, sentimental one.
Can you show me that?
It's like 3D, 4D, 5D dimensions. Kind of hard to, how do I put it, to maybe prove using experiments or whatever. But the idea is that
so hard
it's not
to
just
prove
3-dimensional,
even
like
explain
4-dimensional.
Right?
So just like the
feel it.
stories of, yeah. So it's just like the stories of space.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, you go, oh, okay, well, I think that this exists, but it's so hard that I can't even explain it.
Like love, you can feel it, but, you know, no amount of words can do justice to explain.
Let's say you
like
feel
define it
space.
fully and adequately. In the world, really, I don't think there's a space outside.
So just like love, you feel space, you feel curvature. This is going to be good.
Ooh, that. Yeah, the body. Feel the
I want to go back to, I asked you a question. You don't think it's a sphere, so can you elaborate on that?
Well, logically speaking, why sphere out of like all the other possible shapes?
What do you mean by shapes, though? Like
when I was a kid, I asked this stuff like,
are you assuming that there's we're
why
an
not a
object
cube?
in space? Where would the cube be?
Well, for starters, let's just assume that there's a
cube,
space and everything where the sphere is.
So in order to have a cube, you'd have to be walking and then take a 90 degree. Do you like interrupting me? Or?
Edges, yeah.
I didn't really finish my sentence.
Go ahead while you still have it.
Still what?
Saying go ahead before you lose your train of thought.
I'm not going to lose my train of thought. I was saying, you said, oh, why not it be a cube? So you're walking along and then you've got to take a 90-degree angle down to go flat again. How does that work?
It's just a maybe. It's not necessary that there be an edge that we can get to.
Would you say that maybes need an explanation too, right? There's got to be some reason why.
The hypothesis is that, okay, for the sphere, we compare to the sphere one, right? That's the popular one. So the idea is that when any object, like whatever shape, a cube or whatever, the one that has protrusions or corners, undergoes friction, it eventually becomes round. That's the idea. So the idea is that there's asteroids and planets and everything that were not necessarily round in the beginning.
What's the cube
the
rubbing
cube part is just a comparison.
Friction.
Right, that's where I'm getting to. So it has to rub against something to actually, get filed down or whatever, to get round, right? So the assumption here is that we've got an atmosphere that is rubbing against. Problem is, how can the atmosphere be in a vacuum?
How can you have an atmosphere on a cube?
Unless...
That would be sphere-shaped air on a cube.
Well, yeah, it would be an atmocube.
So now the air, the sphere-shaped air is rubbing on the corners of the cube and making it a sphere.
Or maybe it's not a sphere in the beginning. Yeah, there would have to be another force, like within the supposed vacuum, there has to be something else that can sort of hold the atmosphere or whatever, the air.
That's why I asked you where the cube was. So you're saying it's in the vacuum.
Yeah, that would be the assumption. Otherwise, it's just everywhere, sort of. Like, there is no end. It's just big.
How are y'all's bodies without organs doing?
What does that even mean?
It's not my job to educate you.
On people talking with no organs?
Well, yeah, of course. People ask, "What is the body without
educating me?
organs?"
Wouldn't that be me asking
You're
you a
already
question
on
on how people talk without organs?
Right, so you're on the strata.
Yeah, so your lungs are an organ, right? How do you make noises?
No. No. Wrong.
So educate me.
You're wrong.
It's not my job. I'm not getting paid enough. So
You are wrong. Claiming that's not your job, you're not getting paid for it, so you can be an idiot and be wrong for free. I've got no problem with that.
Well, okay, but what about your body without any organs?
What about my body without any organs? What kind of dumb shit is that? Or Brian?
Your skin's the biggest organ that you've got.
Skeleton.
Wait.
Fucking retarded.
So you're saying you don't have a body without organs? Like what?
Seriously,
what year are you living in, bro?
That's friggin' hard the other day. You're just stupid.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a nomadological war machine?
Have you ever heard of the topic of flat Earth? Because that's what this room is about.
Right, but what about the war machine?
Yeah, what about me muting and booting you if you don't zip it?
I've already done it, man.
I know India hurt you proper the other day. Oh, why? Anyways, as his word, gents.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting about that vacuum conversation, right? So, because you mentioned that otherwise it would be really big and would be no end. But even in the when they start talking about a vacuum of space, there's no end to that either, right?
But the interesting part about it is that it's just a theory, so
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you can have any theory.
People confuse it for actual fact. That seems to be the issue.
Yeah. That's the thing. If you don't have like a competing theory, then you're trying to program somebody, right? Like you only taught one thing. For example, we learned this stuff in school, right? The ball, Earth, and the sphere, and everything, Big Bang and stuff. But it's the only one. It's still called the Big Bang Theory, but it's the only one. That's not fair because you're supposed to at least mention a comparative one. Yeah, you're supposed to mention the other one. Okay, other people have these beliefs, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other theories.
But if you go outside,
the only one I do remember, never believed it either, was about hydrocarbons. That like living creatures on Earth have like hydrocarbons, and there's a theory that like elsewhere in other realms, possibly other planets, there's creatures that do not have hydrocarbons, but they're like living creatures. That's a theory.
Yeah, the theory.
To prove,
how could they possibly know that, right?
Exactly. So it's just speculation. Like you can just say anything.
Well, it's like you know, when they say, "Oh, okay, there's an Earth-like planet in this solar system," right? They say, "Oh, this is the closest to Earth-like planet." Because do you understand how they come up with those ideas?
Well,
I'll explain it. So they have
certain exotic drugs.
Yeah, I know. So they look through a telescope, right, and they look at a star, and you know, it's got a certain. It gives off a certain light, right? So and then they go, "Oh, it just dimmed. The light just dimmed." That means to them that something is going past that star, right? And then they see it again. Say it goes dim again by a fraction 365 days later. They say, Oh my God, that's a planet orbiting that star at the same distance as Earth is. Because it's taking 365 days to do it. Right, so they go, that must be an Earth-like planet. This is fucking wild, man. This is how they go. So they go, we just discovered an Earth-like planet traveling around this star. And then they come up and they draw a picture and they create an image of this Earth-like planet with water and stuff on it. And that's all the information they have.
Yeah, like you said, it's wild. I mean, most people will tell you like the origin of man is Earth, for example, right? Like clay or whatever. But 75% of our body is water. So you're actually much more similar to the ocean than the Earth you live on, like on the ground, on the dry ground.
Yeah. Plus all minerals that you get from ocean water is what your body needs.
Is made of, yeah. You're closer to ocean water than like actual soil.
100%. Yeah. Take all the minerals out of ocean water.
Theories are fun, but they're supposed to remain as theories.
You'll need that's all the minerals that you'll need.
They say you can't drink ocean water. What do you think about that?
I think it's a lie. I think they're lying to you. So you don't drink it. You have to dilute it, of course. If you're going to take in that much salt, you're going to have some problems. But if you dilute it, drink it. Lots of good.
There is deep sea water also, like down where the light is extinguished. At after 200 meters. What do they call it? Deep sea water.
Yeah, you can buy it from the store. Dilute it. Put it in your drinking water. You can't only
it's supposed
say
to be
don't.
heavier or something, right?
Yeah, it's full of minerals. I think there's almost 300 minerals that your body needs in that water. But I think they only say don't drink ocean water if you're stranded, because you get dehydrated. I think that's the only time they say don't drink ocean water.
Yeah, makes sense. You don't want to risk it.
It's like,
but then
like salt, right? So if you get picked up, you have a heart attack or something like that. The first thing they'll do is inject you with salt. First thing they do, all right?
Oh yeah, saline solution. Yeah.
Yeah, so that gets your body. That gets all your all your signals going through your body again, because electrical signals can't travel through unsalted water.
Pure water.
Like you said, it's almost 80% water. So if you don't have any salt in your body, you're not receiving the signals properly. But they tell you that if you eat too much salt, it's bad for your health. But as soon as you get sick, they inject you with salt. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, absolutely weird. Electrolytes and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a man
just salt.
I heard of when I was young. This guy got diagnosed of something, I don't remember what. And the doctor told him you're not to take any salt. You cannot take sodium chloride.
Oh, sodium chloride, yeah, fair enough. But
it's like that one, right? The table salt. And after about 3 months, during the revision, his health and whatever ailment he had disappeared.
Yeah.
So when they scan him and everything, and he's all fine. So they ask him what's going on, because that's supposedly uncurable. The not taking the salt was just supposed to manage the condition. And he says, from the time you told me that I'm not supposed to take salt, I doubled my intake. And that's what cured it.
Do the opposite of what the doctor tells you, right?
Yeah, do the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, you got high cholesterol. Stop eating fat. No. No, I'm going to flood my body with olive oil and avocados, and I'll be fine.
If you have high cholesterol, stop eating processed foods.
Yeah, just stop eating sugar. You'll be fine.
Doesn't it come from like red meat and stuff?
No, cholesterol is actually a repair mechanism in your intestines.
Oh
So
yeah,
when you
but we're
get
talking
holes-
of excess, like
Yeah, well, your body produces excess when you eat things that make holes in your intestines and your blood vessels. So it fills it with the cholesterol. The cholesterol fills the holes, so it's
damn.
repairing your blood vessels. and
For
the
ulcers
intestines.
and stuff.
Yeah, it's from bad food. Yeah. When they say, oh, your cholesterol's high, it's because you're eating something that's making holes in all your vessels. It's the body's way of repairing itself. It's interesting, really interesting. Spent a fair bit of time on this stuff. Other than flat Earth.
Well, most animals have like straight feet and everything. There's no curved stuff going on like to match it, I have a question for civil engineers. These when they build skyscrapers, right? Like these are very, very, very tall buildings.
I've got
The
a
tallest
structural
ones,
engineering
those
degree.
that are like. Well, so there's like 100 floors. How high is that? Like 100 and something meters, right?
Well, it's 3 meters per floor regularly, generally.
Yeah, so
So
we
what's
have
that, 12
skyscrapers that are above 200 meters, right?
feet? 12 feet per floor, something like that. If you're doing feet.
So if it's on a sphere, isn't it supposed to eventually, like the tip of it is supposed to be pulled down, the gravity stuff and everything, since it's curvy, it's going to be like sticking out.
At the top?
Yep.
Yeah, it's negligible. There'd be more in error, like tolerances than curvature of the Earth. Even if you had a 100-meter wide skyscraper, your tolerances are, especially concrete tolerances, over say per floor, you could be maybe 30 millimeters out tolerance. You'd have to correct out of plumb. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
buildings aren't perfect, right? This is like when they talk about that bridge. There was a bridge they used to talk about.
Right.
Verrazano Narrows Bridge. They were saying the piers that the suspension bridge the cables hang off were splayed at the top by 1 3/4 inches. Now those piers are 600 feet high, and they're pure, just filled full of concrete and reinforcement, steel reinforcement. Now, if you know anything about construction, those concrete pads they have to be done separately because it creates so much heat while it's drying. It's a chemical reaction, not an air drying reaction. Now, the tolerance in those is, let's say over that 600 feet, you could be 2 feet out of plumb, and it'd still be fine and structural. Now, they're claiming that the distance between the two piers is 1 3/4 inches apart from each other, but that's less than what the tolerance is. So who's actually measuring this 1 3/4 inch apart at 600 feet high? You think you can measure something like that? I don't think you can measure something like that. In fact, I know you can't measure something like that. So they're just claims.
It wouldn't be with a very long ruler.
Yeah, well, I ended up doing that. No, they're a fair way apart. I can't remember the distance between them, but like you couldn't even get it with a laser level. Wouldn't even know the difference. But I actually did the math, and the math worked out perfectly. Like someone had just done an equation for a sphere and put the two. So all you need to do is continue continue the two piers down into the center of the Earth and see if they meet in the middle, and they did with that math, with that distance that they gave. So what happened was someone had just done an equation and said, if the Earth was a sphere, then these two piers would be this distance apart at this distance and this height. So that no one actually measured it. It was just someone said if the Earth was they said,
a theory.
Yeah, we don't, and they say we don't build it like that. It just happens because the Earth is a sphere, and vertical is different in each position. Vertical is different in each position. So kind of weird.
Yeah, because it has to be compared to something, and if it's not flat, then you're basically having a straight thing on a curve, which mathematically would be like a tangent, but
yeah, well, you can't get an angle from that.
Opposite.
You can create a tangent, but what you're doing is you're just creating two flat surfaces.
Yeah.
Two straight lines, not a curve.
So what's the claim that it just makes mathematics easier? I mean, tangents are calculated as flat. That's the whole point.
That's what they say. We can get an angle. It's a way to create an angle, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but they're never even using it as a tangent. Unless it's like on paper later, they're like theoretically, mathematically, whatever, like to do with geodesy and all that shit.
Sometimes, yeah.
But in a practical sense, right? They're saying it's a tangent, but they're treating it as parallel with the surface of the Earth. Like, it just makes no fucking sense. And often the surface of the Earth is their reference. So they're saying that the surface of the Earth is a tangent plane to itself. How does that make any sense?
Surface of the Earth is a tangent plane. That would mean only what's below, like the core or whatever, is the sphere.
The surface.
And then the surface is flat.
Core?
Yeah, but like you said, it doesn't make sense. How do you get a flat surface on a ball?
Yeah, that's right.
The surface is flat on the ball.
Yeah, where's the rest of it? What's going on?
Right.
Where's the rest of it?
It's like when I was looking up about magnetic field lines, like declination, inclination, right? Magnetic declination and inclination. So they don't actually measure it, but they calculate it, right? Well, when they do take measurements, that like they're using compasses and shit, whatever. But in the math, it's all just parallel verticals and parallel horizontals. There's no ball in there.
They never use the ball.
Yeah, they're hoping that you're so focused on the calculations that you forget it's flat.
Yeah, where all of these calculations make it flat, but you live on a ball, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I think somebody was just having fun with like stupid people, and it kind of stuck, like people didn't get the sarcasm.
But we're apparently we're the dumb ones, though. So.
Well, times change. I mean, there was definitely a time when most people. Yeah, I mean, most people believed throughout history that it's flat before the sphere theory started.
Yeah, it's always been that way. It's the only way you can use it, right? You can't use it as a
the only way they saw it. Wow.
When do you ever use it? You use the Earth as a curved surface? Like, when does that even come into play at all?
The
answer's never, but it was kind of a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
See? Did you came in here
movies or something?
You came in here thinking you were maybe going to troll, right?
Yeah, I'm
Be honest, so we don't really care.
And this
You come in here kind of ready to troll.
On flatbrains or flatbread? Round bread, flatbread.
The only time I use the earth as a ball is when I'm steaming and I need to follow the curve to get back home.
Yeah. Oh, hey, OBV.
What's up, Timbo, man? Nice to see you back.
You too, man. I've been hearing you guys on YouTube.
Good. Yeah,
I
glad you're still
will
part
always
of this thing.
return, mate.
Everybody does. Nobody gets out.
You can't keep me away.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to speaking of Hawk.
That's all right, man.
Yeah, it was more of a filler because it was awfully quiet. Get some people.
But these are the kind of conversations I enjoy, right? Like going through why they think these things and how people think, and like why they think this way. And most of the time, it's just because I was told. Yeah, I was told that.
Yeah, it's okay to be told and everything, but you don't always believe what you're told. Or you're on the phone. Live on a boat.
You've been hanging about here a fair bit, haven't you, Hawk?
Not today.
Just today, I'm sure I've seen you in the channel quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it was like 2-3 days ago. There weren't people before that, like it used to be inactive with nobody here. Not even on the main server. Just like absolutely quiet. Why is there a shortage of Globers? Coming into the channel.
Because they're sick of getting embarrassed.
They're scared.
From my experience, it's just been kids, right? And after they're done repeating what they've been told, they kind of run out.
For all these years of doing this, all the so-called smart globers have all given up. So now we're left with these people that
new ones,
globe fanatics, like religious people that don't even know why they believe in the globe.
I think it's just a
point them in the right direction. Leave a couple of little breadcrumbs here and there. See if they eat the breadcrumbs, and then they can find their own way.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the good part's that the information's out there.
I was going to say, yeah, the smart globers realized quick that they have no evidence for the globe, and the only way to convince people to stay on the globe is to go away and create little straw man arguments and all this in their own little echo chambers.
I heard Neil Tyson lost his reputation, even with the Globers.
They'd always throw him under the bus anyway.
I don't know about that. I just watched his series, The Cosmos or whatever it is, something like that. I think 11 episodes. Cosmos.
Yeah, I mean, he gets thrown under the bus all the time by Globers that come in here now. But I think, he's lost his reputation because he's gotten involved in speaking about gender politics and all this.
Yeah, what is a woman? All that stuff, yeah? We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves that. We don't know. I think there's a subtle threat in the globe model. The idea that we're in space means you're going to suffocate. So if you think about it, it invokes some kind of a reaction, a defense mechanism of no, we have to stay on this ball Earth because our atmosphere is protecting us.
Oh yeah, that's very real. Yeah, when you take space away from these guys, they don't like it. You could say
that's the most fun part, and you take it away.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. It's hard to tell what they are more tied to or connected to. Is it the space or is it the globe?
Yeah.
You know, would they be? Could they survive if they're flat but still in space, or which way around is it? But they seem to get real triggered when you take space away from them.
Yeah, because it would be hard.
And I think it ties into what we tried to explain about the conditioning. That they've taken everybody's minds, all their hopes and dreams, and they've projected it out into space. That's where the future is. That's where everything will be solved. Some way, somehow. And you take that away from them, you're crushing all of that immediately.
Not hard to put a 2 and 2 together. I used to hear when these countries send I don't know if it's satellites or space stations or whatever into orbit or space exploration done by countries like India, which has a very big poverty line. There's people who can't eat and they're spending supposed billions on going to the moon and stuff like that. I think any
very
person who's hungry, and you can question that shit. If it's a rich country, okay, maybe you can give it a benefit of doubt. But poor countries sending satellites and everything, and these are countries known for corruption.
Yeah, it's like building a golden bathtub in your cardboard house. You know what I mean? Not saying anything against India with that, but you know, like priorities. You know.
Yeah, I get the idea. Yeah, like people are just like, yeah, we're also on that level.
Even if what they claimed they did regarding the moon, like sending a probe there and landing it, like, what could they add to scientific discovery that some of the other nations who can expend this money have not already done? You know, it really is a waste when you look at it like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, the expectation would be less, not more.
Well, the footage of that is even better.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm gonna post it. Space Invaders, man.
Worst graphics.
Bladder beat me to it. I guess there's a silver lining when we're talking about like them pissing money away. It could be put to better use in that they probably don't spend nearly as much as they claim. Because it certainly doesn't cost billions to produce this CGI. That's one thing. But
India does it way cheaper.
They just pocket the change and never say anything more about it and put it to whatever other shadowy shit they're up to.
Stuff probably wouldn't have been possible without like visual technology like cameras and stuff.
Oh yeah, the global eye could not be set in people's conscious as strongly as it is without the advent of TV and imagery. As we say, the only place anybody experiences the globe is on a screen. So.
Ironic, the screens are flat.
Yeah, you can get curved ones.
Yeah,
that's how you know Earth's a ball.
Concave. It's not really like a ball thing, yeah.
Not really a lot you can do if the person you're speaking to, Glober, can't see this nonsense that's being presented to them for what it really is.
So this kind of pressure, do you think they're going to like increase the size of the Earth, the diameter or something? Or we already have too much technology depending on the old calculations?
Well, it's an interesting question because, well, we know they can't, but considering every single glober doesn't even know the radius of the Earth, they could probably change whatever the fuck they wanted. And it's all the same to
I thought they would change it like way earlier, you know? In the 90s, this is when I was in primary school. This is when I was asking these questions, like when they started presenting the like globe, Earth and stuff. So my questions used to be along these lines, like when the first time I heard that it's just a few thousand like kilometers across, I just thought to myself that this is too small. It sounds very small, and it is, because if you drive within like a continent, you can drive for like 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers, and that's supposedly half of the world, which doesn't make sense.
But I mean, changing the size of the Earth, you're changing the distance of the sun, your distance of the moon, everything changes, you know? They couldn't just come out and be like, well, we got it wrong by a factor of, say, 50%, you know? And it, you know.
I don't think they care about being consistent with those measurements. It's not like somebody's going to measure it. Like, what's the distance to the sun? And they're like, no, you can't go there because it's too hot. Okay. So how are you going to measure it?
Yeah. I mean, it's an entirely mathematical construct, the globe, so they could fundamentally change anything they want. It doesn't matter. It's not reality. It's just whether people would take notice enough and call them out and say, right, this is bullshit. You can't be doing that.
I read somewhere that Russia is a proponent of the globe Earth and everything because, ironically, it's a big country. I think the second or something, right, in the world, like land area and everything. According to the globe model, it's actually way smaller because it's sort of curving in, right, like at the North Pole. So the distance is like way smaller than on a flat projection. Which is their own headache.
Well, we don't know the actual size and shape, I guess, of any continent directly from what they give us.
Yeah, not in that sense, but like from our own perspective, like you can travel, right? So you know you're traveling for 2 days, 3 days, like those kind of measurements, like, okay, I'm still in this area and I'm still in that area. However, the numbers they're giving us is obviously something else. I mean, it being a country and everything, it's not clean from political interference or interests. What's the theory about gravity exerting more force according to the mass of something? Like the more the mass, the more the gravity.
Well, that's their story.
To ask them stuff like, why is Australia not falling off or something, and they're like, gravity is like, like holding it like stuck, despite it being below the ball in Antarctica.
Well, I mean,
so the question is, which one is
really
heavier? Because ice is like
there's no up and down, there's no. So
supposedly there's an axis, 66.5, I think.
Yeah, but
degrees.
It's arbitrary. Ultimately, it's just the tilt relative to the sun, No, I mean, the reason nothing falls off a globe is explanation of gravity.
Yeah, I'm still not clear about how this tilt is supposed to work. The North Pole is supposed to be facing away from the sun, right? And the South is supposed to be closer. That's the tilt, right?
Well, different times of the years changes due to that tilt.
Right. But I thought like the whole revolution was just like similar to the moon one, where it's kind of uniform. It doesn't switch. I don't think it's supposed to switch. That would mean the gravity is coming not from the sun, but from elsewhere. Is there a model of the revolution somewhere on a site or something?
ইউটিউব আইছে
Good argument. Oshana Vishka. Oshana Vishka.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah. How are you? How are you?
Mysterion.
Welcome. That dude's name was Banana. Some excellent life advice for you all. Never look into a man's eyes when he's eating a banana.
What?
I learnt that when I was working over at the jail. So one of the inmates said, he goes, "Chief, I've got some great life advice for you. Never look into a man's eyes when he's eating a banana."
Okay. What's the equivalent for a woman? Don't look into their eyes while they're licking an envelope.
Yeah, I got nothing. But I'll tell you now, the next time I took a banana to work, I actually broke it in half.
It's hard to find a good one these days.
Yeah, they seem to either be underripe or just rotting away because they're overripe. You can't sort of get a happy medium with them.
Yeah. And some of them, even when you get them, like to the, that ripeness you like, it's no taste. Doesn't have that banana taste, I remember.
Yeah, banana lollies are more banana flavoured than bananas. Sad.
Right.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the meme where there's that guy? He's got a bunch of bananas and they're green, obviously green. He sat them on his counter and he's sitting there staring at him. Then all of a sudden, his phone rings or something, and he looks away for like 0.2 of a second, looks back, and then they're all blotchy and nasty. It cracks me up. I've only seen it once, but I'll never forget it because that's exactly what it's like. You're checking them out; they're all good. You're watching them. You look away for a split second, gone. You missed your chance.
Yeah. Like it's funny because I was about to say, Mum used to feed me those fucking dried banana. They're dried banana chips. No, they're nice. I don't mind them. Right. I didn't mind them. She'd feed me those. They were like a black gooey stick. They've been like, yeah. Oh man, you get them in health food stores, and they were disgusting.
Like
yeah, I don't know. They were weird. Like,
okay,
they were weird. But it was like the whole banana had just been like, just dried out very slowly or something. Like, I don't know. It was just like a rotten banana, basically, but solid, had solidity to it somehow, right? Like, oh, they were disgusting, man. But yeah, the missus went to Moree, and she had a banana in the car, and then they parked the car and they were gone for like, I don't know, less than an hour, I think, something like that. and they come back to the cart. This was a slightly green banana. And they came back to the cart. It was that hot in Moree that day. They came back to the cart and it was black, just totally black. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't mind those banana chips. I'd like to know how they actually freaking make them. How they get them to retain the color.
Paint them with lemon juice. When you slice.
Oh, really?
Paint them with lemon juice, and then stick them in your dehydrator and let it do its thing.
Oh, there you go. Huh.
Remember years ago, the old chook used to do like banana icy poles. Like she'd cut a banana down to maybe 3 inches long, and jam a stick up them, and then she'd paint them with lemon juice and stick them in the freezer to stop them going black. Because normally they'd go black before they freeze. And did its job.
Nice.
I got volunteered today where I work to dress up as Santa Claus. How awesome.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. Like, there's another dude there who's off at the moment. I don't know if he's off sick or on holidays or whatever. But he's a little bit bigger than me. Well, actually, he's a lot bit bigger than me. I'll be quite blunt about it. And I was the next one in line. Hair's not white enough. Definitely not fat enough. Even though I'm still a big lump. But I can do the ho 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 louder than all of the others put together.
That was it. That's what got you in. They're like, yep.
Yeah. You're loud. You can do this.
Wow, that was the seller.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So they had a whole heap of, I don't know if they were preschool kids or something or other, come up. There's 17 of them? Come up there and they were singing songs for all the oldies. All the oldies are there clapping along, having a great old time. Then I come in with my little sack with little lolly boxes in it for all the kids. Handed them out. High-fiving all the kids. They loved it. Oh, I feel bad lying to the poor little bastards. Wait till you just find out the truth, little ones. Just wait. It was funny too. All the kids are going through, and on the way out, all right, kids, high five on the way out for Santa. And they're all going click, 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 all the way through. And then once all the kids got out the door, right, you lot, who's been naughty? To all the residents. Oh, yes. It was a good laugh.
So what is it? Is it a private facility or is it government run or?
Private.
Private. Is that the Benevolent Society or?
No.
Oh.
Opal.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, they've only got about 200 and something facilities across Australia. I think it's about 100 and... Can't remember if they said it's 174 or 147 in New South Wales. But they I don't know who. I'll tell you guys, if you want to set up a nursing home, do it. Because seriously, people are screaming out for beds.
Hey, what are you doing?
I am from Egypt. I am an Egyptian alim. Scientist.
Well, hello from Egypt.
Yeah, do you know Egypt?
يا ابني دي من اشهر البلاد يا ابني.
Pyramids.
قال لك بيراميدز.
Grande.
Well, g'day, mate. G'day, mate. How's it going? Can you guess where I'm from?
From India. واضح قوي. You're from India.
From India? India don't.
Yeah.
India do not say g'day, mate.
This is
You're from Australia. Australia.
Australia.
Yes.
Bingo.
Someone in the background switched on.
No, you are Indian accent.
I don't got an Indian accent, I can assure you now. I've been accused of many things, but none of them are an Indian accent.
No Indian accent, yeah, bro. فول وطعمية. Do you know فول وطعمية? كشري. Do you know شادي عمرو؟
شوف الكشري هيعرفك.
شادي
Do
عمرو.
you know Slim Shady?
لا شادي.
سليم شادي ده امينيم.
وين سليم شادي؟ شادي عمرو.
امينيم. سليم شادي نعم ده مش شادي نعم ده مش.
شادي عمرو يا برو. ايه ده؟ هو انا ليه كل ما بلمس دي؟
شادي عمرو.
افضل جدا.
شادي عمرو عامل ايه شادي عمرو؟
باتريك.
Yeah, what's going on? No.
They're gone.
Will a real Slim Shady please stand up?
Bloody kids.
Indian accent. There you go. That's not going to wash off an hurry.
Good damn.
I wanted to, but I thought, nah.
God damn it. Throw another trip on the puppy.
Get ya. How's it going? I probably said that very wrong.
Is it Geisha?
Probably, no, my luck.
Yes, bro. How are you?
Yeah, he does talk. Excellent. You here learning
Yeah.
English?
Yeah.
How do you think you're going? Good?
Sounds like it's coming along well. So far, he's learnt. Oh no, he's back.
Hey, what's
Who's
up,
back?
guys? Here
Oh,
to talk about
It's
flat
Clown
Earth.
Shoes. How's it going? So you've come back to cope some more. Have you brought any measured curvature with you? Because that'll save you a heap of pain.
I'm just here to learn. So,
You're just here to learn. Well,
well, yeah.
there's no measured curvature. So how's that for a bit of education for you?
Okay. Can you do the math?
Yeah, 0 plus 0 equals 0.
Wait, what? That doesn't really, like... I mean,
That's
you're
the
just
math
saying
involved. There ain't any curve, mate. What formula would you apply to it? The formula
I mean,
for a
do you
line,
really
y equals
believe all
mx
this
plus
stuff?
b.
I mean, yeah, do you really believe that, though?
Do I really believe what, though? That?
No, all that flat Earth stuff. I mean, you really believe it, or...
Well, as opposed to believing in a ball. Did you get a choice when you were younger? When you were taught about the ball, did they come out and say, hey kids, in box A, we have a globe. In box B, we have flat Earth. Which one do you think we live on? Did they say that to you? Or did they just pile you into the, here's a globe tard sitting on the teacher's desk, spin it around, hey little Marky, you live here. They didn't back it up with anything.
What?
They just force-fed you crap.
Yeah, but you're just saying that.
Well, you're just saying that too. This can go both ways. The only way we're going to sort this crap out is to go and measure it. Now, when it's measured, there's zero curvature measured. That's the problem.
Well, yes, there is.
There is curvature measured. Wow. Now
Yeah,
we're on to
I've seen
something.
it.
Excellent. Please provide it in the
Well, like
side
my
chat
dad
for us
was
all.
actually an astronaut, and he went to space, and like he's seen the globe.
What kind of horse crap is this?
Stop the cap. Your father was not an astronaut. Shut the front door.
Well, he was. You don't know that. You just probably haven't heard of them.
Oh, okay. What was his name? No, don't tell us.
I'm not going to dox myself to you, but you
What
can
mission
choose to
was it?
believe me or not. But like, I have proof.
I'll take me chances on believing you're adopted. So post your proof in the side chat.
Well, like you don't really have proof either. You're just saying that.
So,
and I feel like
if I provide,
you guys always
if I
mute me
provide
because
you,
you don't want to
with
have
a
a
laser
debate.
measurement, you're going to turn around and go, "Nah, I don't like it."
Well, like, how can you prove that? Earth is
So
round?
you've just made the claim that I have no evidence. Yeah, do you want to stick with that?
because you don't.
As well
So
as the claim that
you were asked first to provide yours. Hold up, flat man.
Yeah.
You were asked to provide your evidence in the side chat. So please do so, and then we'll get to mine.
Yeah, you claimed you have proof, so pony up, Buttercup.
Like I've seen it. Like because I went.
Yeah, that's great.
What do you mean? Like I've seen it? That's
Can I
not
explain?
proof. No, you
I
need
took
to
a
post your
private
proof.
space flight. I took a private space flight, and I've seen it.
Okay, cool.
So like that's my proof.
So
I don't know about you.
let me get this straight.
Maybe you're not
You
rich
took a
enough to do
private
that.
space flight and you didn't take a camera with you. Are you
Well,
stoned
I
or
did.
stupid?
I did actually.
And you also jumped from your father was an astronaut, and you've got proof of that too. You took a space flight. That's interesting.
Well, I did. You don't know.
Interesting. So why does Chris Hadfield, astronaut, right, say that the Earth looks flat?
It's like people that haven't seen it from space, like they don't really know.
Yeah.
But like
Chris
once you've
Hadfield.
been up there, like you
Chris
see
Hadfield.
that it is a globe.
Yeah, Chris Hadfield said that the Earth looks flat on national TV.
And like most of the time, people just want to shut the argument down. Like once they start losing, that's the main problem.
So
is
why
like people
are there
start losing the
astronauts-
debate and they want to
Excuse
shut
me,
it
Linda.
down.
Nobody's losing here. Nobody's shutting nothing down. Provide your evidence, please.
So
Like,
why
I've
are there
seen it. That's my
why are
proof.
there
I've seen it.
ISS
That's my
astronauts?
lived
Yeah. So
experience.
why is there ISS astronauts describing their experience of the Earth from that altitude as flat?
Look, I mean, not everyone gets to go to space. I understand that, but it doesn't mean just because you haven't
Oh,
seen it
yeah,
doesn't mean
just keep
doesn't exist.
How about you've just shown us your projection skills? You were claiming that people like to shut the conversation down, and here you are gatekeeping, also shutting the conversation down. So what you're saying, in effect, is I don't have any proof. Here's a cool story, guys.
No, it's just like you haven't seen it yourself, so you don't believe it.
Haven't
but once
seen
you,
what?
The globe.
The curvature? Fucking oath, I agree with you 100%. I have not seen any curvature.
Like, have you been on a plane?
Yeah, multiple times.
Okay.
What did you
It's
think?
like,
I was broke
it's
or
kind of like
something?
that, but it's like you're way higher up.
Linda, Linda, I jump out of them as a fucking hobby, okay? So don't try to tell me you see the curve from a fucking airplane.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's like being on a plane. But it's a
being
lot
on a
higher
plane.
up, so.
I call bullshit.
Mark, can you collect yourself so we can have a serious discussion?
I am pretty collected. but
Why didn't you mention?
It's not that fucking scary that the Earth is flat, right?
Exactly.
Well, it's not. So
why didn't you mention any of this previously? Why?
it's really not. Like I've seen it from space, and it's
Why
not
didn't you
it's not a
mention
flat
this
plane.
previously?
So
Yeah, when he was,
have you got me fucking muted, Mark?
Here and have a serious conversation.
Okay, well now you're being ableist.
Seriously,
so I'm gonna
Mark,
mute
shut
you.
up for a second.
Yeah, I don't
Seriously.
care what is I'm being.
When you were conversing with Indio the
Have
other
a serious
day,
conversation or get muted.
if you had
I don't
been
know
up
who
to
that
space,
is.
why didn't you drop that? I've been to space. Ta-da! Like, seriously.
There's no fucking arguing.
And to be quite honest, Mark, you can't claim you've been to space and provide no proof that you've been there. So thank you.
I do
Well,
have
first
proof.
it was my dad was an astronaut. Now he's the astronaut. Come on, bro. Just drop the act.
Okay, just don't believe it then.
You sound
Okay,
I don't want to believe
I
it.
won't.
Just don't
You sound
believe it.
about 16.
Has he
If you've
not
got
learned
a
anything?
license-
Has he
If
not
you
learned
have a
anything by
license,
coming into
Mark-
these rooms? We don't want to believe, Mark. We want knowledge in this. You're not providing anything. You're giving us a cool story, bro, and expecting us to believe. This is what got us into
You don't
the
have to
situation
believe.
in the
Everyone
first
is
place.
entitled to their own opinion.
So
Yeah,
you've
and
got a
that's
cool
fair.
story. That's what you're going to stick with. Not a
By the
problem.
That's
sound of
fair.
your
Everyone's
voice,
entitled to their own
by
opinion.
the sound
Okay,
of your
guys.
voice, Mark, it sounds like you got your license maybe 6 months ago. Like, what the fuck? You've been to space, really, eh? That's a bold claim. That is a bold claim, man.
Yeah, because I took a private space flight.
Go back to Reddit, Mark. Anybody else? Pato, Phil, Schrodinger's cat. You got evidence of a globe?
Pato. That's one of those names that sounds awesome when an Aussie says it. So we've got TMO. Who else we got? Schrodinger's cat. Could be alive, could be not.
Yo, hello.
Dove. Phil, Pato.
Hello, sir. Hello, how are you?
I am fantabulous, and that's not even a word.
That's good.
What about yourself, mate? Yeah, there's only a handful of names, old dude, that don't end in O. Robbo, Pato, Simo, and then you've got Mick. But we'll shorten that to Micko. But he's probably got the last name Thompson anyways, so he'd be a Tomo, so it's all good. Who else we got? The Reader, 1, 2, 3. That sounds like a supervillain's name. Off Batman.
The Reader. Let me read this fucking 2,000-page novel to you. In
No!
Let me read space.com articles to you.
No, stop it! I can't handle it! Bam! Pow! Whooshka! In the next enthralling episode of Batman. Oh, no.
Turns out it's Don Pettit. He ties you up and then gives you TED Talks. Oh, God. No.
And we get around this because it's just really good engineering.
There was a flat earther, I forget who, that had like an immaculate Don Pettit impersonation.
Well, I reckon John that was in here for a while, he did a pretty good one.
Yeah, he's just pretty tidy. Yeah, well, the only one I can really do is our ex-Prime Minister. But outside of that, did I tell you the one time when I brought in the GST? That was my crowning achievement.
Thanks, asshole.
That was the only thing I liked about him, is the fact I could do his poxy voice.
I don't know, his bushy eyebrows probably came in handy for shade sometimes.
Is there Globers in here that can... I don't know. There's a question I have that I can never understand how like a Glober can answer, but if people like centuries ago could look up at the sky and determine the physical characteristics of any cosmological body, like how is that empirically possible without ever leaving Earth? Does anybody have an answer?
It's not. And you're not leaving Earth to find out, or unless you can jump or some shit. You jump on
They
one of
didn't.
those NASA-sponsored Roman candles, but they go up and then they do a massive sideways turn. So I don't know how they get up out of going sideways, but yeah, anyways.
I hear you. I look at it like a religion. Like they convinced the old people that walking on water validated the impossible framework, but now walking on the moon does the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You guys all remember ITR? ITR? Or what his evidence for exoplanets was. I'll post it inside chat.
Wow.
That'd be the answer to your question there, Phil. He claimed to be an astrophysicist, you know, that was in the field of discovering exoplanets.
What are exoplanets and what is the empirical validation that they would exist?
That's the empirical validation right there.
In that side chat there, yeah.
That was his evidence he provided.
Have you ever heard of the planet Vulcan?
In Star Trek?
Spock's from there, yeah.
Did you know that literally authorities claim that an invisible planet called Vulcan was responsible for the retrograde of Mercury before dark matter was established?
Hello.
a response for that?
What did you say about Vulcan?
That it's not just about Star Trek, that literally scientists claim that an invisible planet named Vulcan was responsible for Mercury's retrograde. And that was the accepted
Did
explanation.
you say invisible? If it's
Right,
invisible, how the shit did they know it was there?
That's the question I have. But hey, it was invisible. It's responsible for Mercury's retrograde all up until 1905, until Einstein explained that there's an invisible spaghetti matter out there.
Well, that's all they would do. You see something that's inconsistent with their theoretical mathematics, and they're like, oh, well, we'll just explain this by placing a mass of a certain size at this range from it,
Right, and when they expanded and had all these inconsistencies with other planets that they made assumptions about, they had to ditch the Vulcan thing and implement dark matter, which itself caused so many anomalies of dense spots of matter that they had to create another abstract called black holes. And then that itself created another anomaly to where they had to determine how is it possible that this black hole is constantly pulling in? At what point does the matter reach the center? So they came up with this concept of the event horizon. They're like, well, matter is constantly slowing down at a rate to where it never really reaches the center. I mean, it's just kind of absurd. You know what I mean?
Yep, they're fucking lunatics. Just off in La La Land, and they keep building on it, more and more levels.
Is there any Glovers here right now, or are we all just like reasonable people?
There's none. There's none.
I should never ever land.
There was Mark, but he wasn't going to listen to anything. Did you guys speak to him before, by the way, Matrix?
Well, hey, I didn't have everything. This is the first time I ever went to Discord. And as soon as I came in, they were talking about the firmament. I tried to give a hypothesis that literally doesn't contradict any scientific law. And it was like crazy. Like,
good luck with that.
Yeah, I know.
I have had the privilege of having a little yak with Mark. He hides under a different account over in politics. He's still Mark, but it's a different account. And I saw him over there one day. We told him, you're a clown, go away. He left and came in here under a different account. And there's probably about an hour gap in between. Anyways, I was having a little chat with Indio in politics, and Mark pops up in here. And it's like, hey, Indio, have you met Mark? Get him. And Indio jumped across and come and give him a serve. And obviously, with the way Mark now carries on, Indio has slapped anything that was sensible clean out of him and just left pure Mark.
I'd say that's close to broken.
Right on, guys. Well, hey, I don't know. When I came in here earlier, they were talking about the firmament and what could cause a container. Was anybody here when I was talking about it earlier?
No, sorry.
Oh, right on. Well, since you guys are all flat earthers, I kind of want to run it past you guys because you guys use logic, and it might make sense to you guys. So to me, like, I look at it as like an empirical process. Obviously, we all do. And I would look at it as the number one thing, the first step is observation. And we observe a pressure gradient with a density gradient. And we can acknowledge that the higher in altitude we go, the less dense the elements are. So at the top would be hydrogen. And then that's at the top below our magnetic field. But I have no reason to assume that it doesn't extend beyond the magnetic field. So I had this hypothesis that beyond the magnetic field, there still is hydrogen, but it becomes extremely cold. And we can reproduce on a lab that if you get hydrogen to an extreme cold temperature, it will become extremely dense and liquefied. And that the physical properties of liquid hydrogen are diamagnetic and is repelled by magnetic fields. And that this would be such an intense pressure and cold temperature like that it's scaled to an extreme amount because we're at like the bottom of a hydrogen ocean. And our magnetic field is repelling this. And the weight of that ocean is what's causing the pressure. Has anybody ever heard of that or thought of it or anything with that?
I've heard theories along them lines, yeah.
Awesome.
And that this like dense medium might be what they're actually interacting with when it comes to satellite infrastructure and whatnot.
Well, I look at the satellite infrastructure. I just look at quantum mechanics, but obviously quantum is metaphysics and pseudoscience. I'd call it more like magnetic locking or atomic locking, maybe. But I mean, you get a superconductor cold, it will lock into a magnetic field. But to me, the idea of like the hydrogen ocean just makes sense because that would form, if it's super dense right there at the meeting point between the magnetic field and the hydrogen ocean, it would create like a Newtonian liquid, like that hard putty that you can't punch through, but you can slightly ease your hand through. And like that's what I see with any kind of rockets or any shuttle launches where you see what looks like almost like a jet ski going across the sky.
The biggest problem is verifying any of this.
Well, and that's the thing is like to me the scientific process, and I'm not saying that this is verified, but I'm just saying the scientific process is obviously observation, measurement, repeatability, and that produces a law. And then you can have like theories and hypotheses, but you have to test those against empirical law. And if they contradict it, then you must discard it. But if they don't contradict it, it doesn't become a law, but it is a legitimate theory or hypothesis.
So you've made your observation. Awesome.
Right, but my observation doesn't contradict any empirical laws, unlike heliocentrism, which claims gravity can prevent entropy.
Yeah, well, that's up to them to prove that.
Well, I just confirmed gravity for everybody. I fell through a 4-meter high ceiling and hit the ground pretty hard, yeah?
Give that guy a Nobel Prize.
So you've proven that you were more dense than the fibro you fell through.
The rotten rafter that I stood on.
Oh, shit.
Well, I don't know. If you look at it a certain way, you could think about it like this: you didn't fall; the Earth came up to meet you.
Ooh.
Oh, that's right.
Did anybody ever hear? I got a question for you guys. Did anybody ever does anybody else have an idea on the explanation of the ether? I'm just asking because I have my own thoughts, and I think I have a legitimate experiment that would definitely support the ether.
Yeah, notice the silence there. You'll probably find a lot of the guys in here don't push what we can't verify, validate, or prove. So
right.
You're here. If we make claims, we'll back them.
Well, here's my.
I got a question. I got a question. What's ether?
That's what I was going to ask.
Ether is the medium which everything propagates, but you got to understand how it works. Like for instance,
so you already know it exists, then.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm faced with this thing to where I got to explain this. Like if I put a balloon
No, does it exist or not?
Well, it depends. Like how are you defining it? I would define ether as just simply
the way you just defined it.
Well, it's a lattice of elements, and I can explain.
So you already know it exists. So why are you doing an experiment to prove it then?
Well, I'm just saying I didn't do the experiment. I'm saying an experiment that was conducted made me. That's the only conclusion I can come to from
an experiment that was conducted. So what was conducted?
Well, you can stick a partially inflated balloon into a vacuum chamber, and you can remove the pressure from around it, and the balloon will expand, right? That like nobody's arguing with that, right? Everybody agree?
So far.
All right. So are you saying that the balloon gained volume, but it didn't gain any matter?
No.
Like, is there empty space manifesting inside the balloon? Because for the balloon to gain volume, You're telling me
you have a set amount
You're
of air.
telling the story, bro. What you tell us a story and then said, so you're saying no? What?
I'm just saying, if the balloon expands, like it's gaining volume, it's not gaining matter. So you're telling
No,
me
it's
that
not. No, it's
nothing is
not.
looking for volume.
There's a pressure difference between what's inside the balloon and what's on the outside of the balloon.
Well,
and
true.
that force of pressure is stronger than the elasticity of the balloon, so it will push to fill the available space. That is all, my friend.
So, but here's the thing: is like if an element's bouncing off the walls of a balloon, and then you release the pressure from outside of it, there's less pressure.
If an element is bouncing off the walls of the balloon, what? The balloon that's inside the vacuum chamber. So is this inside or outside the balloon?
I'm asking: is there empty space in between the elements during this process? In between what elements? Well, if you're telling, if the heliocentric claim is that like,
hold on, just hold up for a second. I don't want to be rude, but this is your claim. I just explained to you what's going on in the vacuum chamber. You were telling us about. You were trying. Listen, unless you can verify, validate, or prove your ether, you're probably going to get stuck between a rock and a hard place in here. I'm just putting it out there.
Your claim is that when the balloon gains volume.
Stop! No, your claim, your story.
No, I don't. I never claimed that. I'm trying to say.
No. You gave us a story. I corrected you on what's going on. So your claim, you may continue.
What the hell are you talking about, you idiot? The balloons expand. Nobody's debating that. Like anybody can do that. Anybody.
I didn't debate that it doesn't expand. You seem to have attached yourself to a straw man.
Is empty space manifesting inside the balloon to count for extra volume? Are you giving nothing?
Where are you getting the empty space from? Stop getting too excited.
Because the balloon gets bigger.
Okay, let's just go from step one. You've got a balloon. You've placed it in a vacuum chamber. You've turned it on. The balloon now expands to fill the available space. What is the problem with that?
Did the elements expand, or did the space in between the elements expand?
Air expands to fill its available space.
So you're telling me
the pressure of the air, listen carefully. The pressure, okay, you're not talking at the moment. The pressure inside of the balloon has a greater force than the elasticity of the balloon. So it will stretch the balloon to fill the available space of the vacuum chamber. That's it, my friend. Some people might call it entropy.
Well, objectively, if the balloon expands and the elements inside the balloon didn't expand...
I don't give a fuck what the elements inside it are doing. Entropy. Expanding to fill its available space.
You're literally saying that the empty space between these elements expanded. So
I did not literally say that. Air expands, listen carefully. Air expands to fill available space. What you've done, the air that's between the balloon and the vacuum chamber, you removed that.
You need to define what air is. What is air?
No, you need to define your stupid story. And you're getting upset now because I've broken your stupid balloon theory. So you might want to try again.
Yeah. Look how crazy this is. Like literally, the balloon gains volume.
You're the one who's making it crazy. You're talking fast. You're too excited.
Bounce off the sides fast.
And you're trying to talk through me, which is not helping anyone.
Because there's more space in between the elements.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
If the balloon expands,
what are you talking about?
where does extra volume come from? There's no extra
that's tensile strength. Tensile strength.
What do you mean? The balloon literally gets bigger.
Tensile strength. Tensile strength versus the temperature of the gas.
What is the
Let me explain this to you.
I have a
Matrix has already explained it very simply, dude. Matrix has already explained it very simply. The air inside the balloon is at your normal atmospheric pressure. Outside of the balloon in the chamber, the pressure's lower. Now, because the higher pressure is inside the balloon and the lower pressure is outside the balloon, the higher internal pressure of the balloon pushes outwards, making it expand. This is exactly the same reason why your ears pop at elevation. No different, yeah? Very simple. Nothing to do with ether.
Is literally nothing creating volume. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's entropy, my friend.
You don't
what are you talking about, bro?
Much to do with gas pressure, do you, bruv?
Please explain how this would verify ether as some type of experiment when at the end of the day,
you understand my point.
when at the end of the day, ether is no different to your dark matter and dark energy that we fight against every day, yeah? Not something that you can interact with, not something that you can see, not something you can interact with, not something you can see, not something you can experiment with, no different to dark matter. There is no scientific experiment.
If that's your attitude about dark matter, why do you subscribe to it?
I don't subscribe to dark matter. Who the fuck said I subscribe to dark matter?
I don't know. I'm just asking how empty space accounts for volume increase.
What empty space? What are you talking about, empty space?
Well, because if
Where's the
balloon,
empty space?
balloon gains volume, but the elements inside the balloon don't gain volume, then you're saying that the gain in volume is due to the
What do you mean? What do you mean the elements don't gain volume? What do you mean?
Well, the element itself, like if you're looking at gas molecules, like an oxygen molecule, like is it expanding or is the space in between molecules?
They're not expanding. They're just all crushed together. The balloon, if you blow, Phil, slow down. You're getting excited again. You've got a balloon. It's empty. You've used pressure from your lungs to blow up the balloon only slightly. It's then placed inside the vacuum. It's tied off, placed inside the vacuum chamber. So you've got a balloon now that's at what, 14.6, 14.7 psi, because it's slightly blown up. Yeah.
I'm saying that there's a finite.
Yes or no? The balloon is slightly blown up. It's placed in the vacuum chamber. Phil, I hope you understand that talking over me is not doing you any favors because no one understood a word you just said.
It's not doing you any favors.
No one understand what you said, Phil. Every time you go on a rant and you try to talk through me. Okay, how about we just put that there on mute and we'll explain it to him sensibly. Phil, I hope you realise that when you try to talk through me, nobody can hear you. Please understand that. So when you have your little rant, nothing comes out.
All I'm saying,
your balloon, Phil, you're trying to misconstrue some things. All you're talking about is gas pressure and entropy. Nothing more. You are trying to tie molecules and shit to it. For whatever reason, maybe to prove something that you can't prove.
I have a question, and the hostility just blows my mind. It's just a simple question.
The only hostility was what you put forward, my friend.
I just asked you what accounts for the additional volume if the elements themselves...
Entropy. Can you say entropy?
Entropy, by definition, means there's more empty space between the elements.
There's an amount of gas inside the balloon, right? And there's a counteracting force on the outside preventing, and in addition to the tensile strength of the balloon itself, right, and the amount of gas that's in the balloon that's pressing on the inside of the balloon, right, expanding the balloon, right, and then they got the outside pressure, which counteracts whatever pressure's inside the balloon, right, to the point where the tensile strength of the balloon doesn't allow the gas to expand the balloon any further. And then if you decrease that pressure on the outside, then the gas that's inside that's wanting to expand the balloon more is allowed to, right? Until the balloon can, counter tensile strength of the balloon can counter that pressure that the gas is exerting on the inside, and it's creating a larger volume, a larger area within which the gas, inside the balloon can move around inside of. That's all it is. Why are you bringing in empty space and all this shit? I don't get it. Like, that's just...
Because nothing can't account for volume. You're saying that because of entropy, they're bouncing off walls, pushing the edges of the balloon.
The volume is there by air. Gas. Air pressure.
A combination of elements.
Listen, Phil, I get it. You want to bring in your elemental thing to tie your ether to it. But I'm sorry, this is just gas pressure. That's all this discussion is about.
No, it's about the increase in volume.
It's about gas pressure. There is no increase in volume. The vacuum chamber is a fixed volume. Sorry,
the size of the balloon literally is volume. It's increasing.
The gas pressure is contained within the vacuum chamber. That is your new volume set. gas expands to fill available space. The available space is the vacuum chamber. You had gas inside a balloon. The gas now, the force of the air pressure inside of it, outweighs the elasticity of the balloon, which expands to fill the available space. The vacuum chamber.
Let me stillman it for real. I'm just going to try to stillman it because let me see if I understand it. So you're saying when the balloon expands, what's happening is entropy, is the elements inside the balloon have less pressure outside of it. Therefore, they can bounce more and push the boundary of the balloon out further. Is that what you're saying?
If you translated all that to what you just said, go with it, my friend.
I'm trying to stillman you. That's what I'm trying to ask you. Is that what you're saying?
I've said it 3 times. T-Dub said it once. AJ said it once. And I think someone else chimed in. Like, seriously.
Can I put it in a different way? So you've got the air, what you're calling elements, right, trapped inside the balloon, the pressure, right? When you reduce the pressure on the outside of the balloon, the pressure on the inside is trying to get to the outside, therefore expanding the elastic container. Okay?
Is the elements themselves expanding, or is there like additional empty space between the elements?
Did you hear what I just said?
I understand what you're saying, but there's 2 possible conclusions to this. Either there's more empty space being manifested.
You'd have to not understand that gas expands in all directions.
I'm not saying it doesn't expand. What don't you understand about my argument? There's 2 conclusions. Either more empty space is manifest between the atoms,
don't make sense.
or the atoms themselves are expanding. One of those 2 things are true.
The gas pressure on the inside of the balloon is trying to equalize to the lower pressure, therefore expanding into the lower pressure, but is stopped by the elasticity of the balloon, but not enough to not expand, not enough. So enough so it expands the balloon slightly.
The balloon is
simple.
The balloon's a closed system. No matter is allowed in.
Oh my God, man.
What is accounting for the additional volume?
Hey, dude, what did I just say?
Did he just fucking reset?
Yeah, I want to ask him.
I'm not arguing against pressure.
Stop.
I'm asking what you're saying is that more empty space manifests because the elements bounce harder.
Dude, okay, what did I just say? Repeat what I said.
You said you release the pressure from the outside and the inside expands. Now, that I agree with. Now I'm trying to determine what is the cause of the increase of volume. That means, like, if you're saying the elements don't expand,
the cause of the increase,
more empty space in between the atoms that exist inside the balloon.
The cause of the increase is the decrease on the outside.
Right, and because all that happens, which I'm not arguing against that, I'm saying all that happens, I agree with you, but because that happens and the balloon increases in volume, if the elements don't change size, then objectively it means that there is more empty space that exists between them.
Okay, yeah, whatever, who cares?
Well, that's what I mean. You're giving empty space.
Okay, Phil, let's do this the easy way. Let's just get the vacuum chamber and fuck it off. Let's get the balloon and put that cunt in the bin. What normally happens when gas pressure goes up and down? You tell us.
That's the question. I would say that the element and the electronic field themselves expand because they are, by definition, compressed in a pressurized environment.
Excellent. Go with that then. Have a nice day.
True. I didn't have to invoke empty space accounting for additional volume.
You don't have to.
Well, you do.
Volume. No. The volume. No. The volume. Sorry, stop. Don't fucking talk over me. I've been very patient with you. Don't do it, mate. All right? It's the volume is not increasing. The pressure is changing.
Right. Pressure.
Hang on. Stop.
The pressure has nothing to do with what's inside the balloon. No matter is allowed inside the balloon.
It does. How can you not see that?
You're saying that.
Don't talk over the. One more time. One more time. Don't talk over the top of me before I finish my sentence. All right? The volume doesn't increase. It changes pressure to match the outside. So when the outside's lower, the pressure inside the balloon will change to match the pressure on the outside. Okay? There's no more volume. The pressure changes. Pressure changing doesn't equal volume change. It's still the same amount of part. Oh my God. Get out of here, man. See you later. You fucking couldn't help yourself, could you?
I let you talk. What the hell? This is how a debate goes.
Okay, fuck off then.
Hey, that's what I mean. I got fucking.
Wait, it's not even a debate, man. You don't even know what you're debating. What are you debating?
I'm asking what accounts for the extra volume. Volume, by definition, the balloon expands in size. It's additional volume. I'm asking what accounts for inside the balloon.
In a change of pressure.
Right, but that would mean, according to your theory, that it is manifesting empty space between the elements inside the balloon.
The volume changes due to pressure. It's not volume change, though.
Yeah, that is irrelevant. What I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out that the balloon gets bigger.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because when the balloon gets bigger, it's an increase in
volume change, though. It's not a volume change. It's not. Okay, if it's a volume change, then take it back to the same pressure it was before, and it'll go exactly back to the same spot, won't it?
Right, it will change volume again.
And not a volume change. It's a pressure change.
You're literally changing the size of the cup that you're pouring water into.
Okay. Hey, have you changed the inside of the balloon?
If I took the balloon that expanded...
So the volume's still the same, right? So the volume is still the same, right? Because it's a closed system. So the volume's still the same.
A closed system that expands in size is increasing in volume. You're claiming...
Due to pressure distance.
Yeah.
Due to pressure differential, yeah?
Okay, so I'll humor you on that.
And not a volume change. And not a volume change.
Difference. If elements don't change size and pressure difference causes the balloon to expand, and objectively, you have to be saying that empty space is manifesting inside the balloon to account for additional volume.
How do you measure volume in gases? Would you say parts per million?
You don't measure volume in gases. You measure volume with a container.
Okay. Would you say parts per million?
No, like a liter is. That's the volume. What don't you understand about it?
Liters are fluid measurement.
The container is volume.
Dude, parts per million? Are we going to measure parts per million? Because when you can do gas, you can measure. You can actually measure gas, right?
If I have a liter and I have a gallon,
that's not a liters. That's not the unit we're talking about. You don't have liters in a balloon.
If I can take the liter and expand it to the size of a gallon, it's not still a liter. Now it's a gallon. Okay. It's now a bigger volume.
Yeah, okay. Hey, dude, you might have mental issues. I'm gonna say a balloon has, let's say, let's for simplicity, 10 parts per million in the balloon, right? I know it's a small amount. All right. When you change the pressure, does it change the parts per million?
I would argue that empty space doesn't manifest.
You're a retard, man. That's why.
Yeah. You believe empty space manifests in.
Okay, you can't answer. Okay, you can't answer my question. If I have 10 parts per million,
just keep regurgitating narratives.
Okay, if I have 10 parts per million in a balloon and the pressure changes and the balloon expands, do I have more parts per million in the balloon?
Now all your elements are bouncing off the walls and creating empty space, more empty space in between.
Can you just answer my question?
Just answer the question. That'd be all right.
Parts per million? Because that would be the volume, correct?
No, the volume is the container. The container is the balloon. If the balloon expands, then the volume expands. That's just physics.
That's not true. That's a pressure differential. Hey, Jay, you take over, man. Mate. I'm doing the gardening.
Hey.
See you, buddy.
How are you?
Doing good. I had to stop. I was doing the gardening, man. I had to stop and talk to this idiot.
Yeah, I know you like to call me an idiot, but you're the one that claims that
we are a freaking idiot.
So rather than arguing about Bill,
Fucking brilliant.
rather than arguing about whether there's more of something in the balloon because it's expanding, maybe you can explain how this is an experiment for ether and how you come to that conclusion.
Well, because my conclusion is that empty space isn't manifesting, that the elements themselves with their electronic fields are under compression. And when you release the pressure around something that's compressed, it expands. I think the elements themselves expand, and what we experience in the atmosphere is a pressurized atmosphere, meaning every element is compressed against each other. And they all have valence shells, which are in contact with each other. And we know that valence shells exchange electrons, and it creates a lattice net of matter throughout the entire pressurized system we exist in, which is the etheric field.
So from my understanding, in this scenario, in that vacuum chamber, because of the ether, there is no extra matter that's entering that balloon, correct? It's just expanding.
Right. Like all the elements themselves are under compression. So when you release the compression, it expands because its natural state is to be expanded, but it's under atmospheric pressure. And so when you release that pressure, the element itself, the electron field expands, but all electrons are in contact, and there is no such thing as empty space.
Okay, so you realize that the answer that Timbo and that Matrix gave you was basically the same without your ether, yeah? And then, so I don't know how you got stuck on the fact that then in that scenario that you would have to be increasing the substance in the balloon or the matter in the balloon.
No, by definition, like if you're trying to claim that the atmospheric pressure is pressure, by definition, pressure means that it is pushing in. It is constraining things. But then you're saying that it's constraining things, yet there's empty space that exists around the element. So if empty space exists, what is constraining the element?
This is up to you to validate that. Listen, bro, if you want to go against gas pressure laws, you're more than welcome to do so. But you're going to look like a doormat in doing so.
It doesn't break anything.
Explain it one more time really simply, yeah? So when the balloon's in the vacuum, the balloon is at a higher pressure, yeah? It's at the atmospheric, hang on, it's at the atmospheric pressure. Then when you decrease the pressure inside of the vacuum chamber, the pressure outside is lower than the internal air pressure. Therefore, the balloon will press outwards.
I'm not denying pressure. The difference is when the pressure is reduced on the outside and the balloon expands. The question is what's happening in the balloon. I don't believe that empty space is manifesting when the pressure is reduced and the elements.
There's not empty space. There's air in there.
If you're giving me shit for interrupting, let me finish.
Hey Phil, what's inside the balloon? Phil, what's inside the balloon?
You're gonna let me talk, or you're gonna keep interrupting and act?
I'm going to ask you again. What is inside of the balloon that's inside the vacuum chamber? So what's inside the balloon?
What's inside the balloon is compressed elements. By definition...
Compressed air. Right. So you're an idiot. That's what we wanted to know. Good.
What's air? Define what air is.
Gas.
I think air is just a mixture of gas and elements that are in contact with each other. You're saying it's something else.
No.
No. I haven't said it's something else. You're saying it's something else. You, Phil, not me. You, Phil. You're trying to add extra things in, and you're confusing yourself.
I'm trying to not add empty space as an addition to volume. I'm trying to do the opposite.
No one's trying to do the opposite, yeah? And at the end of the day, your air is just made up of gases, yeah? So it's going to be mostly nitrogen, oxygen, argon, small amounts of water and vapor.
Is empty space do anything with that? Is it also empty space?
We don't have an absolute empty space, yeah?
Is there empty space between these elements that you need? Are the elements malleable, or is there empty space in between them?
Don't care. That's a you problem.
No, it's a you problem. I asked you a question and you can't answer it.
It's not an us problem, Phil. Phil, it's not an us problem. Do you know why? Because it doesn't... Okay, you're going to talk to him again. Shut up. It's not an us problem because it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. That's why we don't care. If you want to be an etherite, go right ahead. No one's going to stop you, mate. But the problem you, Phil, have is verifying, validating, or proving any of your claims. The reason I know this is because you're in here harassing us about your bullshit. If you knew the fucking answer, you wouldn't be asking the question.
Okay, let me ask him a question then. Hang on. Can we compress water? Can we compress water, metal?
You can
something
compress
solid?
everything because in the atmosphere, we live in a compressed atmosphere. Literally everything is compressed.
You're not listening. Can we compress water?
Yeah, you can compress everything.
No, you cannot compress water.
You can't compress water?
No. Can
So-
we compress gas? Can we compress gases?
You can compress everything. But here's the thing.
No, you can't, bro. What are you talking about?
Can you compress gases?
Absolutely compressed gases. That's the easiest
Okay,
thing.
so that would state that the gases have empty space between the particles.
Right.
And we also know that due to gas law, these particles just have elastic collisions, yeah? So
Hold on. You're saying that there is empty space between gas particles, yet we live in a pressurized atmosphere.
correct.
So you're telling me the empty space around these gas particles in the atmosphere is compressing the element?
We can compress gas due to the fact that there is space between those particles, yeah? We can't compress things like water. Now, your argument's going to be that there is nothing, that there is an element between them, which you're going to call ether, yeah? Correct?
No. I'm saying the ether is part of the element itself. It's the lattice because I'm saying that the elements are malleable. I'm saying that when you see the balloon expand, it's the elements inside with their electron field that expands. I'm saying that naturally they are in a compressed environment. When we release pressure from outside of it, the natural movement that's something that is compressed will expand. I'm saying the balloon expands in volume because there's less compression and the elements inside are stretching out and they're moving outward. That's what I'm saying.
100%.
I'm saying there's no empty space.
No one disagrees with that. This is what Matrix has just been trying to explain for the last, and Timbo, for the last half an hour, yeah?
I don't know. I'm saying there's no such thing as empty space. I'm saying that the increase in volume is due to the elements inside the balloon being compressed, and then you releasing that compression so they naturally expand. There's not empty space expanding anywhere. The elements themselves are expanding. The electronic field, the part that interacts with everything, and it's just like sticking a bunch of balloons in a box, and you stick them down and you shove them down so tight, and you put a lid on it, and like all the balloons are touching each other. That's what all elements are.
So after all this, have you got anything to validate, verify, or prove your claims?
Well,
or is it just some crazy idea?
Well, just the objective fact that you can't say that nothing accounts for an addition in volume.
Oh, so you're just throwing it out there. That's poisoning the well. Have you done an experiment to validate, verify, or prove any of your half an hour's worth of ramblings?
Yes, by sticking a balloon in a vacuum chamber.
So you can see molecules, Superman eyes.
I'm just saying that empirically.
No, excellent. So you've got nothing to validate your claims.
Why are you interrupting me? Why do you mute me but
You've got nothing to validate your claims. You put a balloon in a vacuum chamber, the balloon expands because of a pressure difference, and you're saying, therefore, experiment that you can't even see to validate proof.
What you're saying is empty space.
No, what you're saying, Phil, you're talking about a lap. Yeah, right, we'll fix that again. Zip it. You've been telling us about molecules and bullshit, and lattices and electromagnetic fields and all this other crap around these so-called molecules. How are you witnessing this to validate your claims?
There's no open mind. Stop. He's gonna fucking mute me again. Stop.
Well, I would say that what you're claiming is not an experiment for ether, regardless.
If you have a read inside chat, there's a fellow there, old dude, has posted something up for you. Correlation is not causation.
Listen, objectively, if you're saying that the balloon expands...
Objectively, you don't listen.
You're not listening to me.
I'm saying that this is not an experiment to prove ether. That's what I'm
Is this the kind of debate you guys have? Is this Globo debate here?
I'm saying, objectively, the experiment that you've proposed to prove ether exists is not an experiment and does not prove ether exists.
The experiment is you see an observation. You see the balloon expand. There is only so many explanations for that observation. One of them...
Excellent. So how have you tied balloon expanding to all that other bullshit?
Well, because I don't believe empty space can account for...
So it's a belief?
No. Well, it's just objective. Like, what you're saying...
Okay, that's great. How has Phil, slow down. You've seen the balloon expand. Now, how have you tied all that other shit you told us to the expansion of that balloon? What have you witnessed to prove, or what have you done to validate these claims?
Do you think nothing can have physical...
No, this is not what I think. I'm asking you how, when you see the balloon expanding, Phil, have you verified all that other shit that you said? How have you linked the two together?
You won't listen. You won't listen.
Link the two together, Phil.
No, you won't listen to me. I'm saying, do you believe that nothing can...
Phil, you providing data to us is not asking me if I believe things.
Do you have empirical validation that nothing accounts for volume?
This is not a burden reversal. You were asked to validate your claim. Please do so.
Yeah, my validation is that nothing cannot account for physical properties.
So your proof of a balloon expanding is nothing cannot account for physical properties. Oh my God.
Right. Nothing is not allowed to account for physical properties. Exactly.
You know, the only thing saving you from being called a fucking idiot is the fact I've got to go to squash.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure it is. I'm sure that because you believe nothing.
How about you go and have a look at your faulty logic and do your experiment again, mate? Please.
Well,
save yourself.
I'd have to review it, and then if I wanted to be an idiot, I can say, yeah, nothing can account for additional volume.
There is no additional volume.
Balloon gets bigger. The container is the volume. The container objectively gets bigger.
Because the air inside the balloon expands outwards because the outside pressure has dropped and there's less pressure on the outside.
That has nothing to do with the volume. The volume is the size of the container.
It didn't increase the volume.
The volume is the size of the container. If the volume increases, and matter doesn't...
It didn't increase the amount of particles in that volume, yeah? It didn't increase the amount of particles in that volume.
I agree. It did not increase the amount of particles in that volume. So you're saying that the increase in volume is due to what? Empty space?
The volume is due to the pressure decrease around the balloon.
And what is that doing? Creating more empty space between the elements?
There's less pressure pushing inwards on the balloon.
Right, and what happens inside the balloon? If there's less pressure and the elements are bouncing off the walls and expanding the balloon outward, does that mean that there's more empty space in between these elements?
I don't think there's such thing as complete empty space, but yes, there's space between particles, and you can demonstrate that by simply putting air into a syringe and blocking the end and being able to compress that syringe nearly down to probably halfway, increasing that pressure, yeah, until the point where you can no longer hold your finger there. You can't do the same with water.
So let me get this straight. You're saying inside a gas container like the balloon, that you're saying that there is empty space that exists in between these molecules. So when it gains volume, if the elements themselves aren't gaining volume, then that would have to objectively mean that there is an additional empty space within the balloon that accounts for the addition in volume.
So is the balloon, the gases in the balloon, is that a solid?
The gas, in my view, no. I think everything's compressed and there is no empty space.
So it's particles, yeah?
I don't believe
these particles are moving around in random directions, having elastic collisions, correct?
they have push and pulls, like for instance, you take a water molecule, it becomes a complete molecule.
No, we're talking about gas, and there's no push and pull in gas. They
Well, what are you saying that water molecules can't exist as a gas?
That would be a change of state, yeah.
Right, but it can be gas. We call that. We definitely know that you can have water in the air.
Correct. However, again, my point is that that is not an experiment to prove ether. Yeah.
Well, it is because you're saying that empty space that accounts for additional volume. I'm saying empty space doesn't exist, and the elements themselves are compressed and will expand when pressure around them is reduced.
That's exactly what we've said. However, then you jump to the conclusion of a causation of ether. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying that the elements themselves expand. You're saying that the elements don't expand, but that somehow the pressure from outside is released and the elements don't expand, but they somehow make the balloon bigger. And so the only way that's possible if the elements don't expand is that somehow this is manifesting empty space within the balloon in between these elements that is accounting for additional volume.
I'm just going to make one more point because I got to go and have a shower, dude. I'm fucked today. But at the end of the day, yeah, the molecules inside the balloon are always pushing outwards onto the surface of the balloon. That's what gives us our pressure, where the molecules are having an elastic collision with themselves or the walls of the container, which in this case is the balloon, right? Now, when we have... Can you just listen before cutting me off, please?
Well, I thought you were done.
No. So now we have a higher pressure outside the balloon than inside the balloon. So therefore, the balloon looks like it's half deflated. There's pressure from the outside acting on that balloon. A simple term would be to say that it's greater, so it's sort of overriding the pressure in the balloon. When you remove the pressure from that vacuum chamber, those air molecules are still moving constantly. They're still bouncing off the inside walls of that balloon, right? But these interactions are actually pushing out further now and expanding the balloon with pressure because the outside pressure is lower. Another way you could explain this isn't entropy, but you could explain it the same way with entropy. When you have a car tire and your car tire is at 20 psi and you go for a drive down the road and the pressure in your car tire increases to 25, 30 psi, yeah, it's not because there's more particles in the tire, it's because they're having a greater elastic collision because they have energy. So in this case, the pressure outside's greater or affecting that balloon. When the pressure's removed, the balloon's still pushing outwards because of these elastic collisions. However, there's less pressure to push against. So the balloon expands.
Right. But my question was, like, if you're saying that the balloon expands and that the elements in there are pushing on the boundaries of the balloon or whatever, what I'm saying is when the balloon was small, it had so much space. Now that it expanded, are you saying that the elements have more room to move around in?
There's less pressure pushing inwards from the outside than what there is pushing out from the gas inside.
Right. I'm not addressing the outside. I'm talking about what's happening inside the balloon. Are you saying that there's more space inside the
scenario
for the elements
inside?
The space is already there.
I'm just asking, is there
space doesn't do anything, bro? What are you talking about? The space is just already available for all the matter. Right? So what are you talking about?
Is your argument space just is?
Yeah. Matter occupies
That's the most empirical thing I've ever heard.
Matter occupies space, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm asking if the balloon increases in volume. I asked a simple question. If the balloon increases in volume, does that mean that there's more space inside that balloon for those elements to bounce around it?
There's more room. Yes, there's more room.
But the elements themselves didn't increase in volume, did they?
What are you talking about? They didn't increase in they didn't increase in substance.
You're telling me the space between them, if there's more space for them to bounce around in, and you're telling me the elements themselves don't increase in volume, then you're telling me that...
What do you mean they don't increase? The elements themselves don't increase in volume. They aren't the volume.
That's my claim. I'm trying to address your claim. You're saying that the balloon expands in volume, and you're saying that the elements are bouncing around and causing...
The balloon just... The balloon expands. Yeah.
Talk for a minute. Let me finish. I'm just saying, if you're saying that the balloon increases in volume and that the elements aren't changing in volume, but they're bouncing around more,
that's stupid to say that. What do you mean increase in volume?
The balloon, objectively, it's little, now it's big. That's bigger volume. A container is volume. It hasn't.
Yes, I just explained it too, because the gas particles are pushing to the outside of the balloon. And there's pressure on the outside pressing back. When you remove that pressure, those particles are still pressing outwards. With less pressure on the outside, it allows that balloon to expand further from the gas particles inside, still pressing outwards. It's very simple.
Like, I'm not arguing against that. Like, if I'm taking your that model and I'm like, okay, I'll humor that. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, no matter what you say, like what you just said, I'll even humor you that. But I'm saying, regardless, the balloon objectively gets bigger, and that is volume. It's bigger in volume. So what I'm saying is, when that pressure is reduced, are you claiming that there is more space in that balloon for the elements to move around in?
As the volume of the balloon increases, with the pressure lowering, the balloon's going to get bigger because the particles are pressing outwards.
You just keep ignoring my question. I'm not talking about the outside. I'm not disagreeing with you. I will humor.
I'm not ignoring your question. I'm answering it, yeah? And you can't answer why there's an increase in volume without addressing the relationship with the external pressure.
I'm just saying, like, if I have, like, a volume, a container, and I only have so many things in it, and the container gets bigger, is there more empty space in that container?
What are you talking about? Empty space. There's just the balloon. There's more room now inside the balloon for the gas molecules.
If I had a cup, like, let's just say I had a pint glass, and I had 10 marbles in it, and then I magically could take that pint glass and stretch it out and make it bigger, and the marbles didn't get any bigger, would you say that there's more empty space within that glass compared to the marbles?
Stop saying empty space. What are you talking about empty space for?
Well, that's my question with you guys. That's the model. You guys claim empty space exists. I don't claim that.
When did anybody here ever claim empty fucking space?
Like several times, people said empty space exists between gas molecules. Who the hell am I talking to?
It's just space.
There's just space between the molecules.
It's just volume.
Answer the question about the cup. The cup is volume. If I have a pint is volume. If I have 10 marbles in that cup, and then I take that cup and magically can expand it to like a gallon, but the marbles don't change, does that mean that the marbles exist in a bigger environment with more empty space?
Yeah, the same amount of marbles will be in a larger area, contained area. Yeah, and...
So you're saying if I can magically expand that cup with the 10 marbles in it, that I am saying that there's more empty space in that cup than compared to before I expanded the cup?
There is more room.
Well, right. What do you call room? Is room empty space? Like, how are you defining
volume? Sorry, you're confusing volume.
Well, volume is the cup bigger.
Did I finish my sentence, dude? Yeah, but a cup is a volume of liquid, right? You're talking about gas.
The volume. But like I can increase the.
Yeah, I know. But if you put gas in the pint glass and then change the pressure on the outside, all the gas is going to go out of it.
Well, now you're begging the question.
So that's not
to address the fallacy.
The question. You're using a cup and marbles as solid things. You're using the wrong thing. And then you're talking about volume like it's area.
It is literally like a
No, because you were talking before about a closed. Shut up. You were talking before about a closed system containing a certain amount of particles. The particles don't change, it expands with the outside pressure change. So the volume doesn't change, the pressure changes.
Let's put it this way. If I took a pint glass and put a lid on it and sealed it as a pressurized container, if I pressurize the shit out of it and make it super pressurized, does it change the fact that it is in a pint glass of the volume is a pint? Does it change that?
No, but change that pint glass to a rubber balloon that expands and add your extra pressurized gas. And
if the pint glass expanded, it would be increasing in volume.
Yes, and the balloon has increased in volume as well.
Right, but no matter entered the balloon, so what is accounting for the increase in volume?
Particles pressing upon the outside of the balloon with less pressure against the inside, with less pressure on the outside, allowing the particles to press the balloon out further and create a bigger volume.
Right, meaning that there is more empty space, just like I gave you the example with the 10 marbles in a pint glass. If I expand,
I don't know where you're getting this empty space from. I would say that there's space between, which we know that there is space between, but to say that space is completely empty, we're just arguing about beliefs here now. So if this is all about ether, again, this is an experiment that proves ether. This is an experiment, or not even, well, it's not even an experiment by definition. For an experiment, yeah, there is no, that you haven't got any natural observed phenomenon. You have no independent variable. You have no dependent variable. So there is no experiment. It's an observation you've made. And then with other information that you've obtained that seems to make sense to you, that you believe, you then come to the conclusion of ether, yeah? Now, if you want to believe that, that's all well and good. But for me, just like dark matter, like I said earlier, if there is no experiment that we can do for the ether, it's not something that we can directly interact with, it's not something that we can see, it's not something that we can test, then I wouldn't be presenting ether in any type of argument.
I'm not saying that empty space exists. I don't think it does. I don't think empty space can account for any physical property. That's my belief. And like when you say the balloon expands, but elements don't expand, there's no additional matter coming into the balloon, yet it expands in volume. And you're saying, oh, the pressure outside.
You're ignoring for some reason, you keep ignoring the outside pressure and you keep asking me not to include the outside pressure.
The outside
it's
pressure
very relevant. It's extremely relevant because when the outside pressure decreases, then the balloon can press out more with the particles that are already pressing upon the inside. It's very relevant.
I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that when that happens, objectively, you have to admit that literally means that there is more empty space in between the elements inside the balloon.
I'm not going around in circles about gases anymore. This was all about
You're trying to get people to agree to something that you're thinking that you're trying to build an opponent, right? Stop arguing with a ghost, man.
I'm just saying that empty space can't account for volume.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. I don't care. What do you mean by the elements don't expand?
I'm saying the elements do expand. Your claim is that they don't, and that somehow the balloon.
No. They are expanding. The gases are expanding in all directions.
He's talking about expanding in size of the particle, T-Dub, I think.
I'm saying that the element itself is like you have the nucleus and you have the electron cloud.
Stays the same size.
I'm saying that to me, if we're in a pressurized, if everything's pressurized, by definition, has pressure on it, which means it's constraining it. If you release that pressure, it will expand, just like a memory foam pillow. Like the atom isn't like this compressed thing.
Exactly what I tried to just explain to you, yeah?
Well, no, because I'm saying that if it expands, there's no such thing as empty space. You're telling me elements don't change size.
No, the element doesn't change size. It's constantly pressing out and there's less pressure to press upon, so the balloon expands in size. I don't understand why that's so difficult.
I'm saying that, to me, the element itself, all elements, all their valence shells from every element is in contact with another one. And there is no such thing.
Prove it, dummy.
With the balloon experiment, because you're claiming that empty space manifests in
Dude, it's not an experiment. We've gone up. You seem to. I've cleared this up. We've spoken about
it. Straw manning, man. Nobody said that.
I'm telling you, empty space cannot manifest and account for additional volume. Period.
Who cares?
No, the expanding of the molecules pressing against the outside of the balloon, fighting against less pressure, is going to expand that balloon. Just like you're going to increase pressure with heat. There's no extra volume. The particles aren't growing in size.
I keep asking you about the inside, not the outside.
Don't you see the direct? Why don't you see the direct relationship between what's occurring on the inside to what's occurring on the outside when there's a pressure difference? This is how your ears work.
It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, and you know it because I'm talking about the inside of the balloon.
It's not irrelevant. You can't talk about inside the balloon and the balloon expanding in volume in a vacuum chamber without talking about the pressure on the outside of that vessel, the balloon.
Can't reason with these people. I'm saying that if the elements don't expand, which is what you're saying, but the balloon expands in volume, then objectively, you're saying that empty space is manifesting within the balloon to account for additional.
No, you're not. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
What the hell is it? There isn't matter.
Manifesting, it's already there.
Spoken like a true zealot.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
At the end of the day, Phil, like I said, we've gone around in circles with gas. No one's getting anywhere. This was to do with ether, and some claimed ether experiment.
It is because
I've told you twice now. Hold on. I've told you twice now. It's not an experiment to begin with. Yeah. I've also said that you've got no independent variable. You have no naturally occurring phenomenon. You got no independent variable. You got no dependent variable. You haven't done you have not done an experiment to begin with. Secondly,
a balloon in the gas chamber.
Observation. You've got an observation that agrees with your beliefs. From what you believe and what you've heard,
yell over him, man.
You have a belief. You've done an observation. You've done some research. You believe the research to be true. So therefore, you jump to the conclusion that it's ether. Yeah, there's no experiment.
Validated. If that's a belief, okay, but you believe empty space manifests and accounts for additional volume.
It's not about empty space.
It's a straw man, bro. Are you telling me, right? Okay, I'm sitting in a chair, right, and I'm looking at a screen door, and then on the other side of the screen door is outside, right? There's space, but within this room, right, without the screen door, right. Okay, are you saying that the space outside that screen door is not available to me? That I can't go to it?
I'm saying that all the space outside your screen door is simply a compressed atmosphere.
It's not there. It hasn't manifested yet, has it? It hasn't manifested yet, has it?
Well, I'm saying that by definition, if something is compressed, if we have pressurized atmosphere, by definition, it is being compressed.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking
about. But not to the point where the particles are all joined together and touching. Gas particles are having elastic collisions with themselves and pressing out upon the walls of their container.
And where's your empirical validation for that?
Dude, you guys screwed this one up. He's just talking in circles now. It's been hours with him.
You guys were claiming that empty space.
Well, this is why I keep trying to go back to the original claim of ether and the experiment. at the end of the day, this is not an experiment. It doesn't prove ether. So if you got something
it's absolutely an experiment. Anybody can do it
it's not.
themselves and independently
What was your
verify it.
naturally observed phenomenon to begin with?
I don't believe that when the balloon increases in volume, that empty space.
What was your naturally observed phenomenon to begin
Not a
with?
balloon. Not a balloon. Natural.
Something in a vacuum.
No, something in nature, bro.
No, it doesn't need to be nature. Science
Yes,
is
it
about
does, bro.
Science is about repeatability and controlling the variables. If you ignore the fact
How
that
are you?
controlling the variables,
How are
then
you physically
clearly have
viewing
no idea.
and manipulating ether?
Right,
How
I
are
can
you?
manipulate the variables within the vacuum chamber. I can reproduce it and do it a million
No,
times.
you're not. You're not. You're changing the pressure. That has nothing to do with
I'm
ether.
changing the pressure. I'm saying I change the pressure, but I'm saying it expands because everything's under constraint. And when you release the pressure,
And I'm saying that this is not an experiment and doesn't prove ether. Do you have something else?
No, this is absolutely the experiment that proves it. You are just so
Again, so
dogmatic.
what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
You want to claim that you're not saying empty space accounts for additional volume, but
What
you're not
is the naturally observed phenomenon, Bill?
What accounts for additional volume, dude?
What is the naturally observed phenomenon in nature that you're trying to explain a cause and effect relationship?
If the balloon becomes a bigger cup, what the hell is making
What
it
is
become
the
a bigger
naturally observed phenomenon?
You idiot! The gas! Are you fucking stupid? Oh my god, this guy is brain dead.
You're telling me that a balloon expanding is not additional volume? You're saying
You guys didn't tell him that gas expands in all directions. You guys never told him that yet.
Well, we did. He
No.
agrees with that. He's an idiot.
You don't
Oh
get it.
man,
Are you guys are you flat earthers or globos? I don't even know who I'm talking to here.
well you're the glober and I'm the flat earther apparently.
I'm the glober.
No, we're just talking to someone who's an. What I call you, my friend, is an esoteric flat earther, and we spend our time correcting esoteric flat earthers like here because you make real flat earthers look like fuckwits like you.
Really. So you are going to say that?
Yeah, really.
Yes,
You
we
guys-
are. Yeah.
And you don't
Yeah,
expect
you guys,
you don't expect
you esoteric flat earthers,
globos? Like you're saying,
you esoteric flat earthers.
additional
Oh,
volume.
here
That's
we go.
retarded.
You esoteric flat earthers are giving flat earth a bad name, yeah? It's you peanuts that everyone's
you
making
have
fun
no
of.
explanation for anything, and anytime you try to use empirical data, you guys flip on it.
It's not. You don't have anything. You don't have anything beyond your imagination about the empty space between gas molecules.
Empty space between gas molecules. Is that expanding when the balloon expands?
No, this is you. This is your story, bro.
No, I'm saying empty space doesn't exist. I'm saying that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Okay. And get to the ether part.
Well, okay. I'm saying inside the balloon. I'm saying inside the balloon. By definition, if everything is pressurized and compressed, that everything, like taking like 100 balloons and shoving them into a box and compressing it down, they're all in contact with each other. I'm saying that's what the elements do. And when you push them down and compress them so much, they start contracting. So
Prove it. I want you to prove that. I want you to prove expanding valence shells.
Why don't you prove to me that empty space can manifest and account for additional volume?
I didn't make any claims about it.
I'm just going to point to the same observation that I'm using to prove my point, and it's irrelevant.
What do you mean by manifest?
I'm saying that
No, we're not going to try and prove you're negative, yeah? You've just told us what you believe. You've told us what your experiment is. You've been asked for clarification, and then you try to reverse it.
You believe empty space manifests. You can't dodge that. You're saying the balloon gains
You
volume, but
believe that gas particles are all compressed together, touching each other, and are growing in size. Prove it.
By definition, they're compressed. What does the definition?
What space? What space is the balloon in? What space?
Pressurized atmosphere.
What space is available to the balloon? What space is available to the balloon?
Do you think empty space is around atoms causing pressure on
What
them?
space is available to the balloon?
What are you talking? I'm saying that elements exist in a pressurized atmosphere. By definition,
Is there space available for the balloon to expand within?
I'm saying that within the balloon, before you
Is there space available for the balloon to expand within? It's a question.
This is how I would explain. I'd say no, and this is how I would explain.
No, you're an idiot, bro.
See,
Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
So I did the thing where I answered the question.
I'm not interested, bro.
It's Witsit Jr. Witsit Jr. Witsit Jr. Slow down. You shouldn't come in here, Witsit Jr.
I tried to come in here and explain my thing. I told you the answer first. I didn't try
it's you and it's Witsit Jr. That's what you are.
Witsit Jr. What's wrong with Witsit? What's wrong with Witsit? Seriously,
You guys like to make up shit about the sky that you can't prove.
What are you talking about? You can't prove shit either. What the hell are you talking about?
Earth is flat and stationary. Debunk me.
No, I agree with you. I'm just telling you how the ether works.
Yes. So you can't do any. No, you're not. You're not telling me how your imagination works in here.
I'm a flat earther, and I'm telling you, when I see a balloon expand in volume, I don't imagine that empty space is accounting for that additional volume. That's retarded to me. I don't know how else to put it.
Just to catch you up, dude. Let me catch you up. All right. So what he's talking about is that there's a balloon that's half inflated, and it's inside a vacuum chamber at atmospheric pressure. When you remove the air in the vacuum chamber and create the vacuum, the balloon then expands. Now, the reason that I've given for this is that there's less pressure on the outside, there's more available space for the balloon to expand into, and that these particles are always in random motion pressing against the outside. When there's less pressure,
what is making
the particles inside are pressing the balloon outwards, yeah? Now, the argument from him is that the particles are growing in size because they're all touching, and now this somehow proves ether.
If you can't empirically explain why they are pushing, then it's irrelevant.
He already said there's less pressure on the outside than the inside.
That's the same thing I would say for my argument. Like, that's irrelevant. I would say the same thing.
Now your argument's irrelevant, Phil.
What are you talking about?
He doesn't think there's an outside.
I have the same observation, and I'm saying this is causing what I'm claiming. And you're saying, no. The same observation you're claiming is you proves my thing. Like, it's ridiculous. It's like the Aristotle.
Is there an outside of the balloon? Is there an outside of the balloon? Is there an outside of the balloon?
I'm saying that inside the balloon. I'm worried about inside.
I'm asking you a question. Is there an outside the balloon?
Yes, and it validates my claim.
Is that space that's available for the balloon to expand within?
No.
I can't believe I'm hearing this shit. Mate,
elements outside the balloon, and you remove elements from that container, meaning that a push and a pull. If you take something out, something must fill the space, because there is no such thing.
If there was no space for the balloon to expand within, then it wouldn't be able to expand, you idiots.
You guys are.
I can't believe what I'm hearing from you.
Like Aristophanes, there's two ways. You guys are looking at this and being like, it has to be round. Like, there's no other way you can explain this. It has to be round. This is the argument you guys are giving me right now. Clearly, Aristophanes' observation.
No, that is the argument that you're giving, yeah?
No, I'm saying my argument is that pressure outside the balloon is released. There's less pressure outside the balloon, and that causes the constrained elements to expand. And I have the same reason why they expand as you're giving me for nonsense, basically stating that empty space is manifesting inside the balloon because pressure outside is released.
Dad, stop strawmanning us.
I'm not strawmanning you. You have to admit that if no matter enters the balloon and the balloon gains volume, that you are saying nothing is accounting for it.
It's already available for that to happen within, you idiots.
It's objective, you dummy.
Shut up. I don't want to hear you anymore. Can we just mute him? He's a fucking moron. Excuse my language. I know it's the English.
I've given him the explanation. I've given the explanation, and I'll give it one more time. There's already particles pressing upon the balloon from the inside.
There's nothing pressing upon them
from the inside out. So those particles can press out further when there's less volume around the balloon. You don't want to understand the relationship between the inside pressure and the outside pressure.
You can't have your cake with it. You can't say that they're compressed, but then also say that space exists around them.
Regardless, this whole argument again goes back to ether that you don't have an experiment for and that you haven't yet proven. You have just made a statement based on your beliefs from something that you've listened to from somebody else, namely Whitsitt. This shit's crazy, dude.
A big ether soup of lights in the sky that swirl around and they all just stay the same distance. Everything's groovy.
Let's just mute the guy providing entertainment so we can sit in silence. You guys never
Didn't
change.
do anything but hot air. He didn't provide any evidence of any claims. He didn't substantiate anything. As far as I know, he didn't post any links. I could be wrong. I'm playing video games. Did he provide anything other than hot air, guys? Is there any links that I missed? I guess I can look.
No, he didn't. You didn't miss anything. There was no substance there.
I mean, he didn't say Whitsitt?
We gave the guy, what, an hour to speak?
He's trying to claim something that occurs naturally in our vestibular system. And when your ears pop and pressurize, etc., when you're going up at height, yeah? So according to you, or according to this guy, that's the ether as well, yeah? My ears pop.
Yeah, your ears pop, so therefore ether. I mean, there's a correlation, causation, conflation there. So that's a logical fallacy. It's a false cause fallacy. Now, if he would have manipulated the ether and people's ears popped, that would be something, right?
Yeah. He doesn't understand what an experiment is.
And again, whatever that is, because did he even define what he's been talking about for an hour?
He keeps trying to say that we'd have to be claiming that empty space is manifesting itself within the balloon. I mean, I just don't. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for getting loud and shouting and that.
Okay, it was frustrating to listen to.
I mean, you're already dealing, like, he's talking about a vacuum chamber, so you're already dealing with a fixed volume to begin with, within which all of this is going to take place. The volume is fixed and set, right, for your demonstration. And then the balloon can only do so much within that volume, right? There being also a separate volume within the balloon, right? So you can say that's a separate system to the system which surrounds it. There's two systems happening, right? The one inside the balloon and the one that the balloon is within, that you've sectioned off from yet another system. You know, I mean, and that's even more space. Like, where does he get this idea that space has to manifest or be removed or something? Like, it's just insane.
Well, by evacuating the gas chamber, you've just created more available volume. Somehow he's twisting that into a manifestation of space.
Sorry, you explained it much better than I did, T-Dub.
I don't think so. No, I know. I don't know, man. Like old dude said, we probably should just move on.
Well, Phil, I would say we're happy to move on. Let's just move on. Have you got something else you'd like to discuss? Happy to bring you off mute.
I'd say that you guys gave him plenty of time to make his case for quote unquote the ether, and the guy just blew hot air and talked over everybody.
Well, at the end of the day, really, what he's saying is that you have no evidence that these gas particles actually have space between them and are having some type of elastic collision. He's saying that that's no different to making the statement that he's making, that all these particles are under pressure, therefore all joined together. Therefore, when the balloon expands, it's because the particles are growing in size. He's saying that it's not something that he can test, but we also can't prove or test that these gas particles are having a random motion elastic collision.
Cool story, bro.
believe
Got
that
any
was the
evidence?
outcome. Sorry?
Cool story, bro. Do you have any evidence? I mean, that's where I'm at with it. He didn't provide anything.
No, because what he's doing is a burden reversal and saying, well, I'm saying this, so you must be saying this, so now prove what you're saying.
Andy's doing the question proofs. Yeah, I guess I learned my lesson on question proofs, right? No such thing as question proofs. Question proofsies. Anyway, I thought he could have done better.
I didn't think that my first discussion back after 3 months of being away would be with a flat earther.
Welcome back, bro. Did you collect $200? Did you go on vacation?
No, went to jail and collected $200. Isn't that how it works? I know you got to pass go to get $200. You get screwed in jail. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no $200 deal. Hope you had fun.
I've been in jail. I've been working 14, 15 hours a day, so I may as well be in jail. At least I'd be comfortable with a free meal and not working.
So you've been gone for 3 months, come back, and this guy's in here with nothing but hot air. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Larry, do you want to talk to Phil? Like, I didn't mute Phil. Like I did request he be muted, but I mean, I don't have to engage anymore. Like, I've got that choice. So, like, he doesn't necessarily have to stay muted on my account, right? So,
I don't
if you
mind
want to
talking
talk
to anyone, but he's just going to blow more hot air, or is he going to provide, like, links or papers or something, experiments, something other than theoretical non-science?
Well, you're more chill than me. You're a bit more patience, I think. So
you started out pretty patient, bro.
Thanks. Anyway,
to be fair.
All
right. So what's your name, Phil? Do I got an unmuted participant? I can't hear anything.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Phil, if you're talking, but it says that you're not muted. Yeah, we can't hear you. See you unmuting, but nothing's coming through. And you're not lighting up.
Can people hear me yet?
There we go.
All right. Well, my whole point was, I know it got heated or whatever, but my perspective of it is I look at it like the Eratosthenes claim over the observation. Clearly, his observation could be interpreted two different ways. And there's objectively, it can be interpreted two different ways, but obviously the Earth is flat, and the flat way was correct. But regardless, it could be interpreted two different ways. And I feel like I got ganged up on, and nobody acknowledged that what I'm saying is a separate way to observe the phenomenon we see.
And what's the phenomenon that we see? That's a good place to start. What do we see?
The balloon expanding. That's what I'm talking about. It's just like the Eratosthenes thing. You see the balloon expand. Like, how do you explain its expansion? You guys say that the pressure outside is reduced, which I claim the same thing with my model. I'm not saying that the pressure outside doesn't reduce, but I'm saying because the pressure outside reduces, that the elements inside the balloon are in constant constraint, and that release of pressure lets them expand. And honestly, what I'm saying could produce the same exact results we see. And I'm not saying what you're saying. You're claiming what you think is happening is producing the results that you see. And I get it, but the fact that nobody even wants to, we're all flat earthers, and obviously if the Earth is flat, we have to find the ether. It's a thing. And I'm just giving oh, well, how about this? What is it? But that's what I was saying is I'm saying that there's no such thing as empty space, and when the balloon expands, that what you're seeing is inside the balloon, all the elements inside there's no such thing as empty space. They're all in constant contact. And if the outside of an element is a valence shell, which is able to exchange electrons, and all of those outside layers are in contact with each other, it creates a lattice that expands infinitely because there's no such thing as empty space. Every element is touching together. And it literally creates... Well, what I mean is there's no empty space. So if we're in the atmosphere, if we're in
there infinity?
Well, if we're in we're in a pressurized atmosphere. We're in a container. So if we're in a container, inside that container, everything is so compressed, it's shoved up against each other, and there's no empty space inside of it. And I'm just saying that because there's no empty space, every element's lattice their valence shell creates a lattice because it's in contact with some other physical element, and there's no such thing as empty space. And this allows electrons to flow freely within our atmosphere. And it literally would work like wave propagation. And I'm just saying, when the balloon expands, you're just taking these elements that are under constriction, like they're all pressurized up against each other. Just like anything that condenses, gas condenses, obviously, and if it's condensed and pressurized, if we release that pressure from outside of it, it's going to want to like go back to its natural state, which is an expansion. And so what I'm saying is what we witness when the balloon expands. I'm saying that it's not that like there's more empty space between the elements that are bouncing around. I'm saying that the elements themselves are expanding, and that accounts for the volume. Well, I'm just saying you can't prove yours either. It's like the Aristophanes.
Claim.
Well, the
You're the one who made the claim. Hold on, brother. I didn't make a claim. You're the one that made a claim. Prove it.
Well, I'm making a claim, and I'm saying that if the balloon expands in volume, like you got to understand, follow me. If the balloon expands in volume, it means that there is more space inside the balloon. And if there's more space inside the balloon, but the elements inside the balloon didn't increase in volume, it means that there's more empty space inside the balloon. Yeah. So when the balloon increases
Sorry.
This is just logic I'm following. If the balloon expands and the elements don't expand, then objectively there has to be some kind of manifestation of something that accounts for an addition in volume.
Could it be the molecules that you put in the balloon? Because I seem to remember pressing a lot of air into that balloon, and that's why it expanded. Not that I manipulated the ether and the atoms expanded, like you're saying. So could it be that I pressed air into the balloon?
Well, it's how you define air. If you define air as elements floating around with empty space around them, like what is the air? Is it the elements or is it the empty space around them?
I didn't put any empty space in there that I know of. I only put air. Because I can't... hold on. I can't have empty space. Because every time you try to create empty space, nature abhors a vacuum. So it fills that space. So I don't know what you mean. Hold on. I don't know what you mean by empty space or vacuum or what you're talking about. I don't even know what ether is. I just know that I press air into the balloon, it expands, and you're saying ipso facto ether.
So I'm just saying that, like the ether, I'm saying that in classical physics, like people like Tesla and stuff like that, they're like, oh, the ether must exist. Like he said, that's his whole understanding of all the 300 practical inventions he made. He said it was due to his understanding of the ether. So, like, to me, like, the guy that produced the infrastructure that we live with, I'm going to take him a little serious. And I'm like, okay, so the ether is something. And so I'm not saying that, like, the ether is this invisible, separate element or matter or something that exists alongside everything. I'm saying that the ether was misunderstood and that the ether itself is part of the elements. Meaning that if everything is compressed and there's no such thing as empty space, and by definition, if it's compressed, if you release the pressure from around it, it should expand. And so there's no empty space. So it means all the valence shells of all these elements are in constant contact with each other. If that's the case, it creates the environment for exactly what Nikola Tesla was talking about. Like atoms, electrons, they can flow through everything. Because he said they don't flow through empty space. He said they need to be inside a medium. And what I'm saying is this is a medium. It's not like a separate medium. The medium is literally part of the elements.
Hey, if that's the case, prove it.
That's what I kept telling him. That's what I kept telling him before, and he won't prove anything. He just talks about it. He keeps calling them elements. He keeps calling it elements too.
Well, my point is that you're making a claim that what I'm saying, when I say there's no such thing as empty space and everything's compressed against each other, you're saying that that's not the case, but you have provided no empirical evidence to prove that claim whatsoever.
When did I say that? What I said was I'll press air into the balloon. It expands. I assumed it's the molecules. You assume that it's ether.
Well, I'm just saying that you're claiming. Well, let's get this straight, because I'm still not quite sure. Let me stillman you here. Are you saying that empty space exists between these elements?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by empty space, but if you're meaning what I think you mean, then yeah, the empty space was already there, but I didn't press the empty space. I pressed the molecules into the balloon.
Well, I mean, like empty space is like space that exists absent of any tangible element.
Okay, it's a concept, but yeah, empty space. Sure,
Okay,
it's a hold on. It's a concept, and what I mean by that is like I can conceptualize empty space, but I can't make empty space. So this concept is, hold on, bro, hold on. Relax, bro. Why are you talking over me? I listened to everything that you had to say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just, mic discipline, please. Okay, so this concept of empty space is just a concept, because everywhere I look, space is not empty. It's full of all kinds of shit. Pardon my French in the English room. But what I'm trying to say is there's no reality to what you're claiming as far as I could tell, because empty space being a concept, I know what space is, and space is usually taken up by stuff, like a house. Like, there's an empty house, right? That's not a concept, that's a real thing. But empty space, like that's an ideal situation in an ideal world that you've conceptualized. Show me what you mean by empty space.
Well, what I'm saying is the empty house isn't empty. It's full of atmosphere, which is just chock full of elements like oxygen and nitrogen and all these different elements. There's no such thing as empty space or an empty house. It always is occupied by elements. Everything is. I'm saying that, like, you're saying it's a concept. Like, you're giving me, or pardon my friend, you're giving me shit for saying, oh, you can't prove your claim. But my whole point is this goes back to, like, the Aristophanes. Like, there are definitely different conclusions you can come to with an observation. And what I'm saying is you're giving me shit with my conclusion with the observation I see. And you're doing that just like the globos would do with Aristophanes. You're just saying that your observation is right, but you're not proving it. You're not proving to me that empty space exists between elements.
Is it my turn? Yeah, I'm not giving you shit. I'm giving you the floor. And I'm saying, show me what you're talking about. And you're like, oh, you're giving me shit, guy. Why are you giving me shit? And in reality, I'm giving you a platform. So show me this empty space concept that you have, because any type of space that I've ever seen was full of stuff. So I've seen empty houses. That's not a strange concept. Never seen empty space. Even if you suck all the stuff out of the space, it's still going to be full of stuff.
That's literally my whole argument, is that empty space doesn't exist.
And what do you mean when you say empty space?
I'm saying that, like, when I brought up the balloon, I'm saying that the balloon itself, it's sealed off. It doesn't have, matter can't enter, matter's not exiting. And so, like, if the matter's in there, and there's only so much matter in there, and then you create a condition which causes the balloon to expand in volume, like, objectively, you have to account for the additional volume. And so if you're going to say that the elements themselves are not malleable, then, by logic, you have to explain it with nothing. You have to say, well, the elements are just bouncing further away, which creates more empty space in between them. And you're basically, no matter how you put it, you either accept that the elements themselves are malleable or they're not malleable, and empty space is accounting for the additional volume.
I think that's a false dichotomy or trichotomy or whatever you said just now, because the truth is I don't know what's going on, right? Like, when I saw the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, they got that different perspective that no man or woman or child has ever had before. And you're talking about shrinking the kids that were already shrunk down to another size, and you're making claims about the itty bitty tiny whiny that I can't confirm. So as far as I could tell, this is, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Can you hear me talking? Yeah. As far as I could tell, this is all philosophical. Like, how many angels can dance on the head of a needle? Can you provide me any scientific information, papers, experiments, variables? Can you show me how to manipulate the ether so that I too may be an ether believer?
See, to me, that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the observation of the balloon, and I'm saying there's either one of two conclusions. Either the balloon expands and the elements inside don't expand, which there's only one explanation for the additional volume, which is it has to be nothing that accounts for it, or the elements themselves are malleable. Those are the only two conclusions I could possibly see for why a balloon would expand.
I mean, maybe there's another option.
Well, what's the other option? Because the two options that I see are either it expands and more empty space is available inside the
microphone's getting weird.
Sorry about that.
Maybe he's reconnecting. I want to hear what he's got to say, but he's got to provide some sort of cowbell, as they say. Shout out to QE. Substantiate your argument. Provide.
Well, my argument is the observation. And like I said, the best way I could logically describe this is I keep going the Eratosthenes thing. Like, obviously, an observation doesn't prove anything. You can come up with multiple conclusions to explain an observation. But the problem I'm running into is I'm observing the balloon gain volume. And so in my mind, I have to come up with what is the cause, what is causing the gain in volume. And when you say, well, elements inside are bouncing off the walls more, and I'm not trying to like straw man you or anything. I'm not saying that that's the problem, right? I'm just saying I'm just imagining that because the balloon's expanding and the elements don't expand, but objectively it means that there's more empty space in the balloon.
But I didn't push space into the balloon. I pushed matter into the balloon with pressure. I pressed it in. Hold on. I pressed it in, right? So when I pressed more matter, the more matter caused more pressure, which pressed the balloon out. And you keep making baseless assertion of causation of of empty space. And I don't see the logical leap. You did a logical leap there. Can you connect it for me? Please continue.
Well, what I'm saying is, do you agree with me that we observe the balloon expanding in volume?
Start over. Your mic screwed up. You're normally a little bit. You know what I mean? I want to hear what you got to say.
Well, let's get a basis here. Something. Do you agree with me that the balloon expands in volume? Oh my God! I'm sorry if my mic keeps fucking.
Your mic is kind of weird. Can you take off your headphones or something?
I don't even have headphones. Disconnected. It was just a bad cord. I had to jiggle it. My bad. But no, my question is like, would you agree that the balloon expands? And can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you might be a little bit too close to you.
Yeah. Let me.
We've completely lost you now.
Honestly, dude, you sound like you just heard about the ether last night. That's my opinion. Why would I lie?
Anybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I had to refresh the thing. No, the ether thing, it wasn't a last night thing. This has been something for years because it just blows my mind that I can see a balloon expand. When I'm talking about the balloon, the whole special property about the balloon is it's a contained environment, meaning that like you can't let matter in and you can't let matter out. So if the balloon expands in volume and no matter comes in and no matter comes out, what accounts for the additional volume?
I've never seen that without heat.
Yeah, heat's irrelevant. It's its own variable.
Heat's irrelevant to the expansion of the balloon. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, just wondering if is this still in the example of a chamber, right? And then the balloon in the chamber, and then you evacuate the air or whatever you can of it from that's surrounding the balloon within the chamber. So you essentially cause a vacuum. Is this still that example?
This goes back to the Eratosthenes thing. Like you're explaining that I see shadows that look like this, and I'm saying, yeah, but your conclusion isn't the only conclusion.
I just asked if that was still the example we were talking about, or is there another example that you're talking about?
Yeah, my bad. No, we were talking about the balloon. I'm just saying that, like, what I observe with my hypothesis about what it is, like, it's no different than the Eratosthenes thing. What you're saying is an observation, and you're claiming that your conclusion is the only conclusion. What I'm saying is, like, when you say the outside pressure and you're trying to use those terms to explain your point of view, those are the same exact terms I'm using to explain my point of view.
Okay, but you just said, not even 2 minutes ago, the balloon is a closed system. And when the balloon expands, you're not adding any material into the balloon. How does that happen? And I said, well, if you add heat, it will expand the balloon. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm trying to stillman your argument because he's asking what you're talking about.
As soon as you go, I just thought I'm not
not speak and with being listened to, because the whole reason we mute people is because we want to hear what they have to say, and we can't hear what they have to say in the middle of us talking, right? So I don't want to mute you. Hold on, bro. Oh my goodness. Okay, so sir, if you continue to have the verbal diarrhea in the middle of me speaking, while I've been so kind to you and listen to what you had to say, the conversation is going to be over, and you can go back to the Australians. And I'm pretty sure they ain't got time for that. So, I'm going to go over what you said again without being interrupted this time. Because you have common courtesy. And you're not going to interrupt me. The closed system, that is the balloon, expands. You said, how does that happen? I said, well, it couldn't without heat. So, you're saying there's an expansion without heat, because you said it's irrelevant, and without putting something into the balloon, because it's a closed system, you can't put anything into it, but it's not an isolated system, which means that you could add heat. And according to the gas laws, if you add heat, it's going to make it expand. So there's many things that can cause expansion of the balloon. One is heat, one is more substance, right? And the other is a smaller volume. So those are the three things that cause pressure. I believe that you're claiming that there's a fourth thing that causes pressure, and it's empty space. Could you please make the connection for me, instead of me making, like questions of what else is causing it? Could you show me for a fact what's causing the expansion without heat, less volume, or more gas pressure? Thanks.
My bad. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. If I start talking over you, I will stop immediately and say my bad. I just thought you were done talking. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'll let you talk. But now we cleared that up. What I'm saying is that, like, you're saying that heat is required, but I can perform the experiment without heat. Like, I can literally put a balloon in a vacuum chamber and like release the pressure from outside the balloon, and I can literally not include any heat variable whatsoever and produce the observation we're talking about.
What's the observation that we're talking about? A balloon in a vacuum with no pressure, as low as you can get it. And what happens? The balloon expands?
Yeah, if you stick a balloon in a vacuum chamber and then you remove the matter from out around the balloon, outside the balloon, you remove that from the that the balloon expands in volume.
Well, yeah, because the pressure that was pressing the balloon down is no longer pressing it down, and the balloon's probably going to pop unless you got a really big balloon in a really small container. Probably pop anyway once it got too close to the pump. So what's causing it to do that phenomenon that you're talking about? Do you guys hear anything?
No, and there's requests for him to fix his mic in the side chat.
Oh, well, I mean, if he was saying anything, would it be any different? I'm just not rooting for you, bro. Sorry. Do some homework. Come back with some links. Go study the really small stuff and try to be skeptical about it, for fuck's sake. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Just show me I'm wrong. Show me how and why I'm wrong. Concept of empty space. Vacuums don't exist.
Well, I think, like it's not a scientific experiment in the sense that there's a natural observed phenomenon or an observed natural phenomenon. Sorry. But you could say, what's preventing the balloon from being able to expand any further? It's got air in it, right? It's in this vacuum chamber. It's in this chamber, like isolated chamber, which also has some air inside it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say the air surrounding it is preventing it from expanding any further, right? Increasing in volume.
Equilibrium.
Right. So let's remove the air that's surrounding the balloon within that chamber and see what happens.
Then the equilibrium is out of balance, and it's going to expand until it reaches equilibrium or the balloon pops.
Right. The chamber was allowing for that room for it to expand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But without the chamber, there is no partially evacuated, space, because there's no empty space. Even if you could suck all the baryonic matter out of a vacuum, it still wouldn't be empty space. So.
Right.
And you can't even do that.
We have these things called pressure gauges, right? And we can measure that the pressure's dropped after we've evacuated the air surrounding the balloon.
And the fact that he said that heat isn't involved, I think that's what he said. It's irrelevant. What did he say? He basically said temperature doesn't matter. Or then he said he'll keep it constant, so maybe he does recognize that it's part of the equation, right?
Right,
it's
because
part of the factors.
Such thing as no heat.
I could have swore Keely was going to come in here and start talking to me about the ether. Good times. Ether? What? We still don't know, do we? Either you have an experiment or you don't. either way, we're going to need to see some cause and effect relationship demonstrated before the audience, or it's just hot air. You're just waxing philosophically about balloons and empty space, which I don't know if you ever played with a balloon before. There's one thing missing from the balloon. What is it? Oh, empty space. And that's all I gotta say about that. You know, we gotta start asking these people questions. Don't trigger the fuck out of them in their programming, their Globe Earth programming. Damn, am I not supposed to be cussing? I'm sorry. I'll do better. So one of my favorite questions is, what are they skeptical about the standard model? And they got to define their terms. And another thing we got to ask them, what's the difference between philosophy and science? Because if we say pseudoscience and science, they're automatically assuming that we're calling their stuff pseudoscience. So instead of programming them be super defendant of their position, why aren't we programming them to be honest and look into the conversation, because they probably never heard that question before. But it means the same thing. It is doublespeak. But if we can circumvent their programming and talk to the person instead of Agent Smith or, you know, whoever, or not whoever, whatever that thing is that's called the lady in the red dress, if we could avoid those two and just talk to the person, or sorry, the man or woman behind the person, that'd be great, because I got a question for the Globers in here. Like, what's the difference between philosophy and science? Honest question. I know, pick me.
What would you say it is? What would you say the difference is?
Method. Right? It's all about methodology, right? Am I right? Come on. I'm right?
Yeah.
Because I could, wax on philosophically about why are boobs good, right? Make all kinds of observations on the internet. That's not science. That's being a pervert, right? But if I were to actually test out some cause and effect relationships by eliminating variables and using deductive reasoning, which is logical, and I stick to the method known as the scientific method, I could actually do some science with some viable hypotheses. Yeah? Without that method, I'm just being weird. So I've been telling the Globers lately that blind people can't be scientists. No observations, bruh. No observations. They can't be scientists. You can't be a scientist, Helen Keller. No observations. And then at what point, people that can see a little bit, right, but they're legally blind, Like, are they scientists according to the Globers who believe in quote unquote observational science, which is a qualifier? So they've changed the definition of science and made it observational science, which is, word magic, basically. That's what it is. So they're using these word games and double speaking and trying to be ambiguous, right, by saying observational science, trick everybody into thinking it is still actual methodology from the scientific method, which is a kind of dishonest tactic if you really think about it, because if I say a man, we all know what that is. But if I say a good man, well, that's a grammatical qualifier. And I've completely changed the definition because context is key. So a good man, well, what's that? Is that a guy who pays his child support? Or is it a guy who doesn't get a divorce? Or is it a guy who pays his taxes? Or one who doesn't, depending on where you're at? Right? So what's a good man is like, what's a man? Or good man and man is to science and observational science. They're four completely, totally different things. That pesky method just eliminates so many things from being science. Like math isn't science. And if they think that it is, ask them, does math prove things? And if they say yes, then ask them if science proves things. And if they say no, you got them. Be surprised how many people used to fall for that one. I think they've updated their think tanks. They don't fall for that one so much anymore.
Yeah, it's a great process. For gaining knowledge about why certain things occur. Because you're setting up the conditions within which you'll be operating, and keep all those things as close to the same as you can, right? And then somebody else will do that and try and repeat that, and then you've got only the possibility of only like one of two outcomes, either by you manipulating what you think is the cause of the effect will produce a change or produce the effect. You'll know that definitely has something to do with it. But if it doesn't, you'll know that within that setup, under those conditions that you've made, that environment, that doesn't cause a change, right? What you thought might have been responsible for the change isn't. But somebody might come along and just like change the conditions, change the environmental conditions, and say, now it does cause a change of some kind, right? That doesn't exclude the fact that under the specific conditions that were involved before, that it didn't, and that's repeatable. But Phil here was trying to say that it doesn't have to be a natural phenomenon that you're studying; it just can be anything. So, like, basically, you just apply your methodology where you're observing, you're testing, you're measuring, you're repeating. Yeah. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Larry?
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't listening. I'm very sorry for that.
No, it's not. Just saying that, like, Phil here was saying that, like, pretty much advocating that for, being able to use similar methodology, but outside of studying an observed natural phenomenon. And that it qualifies as being an experiment. I don't know if he said it qualifies as being a scientific experiment. But, I mean, if there's something that you're observing and it's occurring, and you haven't observed it in nature, right? It's occurring within a structured setup, like a balloon inside of a vacuum chamber. I mean, you can like try and apply a similar method. Like if there's something happening in there that you're wondering why it's happening, like you can like isolate and eliminate and add variables, can't you? To like
absolutely
try to figure out why something's happening within that environment.
Anything absent of that is just philosophy at best.
But could you consider it science? Like, because if you haven't observed what you're talking about in nature, and you've just like you've been messing around, you've got this vacuum chamber and a balloon, and then suddenly you're like observing something happening, you're like, why? Wonder why that's happening. So you like start messing around more. Like, could you consider that a scientific experiment?
Not natural science.
Right.
The whole nature thing. It's got to be a naturally observed phenomenon. So there was quite a few things wrong with his thinking, but what can we do, right?
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. Okay, like you got toads and frogs that expand their gullet, like, but they're not inside a vacuum chamber. I don't know.
Yeah, he was kind of missing some things there. I don't want to dog on him too hard. He's just kind of expanding whatever he's thinking about, ether or something. But there's got to be structure if you're going to call it science. If you're going to call it philosophy, well, I guess you can pretty much theorize about whatever you want to. Just don't call it science.
Right. Yeah, I'm still confused about where his ether part comes into it. I mean, because I guess he's saying if you're claiming that that gas is tiny little particles bouncing around, then what's in between them, right? Like, I get that. And he's trying to say that they couldn't, there'd have to be something. They couldn't just be nothing. Like, maybe, because let's see. I'm not really making a claim about that. Like, I'm saying that you've got a fixed volume, your container, like your vacuum, your chamber, that you've put your balloon in. So there's already a volume available for the balloon to either reduce or expand or contract, right? So. And obviously, what can you say about that when you blow air into a balloon? That it's forcing the expansion of the balloon. I mean, you keep blowing, you're obviously blowing substance into it, right? Like breathing it, it, right?
Yeah, you're blowing stuff into it, so that's the cause. And you're definitely not blowing empty space into it. But the process that you do does increase the volume. But you can't say the causation is ether. What? I don't. His argument was just weird. I mean, honestly, I prefer the argument, the first law of thermodynamics, nothing is created or destroyed. So when there's coils and an oscillating magnetic field, it causes something to happen that we might call charge or discharge or something to do with electrons flowing or whatever concepts you want to think about. But it's not created out of nothing. It's obviously transformed from something. So what is that something? Because it can't be nothing. It can't be empty space. And if it is empty space, then empty space doesn't mean empty space. So that's a much better argument. If he would have went there and said, hey, I just got a question. It's a philosophical question. What do you guys think about this? I think that speculating is fair game. But what does it mean to speculate? Can you do it honestly? Can you say, I don't know what it is? What do you think it is? I don't think it's coming from no thing, so it must be coming from something. Anyway, I think that's a little more honest, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, and he was also like saying that. So I think he, to steal Manny a bit, he was saying, so you're using a convention, right, that you're not necessarily observing, right? You're seeing effects of something that you're then conventionalizing and conceptualizing as being there being a reason for it in this manner. Like, so tiny little particles bouncing around really fast, right, everywhere, right, within what? Like within a volume, right? Yeah, okay. What's that volume? Like, then what's where the particles aren't, right? But he's saying that, yeah, you're thinking about it in a certain convention, right? Okay, and he's saying, all right, yeah, I'm thinking about it in a certain convention too. He's just saying that but I just don't understand completely yet. I guess I'd have to ask him more about what this idea that he has is, because I didn't get it. I guess it's just replacing the empty space with a substance, with this ether stuff. But then couldn't ether just be considered empty space? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
It is weird, and it's a brain teaser from hell, and it really makes you think. But I think if I were to do my best to try to define ether, I would define it as non-empty space, which is similar to evacuated, but not exactly the same thing. It's not exactly evacuated volumes.
Right.
But what the hell do I know? I'm just a pizza guy.
So you remove substance from an area, right? As much of it as you can, right? And apparently there's always some left.
Right.
Is the argument
that what's beside that?
Yeah,
sorry,
right.
Go ahead.
Right, you're right. Right.
What is left besides that stuff that we couldn't get out? I guess would be non-empty space. Sounds weird.
Right. Or are they saying that, how do you know that you didn't get rid of all of it? Maybe you did get rid of all the air, and that the reason why it's acting like there's still something there is because there's stuff that is there when you get rid of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Well, then why didn't the other stuff come out too? Why didn't the sulfur come out? Why isn't it being affected by this by things like vacuum pumps?
It's all philosophical and non-scientific, and think it's okay to ask questions, especially on Sundays. So, I don't believe in empty space.
Well, I've said in the past, I challenge anyone to show me an area of space. I don't know how else to say it. Where you don't find something, right? If you don't find matter or energy.
Seems like there always has to be something to occupy the space. To me. But what the hell do I know?
Yeah, see, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't. It does, volume is just it's an area. You've got your length and your width and your depth or height, right? You've got this area that you can isolate an area like with a chamber. You can isolate a certain area, and you can, based on its dimensions, you can calculate how much volume there is. Right? And I just see it as the balloon's expanding because there's that available volume for it to expand, right? Like, as to whether or not, and because we can test with gas, like we understand, the pressure differentials, and we mess around with gas in those situations. So we know that when there's we insert more or less, or take less, take gas out, reduce the amount of gas surrounding like another volume of gas, especially when it's got like an separate elastic volume, it'll expand and contract, right? Like, the gas inside behaves differently. Like, okay, so something happens to its containment, right? Like, so, but if without the volume available, it's not going to be able to you're not going to be able to see any effect taking place, right? So that's just all I'm talking about with space. Whether or not there's like something or nothing between particles, like I don't freaking know.
What if we just say that there is nothing in between the space? The consequences of that is the first law of thermodynamics violation, because the charge is whatever charge is the alternator. It can't be the empty space, and it can't be the particles. So it must be a violation of the first law. Or another is there must be something there in the space, the non-empty space, that allows for this process to have this effect. This applied science makes this happen. And the non-empty space supplies plenty of energy for the alternator, or Tesla's little generator, right? What's the third option? I don't think there's a third option. I think some people theorize about virtual particles or some shit, which I think is weird.
Well, what is energy?
Either negative or positive from neutral, or not neutral. What would the right word be?
Right. Well, but does it exist without matter?
Does energy exist without matter? We don't know, because we've never seen something with no matter. There's no empty space.
This is the thing, see, because like they'll say that it's, that they're studying matter and energy, right? So, like, what do you mean by that? What? There's matter and energy as independent things. Independent of each other, or they're dependent on each other, but there's a distinction between matter and energy.
They could be dependent, but we wouldn't know if that's true without empty space. So there's no way to really get to the bottom of it. And that's why it's not science, because we can't create a vacuum and study it. We can create a partial vacuum at best, but that's non-empty space. Whatever that is. Right? We're still at the whatever that is question, if we're being honest, right? So it started with ether, what's that? Non-empty space, what's that? That's our conclusion, right? Am I wrong? Does anybody got anything else to add?
Oh well, it's a shame we don't have Jarguin in the VC. He's asking some questions in the side chat, but that's okay. Sorry, Jagurian. Jagurian, like jaguar-like. Is that what?
Empty space is full of time. You done threw a wrench in it, bro. I don't know what's going on anymore.
But is that empty space full of time? Is that time bent?
Bendy time, that's crazy like bendy water, bro. Or lumpy gas in a vacuum. You're talking crazy, bro. Get some help. Crazy talk. Bendy time. Bendy water and lumpy gas in a vacuum. What the hell? 2025. You guys don't believe in curvature and the water's bending, right? You only see that on TV. You never see that in real life. There's no curvature of the water. There's no bendy water. And time, that concept, is not physical, so it can't bend like a piece of steel. So that's a weird concept, bending time. And then there's lumpy gas in a vacuum, like a gas giant. That's also weird because gas expands to fill the available volume. Anytime I've ever witnessed gas next to a partially less populated area of molecules, it's going to expand till it fills available space and reaches equilibrium. So I really don't know what this guy's talking about.
Well, because I've heard ether described as being like the it's like the universe's parchment upon which physical reality is etched, right? Well, that's just like having a blank piece of paper, you know? I mean, there's nothing there. There's nothing on the paper yet. It's just it's a paper. It's blank. Like if you're looking at specifically from, you know, like the piece of paper is something, right? But as far as there being a drawing on it, there isn't one yet, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing. If you're going to consider the drawing the something, right? Then I guess I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. You're right. It's philosophical.
So next question, how many angels can dance on the head of a needle or the head of a pin? I'm going to say not one or zero. And that's just as non-scientific as the entire past two conversations. They're equally non-scientific.
Yeah, it'd be like computer game characters, becoming intelligent and self-aware, and then trying to understand, like the computer that's generating the computer game world, right? Like, how could they possibly do that? How could they possibly understand the hardware components of what's generating their world, right?
Yeah.
Or at least help.
It leaves us
giving
with the same amount of questions. We're still just filled with questions. And that's the difference between philosophy and science. Maybe we should make the argument like that. We can't science the shit out of ether, but we can observe non-empty space. So this non-empty space is not observational science called ether, because that would be dumb. And correct me if I'm wrong. Can we observe non-empty space? I'm not talking about the baryonic matter in the vacuum. I'm talking about the energy, or whatever you call it. Some people call it virtual particles, quantum foam. Some people call it zero-point energy. Some people call it ether. Some people call it the not that. Some people call it empty space or non-empty space. All the names, and we really haven't really talked about anything scientific whatsoever.
Right, yeah, I don't even know that I don't know. I don't think I'm observing that. Right? I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Well, some people claim it. I've never seen any quantum foam myself. But people in the colleges, they talk about all sorts of weird things. Quantum foam, virtual particles.
String theory.
Yeah, 11 dimensions. Oh no. Sorry, I'm getting invaded. I got no army.
A frequency, a vibration, like. But what's vibrating? What's like? I don't know, man.
Nothing. Whatever that is. Yeah, hopefully nobody got triggered tonight. I didn't bring it up. If you're new here, you just got here. I didn't bring it up. Just like always, someone else brings it up. I end up talking about it.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
How's your day?
Better than I deserve.
Hmm?
How was yours? It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
How was yours?
Good, man.
Hi, welcome back, Ron. Thanks for coming back. You said you're a man of your word. I like that.
I guess we met yesterday night, I guess. Right? We spoke yesterday.
It's still in the same day for me, but for you, probably yesterday.
But it was also the same date. So, yeah, I didn't remember you were there. So, I was waiting for DJ and the other guy and you. Yeah, you can talk to me. No worries.
It's all right. I'm probably going to have to hop off in a minute, but there is other people here, and
Yeah, no
Larry
worries,
is
man.
super cool, man. And he's ready to take on any questions.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks a lot.
I'll probably be around on and off, just listening, and then I probably won't be
By the
listening.
way,
I'll be back again.
Just wanted to ask you, did you document your own experiment that you like? You must have verified that John Dee's experiment by yourself by going to water body, right?
Me, I have not done that. No, I have not made that.
If somebody has done that experiment himself, please share. Please document that and share it with me, so I can view that as well.
Yeah, sorry, pal. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't here, but you can ask any questions or make any claims if you like.
Oh, me? Are you talking to me?
Yes, man.
Yeah. Well, sorry, could you say that again?
If you have any questions or would like to make any claims, but I wasn't here the other day, so I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
No, I didn't had any claims. I just asked this person to send me the experiment that you people might have done yourselves to verify to negate the curvature of the Earth. I met Indio here a while ago. He told me that he has done an experiment on a beach. So if somebody else has done, so please do share and document those so I can check them. Thanks a lot.
Well, I didn't document it, but I did go to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I was right next to the USS Lexington. And from there, I could see Ingleside on the bay from 10 miles away while I was in the ocean. So I was in the ocean, the water was up to my armpits, and assuming 1 foot waves, which there's not very big waves in that part of the ocean, there should have been 66.6 feet of drop over distance. And I was looking at beach houses, not skyscrapers. So I don't know if I would call it an experiment. I'd call it an observation. And
I guess
that's what I saw.
if you were able to see the bottom of those buildings, then like 661 feet below those that height, then it would be a valid observation. Because as you have suggested that the curvature of the Earth changes after 11 miles, so we must not be able to see the bottom of those buildings if the Earth is a globe. Just like that windmill zoom that some person did, and he was able to see the bottom of those windmills. So I don't believe that windmill thing, that experiment. If someone else has done and documented it, please do share, because I would love to see that.
Well, my friend, you said it's not valid unless I could see the bottom. beach houses are only about 30, 40 feet high from the surface of the water. Because if you go to Ingleside on the bay and you do the little walk around on Google Earth where they'll put the little man on the map and you walk around, in their backyards, you could see that they have a dock in their backyard. And the problem with that is that there should have been no buildings whatsoever. I shouldn't even have known those buildings were there because I'm not from that area. So when I saw something, I was like, that looks like the furthest thing that I could see. Let me go check it out. And I went inside and looked on the map. And sure enough, there was beach houses there. They should have been 6, 7-story skyscrapers in order for them to be seen at all. So I disagree with your claim that it has to be completely observable or it's not real, because I shouldn't have been able to see it at all. I should have been completely ignorant till this day of Ingleside on the Bay if the Earth was a globe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh, okay, great, man. I have to go to the market right now. I might come back in the evening,
Come back.
maybe after 5 to 6 hours.
Sounds good.
And we'll have a good discussion. I do respect all the opposing arguments and all the opposing beliefs. So no worries, man. Even if we don't reach to a conclusion, we won't end up. We would end it up on a good note.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Just one question before you go, if you don't mind. It's a personal question. It sounds like you have a Punjabi accent. Is that right?
Yes, I am from Pakistan, actually.
All right. Peace to you, brother. I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Thanks, man. I'm not a Punjabi. I'm from Pakistan, but I am not a Punjabi. So Punjab is just, I guess, the province. So, yeah. Thanks a lot, man. I
Okay,
hope
sorry I didn't mean
you
to.
have a good day.
You too, bro.
Hello, Flat Earth. Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Where are you from?
Originally from Texas, but now I live in Colorado.
Wow, Colorado is a very amazing place. Congratulations.
Thank you. And where are you from?
I'm from Fiji.
Fiji. Oh, it's an island. Oh, very beautiful place. Oh, yeah. Paradise, some would
You
say,
should
right? You're from
definitely
Paradise?
come here. Yeah, I'm from Paradise.
Sounds awesome.
Um, yes. So welcome to this Flat Earth Discord, where we believe that the Earth is flat and not spherical. It makes sense, yeah?
Yeah, unless you turn on your TV. If you turn on your TV, then you see a model of the Earth as a globe. But when you're outside, you can see islands from really far away, right?
Uh-huh. That's why they're fooling us to believe the Earth is a globe. I mean, they must be gaining something out of it, right?
Yeah, whenever you lie to people, you trick them. Usually do it to gain something. Unless you're just really mischievous and you don't want
What
people
would
to know what the
what
truth
would they
is.
gain? I mean, can we just together think of it? I mean, like, see, times ago, people couldn't believe that someone from Colorado would be speaking to someone from Fiji, but it's possible
Right.
via your satellite communication, right?
Well, you could say that it's satellite communication, but 99% of the communications on Earth is done with underwater sea cables. They're fiber optic cables.
Of
If
course.
I may I interject quickly? Just so you know, if you haven't already clued into it, right? For the record, Alola was here earlier today. We had a big conversation, big troll, okay, going on right now. So just keep that in mind. All right, that's all.
Sorry, did you call it? Oh, what rubbish!
Yeah, you're trolling. Don't stop lying there. You don't hold the position that you acknowledge to hold right now, unless you do. And earlier was a troll, but you can't hold these two contradictory things at the same time. So pick your lane and please proceed.
Tiny K ups, listen to me very carefully. You are being judgmental at this point.
You can continue the conversation. I'm not here. Okay? Just wanted to point something out and I'll back out. Please
Okay,
continue.
bye. Have a good day. In the name of Lord, I pray for your well-being.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, for the record, I'm untrollable at this moment because I control my own emotions.
Listen, Larry. I am not trying to troll anyone. Trust me on this.
Yeah, I believe you.
Thank you. You are an amazing personality.
Thank you. But yeah, I judge every person on their actions, and because it's the first time we met, you got a clean slate with me. It doesn't matter how that guy feels about you. It's none of my business. So,
Thank you.
Back to the topic at hand. It could be that we have been lied to, and you would want me to speculate as to why we've been lied to, which is kind of hard to do, honestly. But I can do it. It's just not the topic. First, we need to establish if we've been lied to. So, if I saw Corpus Christi, if I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, next to the USS Lexington, that's something that you could search to see where I was, and I saw Ingleside on the Bay, which is exactly 10 miles away, then it would be really important to understand that there's no drop over distance. Because if we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, there would be approximately 66 feet of drop over distance. And we're talking about beach houses on Ingleside on the Bay. I should not have even known that they were there if the Earth was a globe.
You are correct. By the way, how old are you?
43, I think.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you have kids?
Why he is correct?
He's correct because whatever he said makes absolute sense.
And what he said?
Didn't you listen what he said? Why are you asking me?
I want to know if you listen. I listen.
I listened as well. I'm not fond of repeating words of.
Okay, what he said.
Can I just move on to the question?
How
Do you
he
have
can be
kids?
how he can be correct if you don't know what he said?
I listened to him very carefully. He was able to articulate himself so well that I was compelled to say that he's correct.
Okay, what he said.
He said about the circumference and the radius of the earth and the island nation, how it's a big lie fed to the humanity.
No, he didn't say that. He spoke something about feet and 66 feet, something.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah,
oh,
he said
yeah.
that.
Okay. And what's that 66 feet?
It's 66 feet, you're asking me?
Yeah.
All right. 66
You said that
feet.
he's correct.
Yeah, he's correct. 66 feet is like, length of anything. Feet are used for length, like kilometers, meters, and everything. But
Yeah,
kg is used for
in
mass.
his case, what he mentioned, what he mean by that 66 foot?
He meant that 66 feet is the optimum height for anyone to see that the earth is flat.
No, that's not true.
Okay, then you must have not listened to him very correctly. It's fine.
No, that's the drop over distance on the 10 miles, if you want to know.
Oh my goodness. I said that in a very different, complicated way, in scientific words.
There is nothing with scientific there. There is measurement only.
Right. Thank you so much for enlightening me.
Okay.
Yes. Any more questions you have?
Do you believe that Earth is a globe?
Of course not. I believe that Earth is a flat surface and we are having day and night. And
Why you believe that Earth is flat?
Cause it makes sense. Earth is flat and all other planets are spherical. Since Earth is so special, it was made in a rhombus shape.
So you believe in flat Earth? You don't know that Earth is flat?
No, I know that the Earth is flat. I claim it.
Okay, how do you know that Earth is flat?
Oh my goodness. Everybody knows this. Only stupid people believe that Earth is a globe or sphere.
Okay, why? Why you believe that Earth is flat?
Because when I see it's flat, it's not tilted or in a curvature. So of course.
Okay. There is no curvature.
Yeah, there's no curvature. And that makes me believe. Yeah.
Is there anyone else to talk to? This LARPing Alola is pretty annoying to listen to, be honest.
No, it's awesome. Circus for free.
That's very offensive.
Dishonesty and LARPing and that kind of thing's just going to get you banned permanently from the channel, Alola. So be genuine or kick rocks.
I don't know, but why you hate me, DJ? For no good reason.
Yeah, I don't like bullshit artists. And
so what do you
yesterday,
want me to do?
you were just using ChatGPT for all your arguments. That was also really pathetic.
No, I use ChatGPT for the facts and figures to be accurate and precise.
You were literally just reading all your responses of ChatGPT. Anyway, it was obvious to everyone, and you know you were doing it. So don't even lie to yourself, even though I know that's something that you're into.
Hi, good morning, DJ. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Did you have your breakfast?
No, honey, I'm on, it's my fast today.
Oh, wow. That's really
Yeah.
good for your health.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
By the way, DJ,
You
hi.
both are
Sorry
fucking
for
fruit
my
pops.
previous.
I'm gonna fucking throw up.
DJ, sorry for my previous behavior. What I have
I
done
swear to God,
yesterday.
shut up.
Sorry.
DJ, but on a serious note, why are you hating me for no reason?
Me too.
I told you I don't hate you, and it was that I gave you the reason. Because you're
But
pretending
DJ,
to be a
you
flat
in your
earther,
profile?
and I don't appreciate that.
Okay, fine. Okay, guys, I'm not a flat earther. I believe in that Earth is a sphere.
Because you saw it on TV, or because you saw the Earth as a globe when you went
No,
outside
I
with?
didn't see it on TV because I'm educated
Okay,
enough to
just say yes. Yes, we are following you, DJ. You are my role model.
So you need to be enough educated to know that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, just like how you need to be educated
Yeah.
to solve the questions of calculus.
What if I'm good educated in geometry?
You are educated in geometry, then answer me few questions of geometry,
Let me
okay?
answer him. Alola, let me answer him. If you are a
Go ahead.
very good person, you need to go and ask this to your chemistry teacher, physics teacher, not with us, honey.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about you, of course, because I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah, and am I talking about me or about geometry?
I am talking about you. You are talking about how much educated you are. If you are this much educated, you are not going to fight with anyone, whether Earth is flat or not. Why you cares, darling?
Yeah, I'm not fighting with anything. I want to only know. I only want to say something about geometry.
Okay, geometry. Okay, gift
Yeah.
me a geometry box.
Yeah. What is sea level?
Sea level.
You are
okay.
You are
Yeah.
asking
What
me
is sea
mean.
level?
Of course, honey,
It's
I will answer this. Every child know what is a sea level, like mean sea level. You know, if you're in
okay.
a city, like
Can you give me
Let me answer it, honey. Let me answer
yeah. I
it.
will listen. I will listen.
Seasonal
It's all
level
right.
could means.
Okay. What means sea
Yeah,
level?
let me
this
answer
Sea.
it
Do you know?
by one.
Okay. Do you know what is sea?
It is
Do you
the
know what
average
is sea?
height of the sea. When we say a mountain is 500 meter above the sea level, it means it is 500 meter higher than the ocean surface.
Okay, if your mountain is 2,000 miles away from the sea, is it still 500 meters above the sea?
Yes, sea level is the average height of the ocean surface when the water is calm.
So sea level is flat.
Scientists use this as a base.
Is it sea level flat?
No, of course it's not flat. Wait.
Can you define level?
I can define level.
What is level? Is level curved or flat?
By the way, logically, it looks flat. When you stand near the beach, the sea looks like a flat surface. Have you ever been to, beaches?
Yeah, I've been to the Scotland beach, to UK beach, to
Okay,
Italian
so
beach,
listen to me.
and the Croatian beach.
Level means
Yeah.
honey. Level means a position, height or stage of something. Height means the water level is rising. The sea level means the height of the sea. Stage
Okay,
or
does sea
rank
level mean
means I reach level 10 in the
level? Does sea level mean curved?
One thing to come back. I just can't let this woman give me the. Oh, okay. The earth is flat because every single to measure.
I'm not going to write it from scratch. I'm going to. Well, I want to see. I don't know.
Is it sea level curved?
Probably Pier 7. You can get an ideal candidate. Yeah, use the Pearson. Probably P07.
Yeah, I'm working on my house, so I'm kind of busy. I'm listening, but the Earth is flat because every tool you ever use to survey it or anything demands that it's flat.
Oh. Mohammed, did you find any measurements of Earth curvature yet? Or are you still a flat earther? Mohammed says he's up to it. Still looking for the curve, I think that means.
May I ask you guys a question?
Yes.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
So I used to believe the Earth was a globe until I went outside and I saw too far for the Earth that they tell us with a radius of 3,959 miles. So when you turn on your computer screen or your phone, or you open a magazine or a book, whatever media you look at, and they show you a model of the Earth, that's just a model. And the only reason that you believe that you live on a ball is because you believe that model represents reality. But when you turn off your phone and computer and your TV and you go outside with a magazine, book, or any kind of media, you never experience the Earth as a globe. Your firsthand primary knowledge, if you go outside, is the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit once every 24 hours. And you never experience curvature or rotation. So you believe that your house is moving right now. But I believe that your house is not moving. My house is not moving. And the only reason you believe this is because somebody told it to you.
And why do you think someone will lie that the Earth is round and not flat?
You're asking me to speculate as to why men would lie. I guess, mankind lies to get what they want. So for some reason or another, people want us to believe this. But don't you want to know if we're being lied to first? And then you can speculate about if someone is lying to you? Doesn't that make sense?
Why would anyone lie that the Earth is round and not flat?
Well, I can think of a few reasons, but it's not as important as me telling you how to figure out for yourself whether it's round or flat. Because if they did lie, hypothetically, right, and the people just accept the world that has been presented to them on live vision, or what we call TV, then you would probably want to know. That's a pretty big lie if it is indeed a lie. Wouldn't you want to know? And wouldn't you want to know how to know?
What will happen if one day it is proved that the Earth is actually round? How would you react?
Well, because I've already changed my mind, I am not a bigot. And any new information, you're supposed to adjust your belief system to that information. So if I found out tomorrow that the Earth was round, and I found out for sure, then my belief would change. But as of right now, I have no reason to question my primary senses and believe that the Earth is a globe, because I've already went outside and tested it for myself with observations. At 10 miles, I saw beach houses over water. And if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, there should be approximately 66.6 feet of curvature, or drop over distance. So I shouldn't even know that those beach houses existed, because I wasn't from that beach. And when I looked out and saw the furthest thing that I could see, I went back inside and looked on my phone and saw that it was 10 miles away, and I did the math, and I shouldn't have been able to see that. So I'm only left to draw one conclusion. There was no curvature. There was no drop over distance. So do you live near a large body of water?
I live near a river.
Did you say Uruguay?
I live near a river. River.
Okay, well, I don't know what that is, but does it have a large body of water?
River, river.
Oh, river. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. No, I meant like a large lake or a large bay or an ocean. Like miles or kilometers, like 15 kilometers or 10 kilometers across. Do you live next to a large body of water? Did I piss her off?
Also, why is there so many people in this VC, but all of them have their mic turned on? Like, why is there so much silence every time I come? None of you guys are talking to each other.
Because we respect you, the audience, and because we're talking about very deep conversations, we all have to have a good microphone discipline. So what do you think? Do you think you want to find out for yourself, or do you think you want to go throughout the rest of your life and not really question things, just not be skeptical. Do you know this word skeptical? I'm assuming English isn't your first language. I'm not trying to be rude.
You are the worst.
The worst. Not the worst. Funny.
Trying to hit on chicks in the flat earth realm?
Is that a baseless assertion?
It's okay, man. It came from an empty space.
Oh, you've been listening, huh? Is that the space between your ears, or what empty space are we talking about?
Just a disclaimer, I'm working on my house and my buddy's over here helping me, listening with me. That was him. It's not me or my account, but every now and then you're gonna hear that crazy guy chime in.
That's fine. I was a little bit rude. I apologize. It was hot and shit.
Who's got the road?
Yeah, that's it. It's a good way to get yourself put on mute, bro. All right, event started right now. Nobody has ever measured the globe is the name of the event, by the way.
Why can you have a perspective in art that goes down a city line, but all of a sudden, it's to the contrary, that when you look at the horizon, that it bends. Like, they can't concept the fact that light bends at that distance. I don't understand it.
What do you mean?
I'll give you the way to explain.
No, it seems like a simple concept to me, but it's just like, you create a perspective and then you're looking down a cityscape, because you create that perspective.
I think he's talking about vanishing points.
That vanishing point that happens and it creates the arc that people just don't understand. I'm like, how can you not understand that?
Yeah, I mean, in art or architecture, a horizon is just the straight line between vanishing points, and when we're looking out over a landscape, we have infinite vanishing points. Like, for example, looking out into the ocean, that line that we see is the extent of our vision due to the vanishing point. Yeah, exactly. And then it can vary due to the weather conditions.
Just a disclaimer, that is my buddy, and I'm a flat earther, hardcore. He knows the earth is flat, but he is newer to it to me. I've been in it for years, so he might come up with some weird questions and stuff like that. Don't mind him. But he understands that the earth is flat. He just has the weird questions like everybody else starting on that path.
Oh, good. Yeah, here's some diagrams to do with perspective.
So how long have you guys been flat earthers?
Some of us as long as 10 years. Some of us a little newer, more recent.
Right on, man. You know, like for me, I always loved science, and science has my backing. And so when it comes down to all this, and things need to make sense. So if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense to me. And all of this with flat Earth, and everything revolving around flat Earth, which sounds retarded to say, actually. You know, that makes more sense to me than the nonsense they tried to feed us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what we all experience. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, well, they tell us these things and there's no proof of it. Like 96% of the Earth is dark matter and dark energy. Sorry, 96% of the universe. And there's no way to verify that. But your senses tell you that you don't live on a spinning ball and your house is moving, right? Your senses tell you that we're perfectly still and motionless. So what secondary information that you saw on the TV or on the internet has convinced you that your house is moving? That's the question you got to ask yourself.
Exactly. Like, I've never felt like I was moving when I'm standing still, and that just, like, it's the most simplest thing that is unanswered by so many people around me, and it questions me why they are so unwilling to accept what is reality. And I'm like, okay, guys, you gotta, like, come to terms with this.
Yeah, and people that, don't question the globe, I would ask, why not? Why not question everything? And one of those things being the globe. And it's really important to question things. So what is it about the heliocentric model or the globe earth model or the lambda-CDM model? What about that makes you skeptical, right?
Yeah, you know what it is about the globos. I was calling globos, but what it is it's no different if you think about like an ancient like pagan society that would like demand you do things like sacrifice your child for the ideology. And the idea behind that is like if you sacrifice a lot for a particular ideology, the chances of you ever questioning that ideology is extremely low, because personally, if you come to terms with the fact that the ideology you believe in is false, then you have to go back and acknowledge that the sacrifices you made were for nothing. So when you get people that dedicate their entire life through like things like when they're kids watching Star Wars or Star Trek. They're so invested in it. And like the idea to them to accept that the earth is flat means that they wasted their whole life in their head. And it's just something that stops people from ever recognizing it.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. And I think it's like a natural function to, for the brain or to do whatever it can to try to protect these deeply ingrained belief systems. So a lot of people experience cog dis, but it's a fact that most people have no idea what flat earth means or what flat earthers are actually claiming. They have a completely warped perception of what flat earth is, being the propaganda out there showing a disk floating in space.
Right, a floating pancake, which is absolutely ridiculous. I always try to tell people that say that. I'm like, hey, can you put a bowl on your living room floor upside down?
Yeah, quite often, like almost everyone that comes in here thinks that that's what flat earth is, and then they're mocking it, they're ridiculing it, and if you can get through to them that that's not what we're claiming, and if they can compose themselves for long enough to actually hear the arguments and hear what we mean by flat earth and that kind of thing, then they stop the ridicule 99% of the time, I've found. But
legitimately, you're right. Yeah, it's all that.
A lot of people can't.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, a lot of people can't get past that, right? They won't let you explain it, right? They have so much cog dis, they'll just keep rejecting everything you're saying, and they won't listen to anything. They'll just keep, trying to ask you questions. And
yeah, it's funny because I have a vivid memory of like my journey is such a weird one becoming a flat earther, because like I'm like 38 years old, and I remember like a vivid memory of when I was 8 years old in elementary school. We had like a science fair. We had all these young college students in front of us on the stage performing like Bill Nye, Science Guy type experiments with, dry ice and all that stuff. And they had, you're going to kill me, Garrett. My buddy's pounding on the chimney. But yeah, they did the Bill Nye Science Guy thing. And I remember this young lady, she was trying to show me how gravity works. And the way he explained it to me as an 8-year-old, she literally put water in a bucket and she tied a rope to the bucket and started spinning it around. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I'm wondering how water sticks to a ball. And at 8 years old, I'm like, objectively, this is not explaining to me how water sticks to a ball. And I felt confused. I remember going back to class and I told the teacher that doesn't make sense. And all the other kids were making fun of me for not understanding.
it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, tons of people come in here and they say that that's what they were shown gravity is at their school. It's like part of the curriculum. It's almost like mockery or something like that. Or maybe the teacher, it's mockery of the teacher in a way. It's like, is the teacher that dumb that they can't realize that that's the opposite of what gravity would even be claimed to be? Spinning a bucket with water in the inside of the bucket. That's ridiculous.
What's funny is that always stuck with me, and as I got older, I would notice things like the crepuscular rays, and I would say to myself, I wasn't even looking into flat Earth. This is just me coming to these conclusions, looking at crepuscular rays and saying, dude, the sun looks like it's like right there. And it wasn't until like, it was crazy because when I started realizing like, oh, the Earth is flat, that's why I noticed all these things. I tried to look into it, and obviously at the time I was fresh to the internet, younger and stuff, when it was first a thing, and what I came across was the Flat Earth Society, which made me think the whole idea was absolutely absurd and ridiculous.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's also a lot of really bad flat Earth arguments getting around, especially on platforms like Facebook and TikTok and maybe Instagram as well, or everywhere really. And over time, I guess they'll be slowly weeded out. But at the moment, there's still a ton of really bad ones getting around. Like people will see the crepuscular rays and then they'll trace lines, up to where it looks like the source of the light's coming from, and then they'll say that that's where the sun is. Right? That's a terrible argument. Even though the sun does appear as an apparent light in the sky, and sometimes we can see what looks to be the sun appearing in our perspective, near the clouds, to suggest that the physical sun is actually right there is ridiculous. Because obviously we can go much higher than that.
Yeah, the logic of just looking at the moon and the sun and realizing that they look the same size just proves that they're just aberration on a surface, because otherwise
Did you cut out?
The Earth is a globe.
Because you saw it on
Yeah,
TV.
he ran away.
Was that like a drive-by baseless assertion?
Yeah.
So scared.
Yeah. Welcome, Ali. Rita.
Jesus is not real. God is not real.
That's a bold
You're in the
claim.
wrong
You want
channel.
to back that up?
What happened? I can't back that up. I mean, I can by just providing an argument.
Oh, a baseless assertion is going to back that up?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can back my negative claim up with like an argument. Yeah, that's what I just said.
So you're going to prove a negative.
Since nobody
but I
here
don't
is
think
talking
this-
about flat Earth, and I can just accept that the Earth is. If I just quickly accept the Earth is flat, and nobody here is like talking about the Earth being globe, then to spare time, or I guess not to spare time, to like waste a little bit of time until somebody joins and starts talking about the Earth being globe, we can debate real quick. Yeah.
Well, you're not going to do well in debating if you
Unless
don't
you don't want
understand
to.
that you can't prove a negative. No, it's not that I don't want to. It's that you can't prove a negative. Like, if I were to claim that empty space is full of fairy dust, right? Or, sorry, it's not full of fairy dust. How would I prove that empty space is not full of fairy dust?
Okay.
But you can't
I mean,
see it,
first
you
of
can't
all,
smell
I would just
it doesn't interact with light.
well, hold on. I would just say I would just say that in terms of making negative claims on why God doesn't exist, I can, if I'm talking about a specific notion of God, that I think wouldn't exist, I can certainly prove why that God doesn't exist. But I would agree that you can't really prove a negative or positive claim if you're just talking about like a necessary being existing. Yeah.
You can't prove a negative.
Wait, can you just kind of like reproduce my point?
Yeah, you're saying that you can back it up by talking about it, right? But proving a negative.
No, that wasn't my point.
Isn't that what you said? You can back it up by talking about it?
No, it wasn't my point. No. I said I would
Then why'd
agree
you
that you
say it?
cannot prove. I would agree that you cannot prove a negative claim or even a positive claim, depending on a specific notion of God. But if I'm going against the specific notion of God that I can prove, that I can disprove, then that would just be valid and sound.
I don't think so. But proving God, you're definitely in the wrong room. There's got to be like a atheist hotline or something somewhere.
I mean, doing a quick. Well, I mean, like nobody here is talking about the Earth being a globe, so we can, before somebody does that, to kind of
you
entertain
could
the
have been
people.
yapping about the Earth this whole time. You decided to talk about something non sequitur to the room, and you knew it. You even explained
Hold on,
that you
but-
was going to do it. So why don't you just talk about the Earth, bro?
Yeah, wait, hold on, real quick. It's not a non sequitur if nobody's talking about the
hold
Earth
on
being
real
flat or globe.
quick.
Why are
You're
you
either gonna
interrupting
talk
me? I let
about
you talk.
topic of
Why are
the
you being
room,
rude?
Or you're gonna fucking.
Well, hold on, but why are you being rude? Can we just agree to not interrupt each other real quick?
You want to talk about God or the lack thereof? Let me help you.
Did you boot him?
There. Yeah. Thanks. What's wrong with a simple? Yeah, I think the Earth's a globe, and then start the conversation that way. Why does it got to be about something that's gonna? I'm gonna walk into your house, unroll a cot in your kitchen while you're cooking, and say this is where I'm gonna sleep. I know it's not meant to be where I'm supposed to sleep, but I'm gonna sleep in your kitchen anyway. There's a bedroom right over there. Go sleep in the bedroom. Go sleep in the living room. There's spaces made for that conversation. And this is specifically not that conversation. A lot of toes are going to get stepped on. Avoid it. Yeah, I could prove a negative as long as it's this specific way. What's up, Jan? up, bud? You got any questions for the room? No? Welcome back. Any of you guests have any questions for the panel? Feel free to ask.
Adobe Photoshop.
The creator of all globes, not gravity.
Which came first, the Hubble telescope or public use Photoshop?
Not sure.
Nikki, you see any curvature out the window of that plane?
He's just staring at it. The Earth.
Thinking about it.
Yo,
What's up, G?
big fan, man.
So you think the Earth's a sphere?
I thought everyone here was just like donating to like avoid porn, but I guess not. I'm glad it's
No.
quiet here.
No, the topic is about the Earth. You got any opinions?
Yeah, I feel like people who think the Earth is flat are just race baiting because they want to be the first to go to outer space for free. You know.
Well, if flat earthers are rage baiters, then the Earth started it.
I'm joking. Um.
Right? Because
Yes.
every form of reference that a flat earther is going to use is say, go look at the Earth. Go outside, touch grass.
Yeah. Why not? Why not just fucking? You know. Why not just go out of space? It just if you're on an airplane, right? You can tell the Earth is around. Like, you can see the curvature of the Earth if you high enough in the air.
How far away would the
Have you- have
horizon
you-
be on a plane? Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay. So from 44,000 feet, the horizon is supposed to be at about 250 something miles. And from the altitude of an airplane at 44,000 feet above the surface of a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, you don't see curvature of the Earth. At 120,000 feet, you don't see curvature of the Earth. From 250 miles, which is the ISS, they see less than or about 3% of the Earth's surface, and their horizon is still flat. So, even according to the globe, the horizon looks flat. So you don't see curve from an airplane. So how would you be on an airplane looking out and then contemplating, hey, I'm looking at a sphere? What people have been doing is taking infrared camera lenses and getting onto planes, commercial airlines, and looking out the window and seeing 700 miles, which that should have been 250 miles. So
Why infrared?
because infrared light does not bend due to refraction like other wavelengths of light.
Are you saying the Earth? Are you actually saying the Earth is flat?
Yeah. You're either unable to see the geometric shape of the sphere because light bends perfectly equal to the curvature rate of the ground, or you're looking over a flat surface and you're able to see farther because infrared light doesn't bend. I can give you 3 examples. The same gentleman sees 700 miles flying over Texas and sees the peninsula of Mexico. He's flying somewhere between Florida and Tennessee. No, Florida and Louisiana. No. Excuse me. Tennessee and Louisiana sees the Mississippi River, the Hudson Bay, and he's gone. I'll get it anyway.
Should we have pictures of our home?
Pictures from where?
The flat Earth.
Pictures of the flat Earth. Yeah, anyone can just go outside or go on a plane or anything like that and take pictures of the Earth. That's been done. Like every single picture that exists of the Earth. That's verifiable.
That's cool.
Yeah. You could just go to a large body of water or anywhere, right? You'll see the flatness of the surface of the water. And then you can go ahead and measure it. And it's not going to be curving. If it were a globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate. And you can calculate how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance. When we test for it, it's not there.
$760 miles from Texas. Hudson Bay. And Mississippi River, Hudson Bay, and the Great Lakes all in view.
Yeah, it's flat. They keep wrapping it in a ball. I don't know why they keep putting the globe on it.
Why is the silence? Where is the debate?
Well, you showed up, and then like everything became quiet because we was like, "Oh shit, Joseph's here."
Yeah, that's crazy. Isn't there like a host or like the main character?
Yeah, well, the main character is the Earth, and we keep trying to talk about the Earth, but nobody wants to talk about the Earth. They just, flail and exit. So, because the last
Yeah,
guy
it's
was like,
funny
"Yeah, flat earthers are just hang on."
to listen to this kind of
The last
conversation
guy,
because probably
yeah,
low
well, the
IQ
last
people
guy
here
was
like
like, "Hey,
discussing
flat
this
earthers are
shit.
rage baiters," and I was like, "Well, if flat earthers are rage baiters, then the Earth started it." And he was like, "Well, why?" And I was like, "Because people see too far." And then I was like, "Well, here, I'll get you some videos of a guy seeing farther than he should be according to geometry." And I got him posted in chat, but he ran away before I can give him the videos. So, I mean, you can look at the videos. Because with the geometry
Yeah,
they're telling
bro,
me,
that's
from
really
an
insane.
airplane, yeah, from an airplane, the horizon should be like 250 miles away. At 44,000 feet, it should be like 250 miles away. And the guy in the video uses infrared light and sees 760 to 1,200 miles away.
Anybody think that Earth is flat? I got one message for you guys: get a life. Go file a job application. Get on your life,
I have a
bro.
job.
Just wrap it up.
I got 2 houses.
Do you think Earth is flat?
Yeah. I don't think it. I
Bro,
know it.
that's
It's a
cool,
measurement.
bro.
Do you think your shoe size, or do you know your shoe size?
Bro, you being delusional, bro. Go look up all the
Do you
evidence and
believe
all the scientists
or do you know
the
it?
paperwork and like the science paper,
Do you
bro. Go do
believe
your
how tall
research.
you are?
If you're really a
Do you
reasonable
believe your
person
hair
who has a
color?
high IQ,
Do you believe
you
your
would know
hair
that Earth is
size?
not
Do you
flat.
believe your shape? Because all of these things required a measurement or an observation at some point, and it's either true or false. Like if you said you had blonde hair but you didn't, then you didn't have blonde hair. If you said you use a small shirt but you're actually wearing large, then it's the case that you're not wearing a small shirt. You know how tall you are because you measured your height. You know what shoe size you need because you measured your feet.
Bro, you guys are
Yeah, you
wasting
said
people's time, bro. No, nothing. Like,
you
there's nothing
said
such as like flat Earth, bro. Wasting people's
you
time.
said you said scientific evidence for the shape of something. You know the difference between geometry, which is a math, and science, which is a method, right?
That's crazy. The entire shit here, like, is a waste of totally waste of
So
time.
no, you don't know the difference. Would you like to know, or do you want to remain ignorant?
Bro, I don't know. I don't even know what he's saying, bro.
Geometry is math. You said there's scientific evidence for the shape of something. It's a category error.
Okay.
So do you want to know the difference between math and science, or do you want to remain ignorant?
I don't need to know nothing because I know that Earth is not flat. That's a fact.
How do you know
If
that
you
without
want to
turning
be
on your TV?
ignorant and ignore all the scientific evidence, go ahead. Nobody going to say something to you.
Having
It's your
scientific
opinion,
evidence.
and I might not respect your opinion, but it's still your opinion.
Having scientific evidence for the
If you
shape
think
of
Earth
something.
is flat, so be it.
Okay, I'll try again. Having scientific evidence for the shape of something is like having scientific evidence for a grader. It's a category error. Faith and science don't mix. Math and science are different, right? Is math science?
Bro, do you
Are they the
know
same thing?
what a scientific evidence is?
Yeah, evidence derived from the scientific method. So how could the shape be the answer that comes out of a scientific method?
So the scientific methods like include all the science fields, like include geometry, include the measuring of all kinds of
geometry
like
is not a
scientific aspects. So they basically measured everything and used multiple fields of science, and many scientists like worked hard to conclude that Earth is not flat. And you people here on Discord keep on saying Earth is flat because
Okay,
you guys
Joseph,
have a rock like peanut looking brain.
Can
and
you
this is
science
really
a cube
pathetic.
for me?
Oh my god.
It's really crazy, like wasting people time here,
can't
like
answer a
ignoring
question,
science.
Science.
It's really insane. I
Can
bet
you
you guys
science
think
a
that the
cube
moon
for
landing
us?
is fake too.
Joseph, yeah, I know you like your voice. Can you science a cube for us, please?
I didn't brag about my IQ. I didn't say I'm
No,
smart.
no, I didn't say anything about IQ. Can you science a cube for us, please?
Come again. Can I science an IQ?
Can you science a cube?
Can I what?
Can you science
Well, you're
a
trying to
shape?
tell us that shapes are a scientific endeavor. I beg to differ. So I would like you to science a cube for us, please.
Bro, I don't know what you're saying, bro. Write it in the chat, bro.
Do you know what a cube is?
What about the cube? Yeah,
Three-dimensional, six-sided shape.
Okay.
Cube.
What about the cube?
Can you science one for us, please?
What do you mean?
Since you're telling us
science
that,
it, bro. What is that?
well, you're
What
telling
do you mean
us
science
that
a cube.
you're telling us that shapes are a scientific endeavor. Well, I'd like you to science a cube for us, please.
Bro, you don't even know what that means. You don't like the fundamental.
Obviously, you
behind,
don't.
like, the scientific method to like prove things. You don't. even know
Yeah,
what that
excellent.
means.
So use the scientific method to prove a cube for me, please.
I'm not a scientist. I didn't claim to be a scientist.
So appeal
So
to
I cannot.
incredulity. So how can you tell us that scientists have proven the globe and yet you can't prove a cube?
I can prove it, but I cannot waste my time
but
here
science
doing
has.
scientific research.
But science
to
has.
prove to you guys.
But science has. Yes or no?
Yeah, science has done it multiple times.
So what field of science deals with shapes?
It's not one field, it's multiple fields of science. It's not only one field. Only, for example,
field
when they
of
discovered
science
that
deals with
there were
shapes?
mass extinctions like 60 million years ago, there wasn't
Yeah, that's
like one
great.
scientific
Cool side
field
story.
that discovered
That's a
it.
cool side story. You're not even listening, mate. You're just preaching.
Yeah,
What
I answered
field of
your question.
science?
It's not a. It's
No,
not
you
one
haven't.
field.
You haven't answered anything. All you've done is gone, it's multiple.
My answer, and
Joseph, what field of science deals with shapes?
well, it's not one field. There are multiple.
Okay, start naming them then. It's multiples. Which ones?
They can include like geology, perhaps, and also like the scientific fields, like maybe physics as well. That's important, of course.
So how do you physic a
also,
sphere?
like the
Joseph,
what they call
one
it.
step at a time. How do you physics a sphere?
Bro, why are you talking to me like I am the scientist who had a PhD degree in
So now you're going to appeal to incredulity
globalism?
again. You're going to step backwards.
Yeah, I read the paper that proved that Earth is not flat, but I cannot memorize.
Well, if you read the paper that proved it, how about you post that in the side chat for all the boys and girls?
I could post it. I will post it, but I don't want to waste my time. That's what I said.
You are wasting. You're wasting our time.
Yeah, I can. Like,
your hollow words
I
at the
can
moment, my
assure
friend.
that if
Until
I
you back
posted
your
all
claims,
this
Joseph.
scientific
Until
research,
you back
will
your
not change your
claims,
mind. So,
Joseph, you're talking shit at the moment, mate. Until you back your claims, you've got nothing.
I bet even if I back my claims, you will not change your mind because you don't believe in science.
Oh, so you're poisoning the well
you're just
also.
delusional.
This is
You're
just a
just,
logical shitstorm.
Yeah, you are like y'all going through like the.
So you're giving yourself an excuse. What you're doing now, Joseph, is giving yourself an excuse to not put any claims out and to not back anything that you've already put out. That's what you're doing now. This is a coping mechanism. This is how you get out of it. I'm not going to put forward any data because he's not going to accept it.
Yeah, I concluded that it's not worth it to show the evidence.
You're not going to put any data forward. So you've made a claim, Joseph, you've made a claim that this has been proven. So please post it in side chat.
I bet you read the proof already, but you're being ignorant right now.
I'm being ignorant. I'm patiently waiting for the proof to land in side chat. And you're making every excuse you can to not post it. So I can only come to one conclusion. You don't have any.
That's crazy. It is just like, for example, saying...
It's crazy. Oh my God, I think it's crazy too. When somebody makes a claim and they don't back it up.
That's great. That's a big rage bait, bro. This is crazy.
That's not a rage bait. You made the claim that this has been done. So post it in the side chat. And you can end this.
Think so. I
just
think
like
I'm done here.
that. Game over.
That's
so you don't have anything.
That's mad.
He's running.
I'm done.
He's running. He's running, bro.
He's running away.
That tells me you don't have anything. You are backpedaling now. If you had, I can tell you something now. If you were a glober and you've just strutted into a flat earth club, group, Discord, whatever, and you had globe proof, you'd lay it on the table, you'd sit back, you'd light a cigar, and it would be F you, Charlie. I win. Game over. No more credits. Anyone who's anyone would do that. So you're telling me you've got globe proof, Joseph. You're telling me you've got globe proof, and you're not going to put your feet up and light a cigar and drop it in the side chat, mate. You've got nothing.
Yeah, this is not a legit conversation. I would like put my evidence in.
This is not a legit conversation because you're the one, Joseph.
A conversation regarding
you'd have put the answers up by now, mate.
I think that you would waste your time going.
You're making excuses, son. All I'm hearing is excuses.
Yes, it's not worth it.
Where's your data? Where's your data? It's not worth putting the data up because you don't want to embarrass yourself.
Yeah, that's funny. Embarrassing myself by telling the truth. That's
so. Where's your data? All I'm hearing is lies. You said you've got proof, and you're not posting it. So that's not truthful. That's lies.
Like, seriously, listen, people.
So you should have said you don't have proof.
What's going on right now? Is that like a legit, like...
What's going on right now is a little boy who said he was going to do something and now he's reneging because he's realised he doesn't have anything.
That's really insane.
You're doing it, not me. I'm waiting patiently the data
I
inside
hope
chat.
you guys find the real truth, be reasonable people.
The real truth
I
is
think,
outside. You have to leave your mum's basement and go and see it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think I'm done.
Yeah, cool.
That's great.
So let's just find out right now. We'll see how sensible you really are. How would you confirm what shape the ground is? What would you do to confirm what it is? Flat or curved or whatever? What would you do? Or you can just drop out completely.
First, you would get your ovaries out of a knot, and you would try to get some evidence and try to figure out how it was proved before. And then look at that evidence and go outside and try to repeat that. Right?
Go and measure it. That's it.
You mean measure it directly without the TV telling me what to think? I don't know, that sounds sacrilegious.
It sounds a bit out there, doesn't it? It's crazy. Oh, wow. How long has that kid been in here for? Where's T-Dub? Is he in here? Yeah. Hey, T-Dub. Oh, he was doing stuff, wasn't he? Who else we got in here? We've got... Oh, I saw Grundlehammer, and I've seen who the avatar is now. I know who it is. Erin Amanda. How's it going? No, didn't want to hang around. How's this, Larry? You'll love this. Today for work, I got volunteered to dress up as Santa, and we had I don't know, what are they, preschool kids come up to the nursing home and sing Christmas carols for the oldies that are in the home. Anyways, I got volunteered to dress up as Santa. I received a text message probably about, I don't know, an hour ago. Thanks heaps for today. Our kids laughed and giggled the whole way back to school. They were telling the big kids that the real Santa came to visit us today. Not the fake one, but the real one. You can pass this feedback on to Santa. How cute's that?
You did a good job. You were jolly. Some genuine jolliness.
That's a crack up, eh?
Yeah.
You should have told them all that the Earth is not a globe.
Oh, I know.
They heard it straight from the real Santa.
Oh, you would have got 3 phone calls. One from the lady at the front desk of the school, one from the superintendent, one from the principal.
Oh, wow.
And they all would have been like the Harry Potter Larry.
As they're getting on the bus. Don't forget to research Flat Earth, kids. Ho, ho, ho.
How dare you steal that car? It would be just like that. Well, they would have to start all over with those kids. They would have to send them to summer school and make them do homework, globe homework. you would have
Oh,
had
they're
that
only
skull
preschoolers.
shot
They're
in
only
the
little
club.
fellas.
Oh, but
Only
that's when
like
they start.
4 and 5. They're
Dinosaurs,
only like
globe,
real
and
small.
space, right? Yeah, but that's when they really get them, right?
Yeah.
It's dinosaurs, globe, and space. Well, I think I'm about to go to bed, guys. Have a good night. It was fun talking to you guys. Fun hanging out.
Catch you, mate.
Catch you, Larry.
How long was Joseph in here for, DJ?
Oh, he was just here for a few minutes before you arrived.
What happened? They having a special on soy drinks or something and he overdosed or what?
They must be serving pure soy at the cafeteria at most schools. I have no idea, man.
Oh, wow, he was soft.
Yeah, he came in insulting everyone, and then realized
did
he doesn't know
Oh, I'm
anything.
glad I
and
missed
then-
that.
Yeah, he was saying that we're wasting people's times and we have low IQs, and why don't we go fill out a job application? And then you just came in and destroyed him at the perfect time.
Oh, no! Oh, what a shame. In some ways, I'm glad I did miss the lead up, but yeah. If my timing was good, then I'll leave it at that.
I thought, judging by what you were saying to him, I thought you heard that.
No.
Well, it worked out perfectly.
Excellent. Oh, we just had a couple drop in. We've got Andrew SP, we got Bruce, we got AV, we've got Aiku. Who else was there? I think that was all of them. Welcome, guys. Please feel free to ask questions, put forward any concerns or queries or proofs of curvature, or if you just want to talk about what you believe you live on, also known as Earth, please step right up. Don't be scared,
Hi.
guys. You're not going to practice your English sitting there quiet. Hey, Bruce, I knew you'd get in
Hi.
there.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Where are you from, Bruce?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I come from China.
From China? Oh, wow.
Yeah?
Well, I'm from Australia.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I check my microphone. I come from China, and I'm living in Beijing.
Excellent.
That's
There you go.
that's a special treat, man. Somebody from China. We don't have a lot of people from China come here.
Yeah, so that at present you have a friend from China. That's me.
That's awesome.
Hey, Bruce, is it possible that most people from China can connect to Discord, or is Discord banned in China? Like, I hear a lot of things about over there.
Yeah, sure. Discord is banned in China, but we can use VPN. We need, for example, I bought a VPN which it cost me 500 yuan for half year.
Okay. Well, I for one am glad that you could make it to this channel, because I haven't spoken to anybody from China like you. Like right now, you're in Beijing, so that's interesting, right?
Because yeah, that's interesting. Because I'm a programmer, so you know, a lot of developers have method to use VPN, and so it's very common in among developers to use VPN.
Okay. If you don't mind, because I have this rare opportunity to speak to somebody from China, can I ask you some questions, please? I want to know some information about, like, what are you guys' education about the Earth? If that's okay. I don't know if you
education about the Earth.
Yes, you know, the everybody on most of the education system in the world, they're teaching people that the Earth is a giant globe. Do you know about this? You know, the Earth being a globe, and yeah.
How to see? I think to me, the Earth is has a lot of country and diverse culture, and I respect every cultural background.
Yes, but you know, they tell everybody that the Earth is a sphere, and they got 9 planets, and they got a sun. You have you heard this in the education? Like, do they teach that over there in Beijing?
Yeah, it's very basic knowledge in primary school. But you know, in 2006, the astronomer how do you say? Astronomist confirmed that there is 8 planets in solar system, and
okay.
And other planet just dwarf planet.
Yeah, so Pluto. But let me ask you, the information that they teach you over there, is there anything that they're showing you that the Earth is a globe, you know, a giant ball, a sphere? Did they show you this one too?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a
okay. The conversation in this room.
And,
yeah.
Okay.
Yes. The conversation in this room is mainly about what people have been, you know, as you get older, you just think that the Earth is this giant sphere, but nobody knows how. Like this, we can know that this is true. So we have a lot of video, a lot of images, and I don't know what the information is over there in Beijing, because we hardly talk to the people from over there. So,
okay. We in China, I can confirm that nearly 1% of people will think that recognize that Earth is has a shape of sphere. And I also watched some information which some people said that the Earth is a it's a plane. It's a circle plane.
A plane. Yeah.
Yes. But
so a long time ago.
That is right.
Yeah. A long time ago, the Chinese people, they would not. I mean, even in recent times, they would say that the Earth is flat. That it's not a sphere.
No, that is. Yes, in ancient time, Chinese people think that no, the Earth is a circle. in 2D circle plane, and the air, the sky is like a hemisphere, which which on the Earth planet, Earth plan. That
Okay,
is
so
our universal recognition in ancient time.
So you know this in history, right? That the Chinese people didn't think that the Earth was a giant sphere, but you know this, right? Like that's
Yeah, and know
something that you know.
some ancient scholar in our history thought that the Earth is a sphere, but because in ancient time people were really less educated, so most people didn't care about whether the Earth is a plane or is a sphere.
Okay. So I want to say in recent times in social media, people have started talking about the Earth not being a sphere.
It's a plane.
Yes, we have the discussion in this room about this.
Yeah. How do you think of that?
Well, we're asking people. Yeah, this is the reason. Yes, the reason why we're asking people that come in here is because the education they have is telling them that the Earth is a sphere. But the question is, how do you know this? That's a question we're asking people. So I'm going to ask you, Bruce, how do you know the Earth is a giant sphere?
Yeah, from satellite image and from the Apollo, spaceship. Apollo spaceship. In 1969, the first time that human landed on Moon and by Apollo spaceship. So they took a lot of photos.
Okay. If nobody told you that the Earth was a giant sphere, would you know? Like if NASA didn't show you images or you didn't see any satellite photos, could you say that the Earth is a sphere if you never seen any of those things?
See them, but if you take a flight, fly so high above the Earth, and you can see the land is curved, so that is a proof to prove for Earth shape.
Okay, have you seen this?
Yes, I saw this because I have took a lot of flights to other city.
Okay, so you say you saw curvature in the sky in an airplane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think that if you come back down to the surface that you can measure a curvature like on the ground?
No, because the Earth is so huge, so in a small area you cannot realize the surface curved.
Okay, so we can't tell on the ground that the Earth is curving on the ground?
You really cannot. You really feel it because the Earth is too large. So in a small area, you cannot feel the curve of the surface of the Earth's surface.
Okay, and you say that you saw. Yeah, but you saw Earth curve in the sky when you were in the airplane, right? So if that's true, if you saw it in the sky, when you come back down to the ground, don't you think that you could be able to measure this curvature? Because you've seen it up there, right?
Yeah. I cannot imagine.
So you see, well, this is the issue.
Yeah, maybe I can use some device to measure it.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm going to ask, from your education that you have in China, Beijing, Is there any way that they give you some way to measure the surface to be curvature? Because they're telling you that a long time ago, people figured it out, that the Earth is a globe, a sphere.
Yeah.
Do you understand? They're telling you that a long time ago, somebody already knew that the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Okay, so that's before the airplane. Before you went up to the sky and saw, would you think you saw the curvature? But before this, people were saying that the Earth is a sphere. Before this, right?
Yes.
Okay. If before they said this, how did they figure it out? Do you know?
Through careful observation, I think.
Okay. And do you know what kind?
In the philosophy in Greece, they think everything in the world consists of fire or water, earth, such. So that is the philosophy. They just came from daily observation and thinking, I think it is.
Okay. So, but you're not sure exactly what they did, right? To figure it out? You're not sure?
Yes, and I'm not sure because maybe they watch the star up and down every day and generalize their discipline and their orbit. Then that from this they realized that Earth is a sphere.
Okay, but you don't know how they did it, right? You just maybe believe that somebody figured it out, but you don't know what they did.
Yeah, because I don't know it in detail because it is not my major.
Well, the important thing here is that a lot of people are saying that the Earth is a giant sphere, but nobody knows how they figured it out.
Hey, did you know they don't teach that in college as a major? Did you know they don't teach that as a major in school?
But if you ask a professor in geography, maybe he can tell you the detail.
We talked to a lot of people from academia, Bruce. People are saying that the Earth is a globe, but nobody knows how they measured it. Nobody from academia. We've talked to a lot of people. This is where, if you get a chance, I want you to make some research on this, if you want to, because a lot of people say somebody figured it out, but nobody knows how. Do you know the problem?
Yeah. I will make a research on this topic.
Yes,
this subject.
And we don't talk to a lot of people from China, so maybe you can start a discussion. Just ask people, hey, how do you know? A long time ago, they know that the Earth is a globe, and they might give you a story about some Greek guy named Eratosthenes.
I understand. I remember one historic event. Columba navigated through Europe, and then he finally arrived in Latin in American, and then he came back Europe again. So that proved the Earth is a sphere.
No.
Stop sailing on water doesn't mean you were on a globe, dude.
Yeah, you can't tell. Remember when you said when you're on the surface, you can't tell if the Earth is a globe? Remember you said that, Bruce, earlier?
Yeah, I remember this.
Yes, yes. So think about it like this. When Columbus sailed the ocean blue, he didn't know that the Earth was a globe, just like you don't know that the Earth is a globe on the surface. It was the same thing. He didn't know that. How could he? He's on the surface. You see the problem now.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
I will
right.
research on this.
Yes, and this is important because people everywhere are being told that the Earth is a giant sphere, but nobody knows how to measure it on the surface. We're asking everybody,
So do
people
you
from
know how
academia,
to-
you know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you know how to measure? How ancient people realized that Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, I would say like this: the ancient people in China, they knew that the Earth was not a sphere. Your ancestors knew that the Earth was not a sphere, not because they were not educated, but because they understand the Earth better than people today that just believe that it's a sphere. Your ancestors knew that the Earth was not a sphere.
Yes, we our ancestor recognized how to see. I remember ancestor that the Earth is a square plane, and the sky is just like a hemisphere. On the Earth, above Earth. So that is our universal outlook.
And do you know when in history the Chinese people made a transition or they changed their mind to the Earth being a giant sphere? Do you remember? You know when? Did they teach you guys this in your education? When did the Chinese people change their mind?
In the end of Qing Dynasty, maybe in 18 or 16 or 8. I remember from the 16th century. At that time, a European priest went to China and worked in our government. He introduced a lot of Western book to China and also Earth device to our emperor. And at that time, people began to realize that the Earth is a sphere.
Right. But the problem is, you know that he was giving misinformation?
Well, there you go.
I don't know.
The root of China thinking it's a sphere came from the United States.
Yes. Yes. This man gave false information. Go ahead. Sir.
Not from United States. Our first Earth device came from Italian. It's a priest. He went to China in 16th century.
Yes, this was a Jesuit priest named Ricci. 1595. That's what. Yes, there's an origin story for this.
Yes, I'll tell. At that time, China is a Ming Dynasty.
Mm-hmm. Do you know that those people in those days, before that priest came over and talked to the Chinese people, they were the Chinese people were very intelligent. They understood the cosmology of the world very well. They understood it.
Yeah.
But do you know that this guy, he introduced this globe idea and the spheres and all of these things, and he taught the Chinese people misinformation.
I don't know.
Yes. The study that the Earth is a globe, telling them about the planets and all of these things. he made great strides in convincing that dynasty that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
So now we're kind of talking about this right now, but I want you to realize that the dynasty a long time ago, the ancient Chinese people were very intelligent and they knew the Earth, and they were right. They were right, because now we're talking about it online to many people in many different countries, Bruce. I've spoken to many people from all over the world, on every country that you can think of.
So you want to persuade them or convince them that Earth is a sphere, not a sphere?
It's not a sphere, Bruce. The ancient Chinese people knew this. They already knew this. But this man came over to convince them that the Earth is a globe. But it's not a globe, Bruce.
Okay.
Bruce, if somebody comes over, Bruce, if somebody comes over to your house and then tells you, because you always use, I don't know, something else. So you always thought the Earth was flat way back when. And then somebody comes over to your house and tells you the Earth is actually a ball and then leaves. Now do you go and tell everybody, hey, everybody, the Earth is a ball because this guy was over my house and told me a story? Or do you just go with what you know? It's still flat. Yeah, Bruce. Do you just listen to a guy who tells you a story? Is that how they do it?
Sorry, beg your pardon. We just discuss whether how people recognize that or realize that Earth is not it is a sphere, and everyone educated by telling by educated that Earth is a global. So, but.
Yeah, so there's a history and there's a PDF in the text channel, Bruce. If you go to the text channel, you can click on it. Yoder put it in there. You can click on that link. It's a Chinese Eratosthenes of the flat Earth.
History and science. Okay.
So do you see what it says there?
Okay, let me check it.
There's a PDF there.
Chinese Earth.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but you probably know how to pronounce his name. Yeah, his name is yeah, you said it correctly. Yeah, that's exactly his name. I wouldn't be able to pronounce it, but you said it correct. This gentleman.
Huinans is a prince in Han Dynasty.
Yes.
Maybe 2000 over nearly 2000 years ago in Han Dynasty. That is the age he lived at. Yeah.
Okay, his studies.
It's a long.
Yes. Will you make some research on this and look at his study, and then like the problem that we're having right now is the education system is telling people a lot of things, but the one thing they're not showing you is how to know if the Earth is a globe. And so they only give you images and videos online, but they don't show you how you can know on the surface how to know it's a globe. Well, and you said the problem too. Like you can't tell that the Earth is a globe from the surface.
Yeah. So how do you think the satellite and some video recorded by satellite?
Well, that's the other thing too. We know that there's technology up above our heads. We know this. There's technology up there. But how they're operating, there's a lot of mystery behind that, because people think that they're going around a sphere. but there's no evidence of a sphere. So, however they operate above up in our sky is on a horizontal plane, on a flat Earth. So, however they operate, they're operating over a flat horizontal plane. They're not operating over a sphere, because the Earth is not a globe. It's not a sphere.
Okay. Let me check. I will research the material you sent me. But it's too long.
No, well, I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, what I want to talk to you about, because like I said, we don't have much opportunity to speak to people from China. But when we do, like I want to like kind of give you information so that maybe you can talk to people where you live and maybe ask them some questions. How do we know the Earth is a giant sphere? How do we know the Earth is a globe? And if they say satellites or, videos, then that's not really using any method to test the Earth. They're not testing it.
Okay.
So we're trying to get people some way to think about how to test the Earth.
You mean you're trying to give people a method to understand?
Yes.
To reshape their cosmetical view. View.
Yes, because a long time ago, like I said, I keep saying it over and over, but your people, the ancient people that your culture is built on, was on a flat Earth, was on a horizontal plane, and they knew this. Not only until somebody came and told them that the Earth was a globe, that they changed their mind. But they didn't show them a method how to know that the Earth is a globe. That's the problem. They didn't teach them the method. They told them a story. But now, in 2025 and moving forward, we're telling the people on the internet, including people from China, that the Earth is not a globe. There's no measurement of Earth curvature. There's laser tests that people done, laser test over the surface of water, and the surface or the laser is like a 20-mile long distance, and it goes from the place where they shoot the laser all the way to the target, and there's no curvature in between. The laser hits a target.
Oh, okay.
So there's many tests now that people have done to know that the Earth is flat and not a globe. Do you have any questions, Bruce?
Yeah, I understand what you are saying. You said there's a test or experiment which use laser to point at a very long a very distant target, and it is not blocked by the Earth. If the Earth is has curvature, the laser should be blocked, but it is not. Yeah, is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes. So from this experiment, it proves that Earth is not a global.
A globe. You're correct.
Global, yeah.
You're correct. That's correct. And the reason we tell people this is because our ancestors, mine and yours, they knew that what the Earth was way before somebody gave them an idea that it's a globe. So everybody that's on the Earth, they have their ancestors that were already understanding that the nature of the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's not curving. There's no globe. And maybe you might think, well, maybe because they were uneducated, but I beg to differ with that. I think they were very educated. They understood the cosmology very well. As a matter of fact, the ancient people understood the sky very well to make predictions on where things were going to be, like celestial bodies in the sky. They could make observations and know that everything in the sky is working like a clock. And you know, modern times right now, they borrow from this information from the people long ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about this, and perhaps we can give you some information in the text channel about the laser test.
Okay,
And if you,
I will research on the material of photo link you send me.
Okay. Yeah, it's important, Bruce, because a lot of people just believe that the Earth is a globe, and they don't have information to back it up that it actually is a globe. So we ask many people in here, but the new people that come in here, they don't know either. And they're from everywhere on Earth. Many different countries, but all still the same. Nobody knows how the Earth has been measured to be a globe. Nobody can tell us this, Bruce. Well, if you have any questions, you can make your questions and we can maybe answer them if you like. But I've been talking to many people, like I said, everywhere, and nobody knows how it's a globe. They can't tell me how. They just believe it. Like they've seen pictures, they've seen video, and to them that's good enough.
Yeah, how to see? Because first I need to research on the material, and then I may have some questions.
I got something for you to question, Bruce. You're going to love this one. Just give me a second. I got to log into my computer. Bruce, you're going to love this.
What?
You know the Chinese space station?
Yeah, I know. There's a Chinese space station above Earth.
Okay. Let's look at something. I posted something in the chat for you. So that's on the Chinese space station. Look at the water sitting flat and level in the glass while they're floating around.
So you mean you mean they are actually on Earth? Because the water on the bottom
You're getting
of
it.
the glass, there's gravity.
We got more. Yeah, we got more, Bruce. Look at the Chinese space station has more to show you about the flat Earth than any other thing that you see in here. Let's see if we can pull up. Does anybody have the Chinese space station showing the Earth looking flat?
So, Bruce, yeah, they made a whole video where they did a magic show from the space station, and this was clipped from it. How they can make a ping pong ball sit in the middle of water. Well, all you have to do is put a hole in a ping pong ball and submerge it in water, and it'll just sit there. But people are too stupid to figure that out.
Okay, let me explain why.
Yeah, look at. Yeah, look at this image. Look at this image I put up from the Chinese. Bruce, look at this image I put up from the Chinese space station. Look at my watch. On one hand, you see the Earth looking like a globe, but look at this other camera. Look at the camera that's horizontal. Look at the Earth. Do you see the one I put in there?
Okay.
Did you see the new one Yoder put in with the ping pong guy? If you watch the ping pong ball, it drops. When he hits it, it drops down Drops down, hits the blue thing. Wonder why. I guess there's gravity in the ISS now.
Oh, let me first explain the why the water, on the bottom of glass. Because according to Newton's law, that there is inertia and still will be will remain still and move will remain moving. So if the astronaut throw the water or give a quick action to the glass, the water will be poured out. I think it is because inertia exists, so that cause the water stick to the bottom of the glass.
No. That's all I'll say to that. Is that's whatever you Googled or whatever AI gave you back, and you just made that up. You either made it up or AI lied to you, because that's not what would happen.
Yeah, and okay, let me first finish them. The ping pong, the astronaut play the ping pong, and the ping pong, when he pad the ping pong, move the pad, move the pad, and the ping pong will go out and then bounce back. I think there's an elastic string between the pad and how do you say, between the racket and the ball and the ping pong.
Listen to how many different. Listen to yourself and how you have to come up with a reason why that works. Anyway, that's a green screen, and they're in a studio on Earth because space is fake, dude.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, they gave you an Bruce. They gave you an idea what space is. They're feeding into your brain what space is based on videos and images. That's what you believe right now. You believe that it's real because they're showing you videos and images. But a long time ago, people in 1969, they swear they saw the moon landing on TV. So they're using this way to bring information to your mind without you being able to test this information. There's no way you can test it because you have to go to where they are. So they put the information far out of your hands, so you cannot test it. So all you can do right now is believe that they're in that place. But what we're showing you with these videos and the images is that they're messing up. They're making mistakes because physics, the way that it operates, it tells the truth, right? So if they're showing flat water sitting on a desk or a ping pong ball, the way it's the physics, the way it works, can only operate like this if there's if they're on the Earth and they're not in space like the way they're claiming. It's that's the issue.
Okay, that is a freshing idea to me.
Yeah. Bruce, what we call this is critical thinking. That means you can think for yourself and you don't have to believe the stories. You can say, okay, we got physics on the Earth, and the physics work one way. So if I see physics like this in space, like where they are, that can't happen because in space, the physics, according to the way they show you, should be very different.
Okay.
But now you can see that these are mistakes that they're making, and you can challenge this. You can say, well, I only believe anyway that they're in space. I don't know if they are or not. I cannot verify this. So we have most people on the earth, most people are just believers. They just believe. They don't have a way to prove this. They can't prove it. Those who claim they went to the space station, those are the only ones that say that they've been there. But everybody else on the surface of the earth is a believer. Like you and most people in here that come that think that the earth is a globe, they only believe this. And that's a problem because we have a world full of believers, but we don't have anybody to be able to test and verify that this is true or not. Do you understand, Bruce? We got to get people to think about this.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
So you mean if you want to, if we should hold critical thinking and to prove things by testing by ourselves test.
Yes. Yes. I don't know. Like I said, you coming from Beijing, I don't know if they allow people over there to do some tests, but you can go to a body of water, like, if you have a body of water near you, and you can do something called go ahead.
Yeah, I understand. You see, you continue.
Yes. You can do a test called a long distance observation test. That means you could stand on where if there's a body of water like a lake, you could stand on one side of the lake, and depends on the distance, right? I'd say if it's in the range of like 10 to about 20 miles distance away, and you have a friend maybe on the other side of the lake or somewhere, and you can maybe put a high power laser across the surface or do a mirror flash. A mirror flash is when the person on the other side holds a mirror when the sun's out, the sun, and the guy on the other side can flash the light of the sun to the guy on the other side. That means you have to have a line of sight to see that light. And if you could see that light that he can reflect with the mirror, then you can see that line of sight from the light of the sun to where you are on the other side of the lake. You could see that light. That's a line of sight. It's directly, and the earth isn't curving to block your friend and you.
Okay.
Yeah, on the surface of water, yes.
On the surface of water.
Yes. Because the properties of water is that the water, when it's not moving, like when it's still, it's flat and level and horizontal on the surface. You understand this? Like water is flat?
Yeah, because water has the property to adapt to the complex surface or shape, and it will keep. If there is no wind, the water will keep still and flat. So that is the
correct. That's correct. And ancient people knew this, right? They knew this principle of water. So if you have a much larger space, much more water, it's still going to be flat, right? Doesn't matter how big it is, it's still going to be flat. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
So it doesn't matter how much water you have. You can have a lot of water, like a lake, still going to be flat. There is no curvature whatsoever. The earth is not a globe. So flat water, you can say, even if you have a lot of water, it's still flat. But you have to make some tests if you're going to test this. To talk about it's called long distance observation. You're going to see something at a target distance far away from you. The earth is not curving. So
yeah, I will try to test it myself.
Yeah, man. And once you do, you take some friends, you go to the body of water, and once you do this test, maybe get some get a telescope or some binocular, whatever it is you guys use to see a long distance, and then you can also see a line of sight to where your friend is, and do the test and find out for yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, because if the Earth is curving, like they tell you, then you wouldn't be able to see your friend at a far distance away, because the Earth will be curving.
Okay.
Anyway, if you have any more questions, there's much more we want to talk about, but I'm trying to not put too much information to you, so it becomes an information overload. But do you have any questions, Bruce? Or
no, I don't have any question. I want to read the material you sent me.
Yeah, thanks, man. You've been a good guest in here, so yeah, good on you, man. Like, when people hear this information the first time, some people lose their minds because it sounds crazy. It sounds too crazy.
Yeah,
so.
Because you I accept your advice, which said that we should maintain critical thinking. That I think that is important. When we receive new information, the first thing we should do is to criticize. Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, to query, to quest.
Yeah, and your English is doing very well. Like I'm listening to you. You're doing well.
Yeah, because just in recent months, I began to practice my spoken English, and yeah, as I just quit my last job, and I want to find a new job in international companies. So I have been improving my practicing my English for 1 month.
How close are you to Shenzhen?
Shenzhen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how close are you to that?
Oh, it's nearly 2,000 kilometer from my current place.
Ooh.
It's very far away. Beijing is in the north of China, and Shenzhen is in southern China, in Guangdong province. It's very far away place.
Yeah, so I heard you got on a VPN to get into this call. That's a good thing. Does everybody know how to use a VPN over there? Does everybody use a VPN in China?
Yeah, I think a lot of people use VPN in China. Especially for those people who worked in tech company. So because there are a lot of foreign tech material we need to read and download or learning. So it is important for us to use VPN.
Yeah, you sound like some of our Chinese engineers. Like you have very good English.
Yeah, I'm a programmer, but I just quit my last job because the job is boring and cannot bring me refreshing things. So I think it's time for me to leave.
Yeah, well, AI is not making it easy for you guys.
Yes, AI will replace a lot of human work. But to my idea, I think the programmer is the last one to be replaced.
Yeah, they won't really be replacing the programmers. I don't think you're still going to need them. You need the end.
Yeah.
You need the guys at the end, the guys that fix the robots and the guys that fix the computers, and that can't be done by AI.
Yeah, how to
Hey,
see my experience with AI in my work. I think AI tools like creativity. They just can give you answer based on based on current knowledge, but they really can bring you creative solution. That is the question. And in programming, in IT field, if you want AI to develop an app, it's very hard. You can, if you want to use AI efficiently in coding, you need to give him contained AI in specific scope, and then it work well. I think if you don't give him a scope, it will make your code in mess.
I posted some information in the text channel. There's some videos there for the laser tests. Bruce?
Yeah, okay. I will watch it. I will save the link, and when I put the room, I will research it carefully.
Okay, I put two links right now. So, go ahead.
Two link. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. Let me save the link to my electric notebook. Because I think just as you said, I need to keep critical thinking.
That's correct.
So I accept and respect other people's idea, and I will research it, test it myself.
Well, we appreciate it. This is kind of odd because you're fairly new to this information. Have you heard of this before, or is this the first time you heard of flat Earth?
Yeah, I heard this before. I heard this before, and I know in worldwide, there are a lot of people who don't believe that Earth is global, a huge ball.
Yes.
But, I don't take any detailed research on this subject, so I think it's the time for me to research on it.
I appreciate that. All we're asking is for people to look at the information, and then, like I said, critical thinking. You have to look at and study what they did, and perhaps you can make your test, like I was telling you, with the mirror flash or long distance observation, laser test. You can do these things, and over the surface of water, you will find out the Earth is not curving like they tell you if it's a globe.
Bruce,
this is very important.
Do not use AI to do your research. They've already programmed it to think it's a ball.
Yeah, I don't totally believe in AI because sometimes they bring me the false information. And yeah, I understand. Okay. So every day you will be in this room? You guys will be in this room?
Mostly, yeah. We'll be in here.
Okay.
You come back anytime you want, Bruce.
Okay, if I'm free, I will come back.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
So how can I collect this channel? Okay, if I check.
I think you can save it to one of your favorites. As a matter of fact, you can.
Okay.
Right click on it. I don't know if you're on a computer or not.
Yeah, I'm using MacroBook.
You right click on the channel, on the voice channel, and it'll give you where you can put it as one of your favorites. It'll put it to the top.
Okay.
All right, we're going to open up the room and maybe perhaps talk to some more new people. Welcome to the channel if you're brand new. If you'd like to have a conversation with us, we're talking about the nature of the Earth. Some people think that the Earth is a globe. We understand that it's flat. Well, if you want to challenge your worldview, you can open up your mic and have a discussion with us. That'd be great. There's some few new people in here that just joined us. We were talking with Bruce, who's from Beijing, China. So it was challenged a little bit, but he kind of said he's going to do some research. That's good. But if you want to challenge your worldview wherever you are, you can open up your mic and have a conversation with us. So welcome to all the new people who are joining. Just like to say. Would there be anybody in here that joined us that would like to have a conversation with us? Other than that, welcome to the people from the 24/7 group. Welcome. Good morning to all of you guys.
What's up, what's up, what's up? 24/7 in the house.
Holy smokes, dude. You had a good day. You had a good morning.
Holy crap.
I had a good night rest. I've just had a cup of coffee and I'm raring to go.
Yeah.
Raring to go. The sun's already afternoon up for you.
By 14 minutes. It's only just gone 12.
Oh my God. The whole day's shot. You may as well just go back to sleep now.
To be fair, it will be dark in about 3 hours. So yeah, you know.
I know.
Yeah, he's on flat Earth time.
I caught the tail end of that. I caught the tail end of the last conversation. That gentleman seemed really reasonable and pleasant. That was really cool.
Yeah, we don't often. It's a rare opportunity that we speak to somebody from China because they're not allowed to talk to the rest of the world because they, their internet companies are not allowing that. But Bruce found his way through a VPN, so. What a rare treat that is.
So his ears really perked up when we showed him the Chinese space station.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I watched the video.
But I was telling him what's interesting is that his Chinese people a long time ago knew that the Earth was a horizontal plane. It's not until that Jesuit priest came over, Ricci, and told the dynasty, the Chinese dynasty, that the Earth is a globe. So, back in 1595, I think there was. As a matter of fact, let me forward it because Yoder keeps changing his name. Grundle Hammer. Here, I'll just type here. And then I put that's what he linked up. So guys, check that out. The information that he put in there.
His name's always been that. You have that thing. What's it called? Where you remember it wrong.
Oh, Mandela effect?
Yeah, that's what you got. It's always been that name. You're thinking of something else from another universe you were in.
Are you messing with me, bruh? Why you messing with me, Radwin? All right, that's information from Chinese culture that shows that it is a horizontal plane, or at least they knew it was, until some dude came over and started yapping and said that the Earth is a globe. And then everybody then started to say, because he came from quote unquote a educated source, or some sort of like religious hierarchy. I don't really know how that even went down, to be honest. Like, what was a sit down like, convincing the Chinese people that the Earth is a globe? What was that
it goes
like?
like this. It goes like this. Would you like this pile of gold? And they say yes. Well, here's the story, and you got to stick with it, and we'll keep giving you piles of gold.
Think that's how it was won? The people were won with monetary means?
Yeah, just get
That's crazy, bro.
the leader. All you have to do is tell him, here's all your money. Here's what you got to say. And he's like, yep, you got it.
So the conversion happened with this Jesuit priest. This is crazy, right? Because the Chinese people were very intelligent, like prior to that.
Yep, you send over somebody that's a Freemason with a whole bunch of money, so you got unlimited gold because that's what they do. And you just say, see this big pile of gold right here? This could be yours if the price is right. And then you play the game show with them. You either do this and you get that, or we'll invade you. Oh no, I want the money. Okay, thank you.
Do you think the Chinese dynasty was in dire straits in order for them to, like, I don't know, man.
No, well, they write the
must have been
books.
compromised.
Who knows what the hell was going on? I'm just telling you, that's easy to bribe somebody when you said you want a whole bunch of money, gold, because gold's good everywhere.
I think the British had a part in that. We got them all addicted to opium, so it might have been really high at the time as well.
Get them high and tell them stories.
Get them high so they'll believe the lie. Yep.
Oh shit, Yoder, if you're there, man, what is your understanding of this context? Like, I saw you put that information in there, but if you can, I don't know if you're busy or not at work. It's just interesting, bro. Like all this stuff that we hear, and then you get like this, this preacher that comes into the area. Counter-Reformation.
Basically, he shows up. Chinese learn Freemasonry, and Earth becomes a globe in China. You can see in the chat, I said that, and he's clicked 100% on it. Basically, he was the one. Just like that.
1595, man. You can't prove the Earth is a globe. You just can tell them a whopping story. That's the only thing you can do. Like, what you can convince them on the surface level.
You have to have somebody printing stuff or constantly telling you that you live on a globe. This is all new. Read all about it. And they're walking around with stone tablets going, look at Earth is a ball. I got the bird chipped out my picture on the stone tablet for me. Like the Flintstones.
So it was everything belongs to the Pope kind of story. And you
Sounds like
it's his world.
They just had to run propaganda. That's all they had to do. They still do it now. It works to this day.
Yeah. The world belongs to the Pope. It's his world and you're just living in it. So get along with the times. Dude, it almost sounds like, I don't know, so it's like a silent takeover maybe. Information wise, not like you're not sending troops in there. The information is like a virus, dude. There's people started losing the fact they could test and validate the information, because that's the only way, right? You could accept information that you can't validate. You have to just believe the story, or be bribed into it. Like, here's some money. Take this money. Just teach them this, and you're getting free money to teach them lies. So it's not really a bad thing. You're not hurting them. You're not hurting people. You're just telling them information that's not true. Now, when I think about it, though, like, to what end was this whole, like, oh, you have to tell them about the globe back then when Ricci showed up? Like, why? What was the motivation behind it? Like, there must be some other ulterior motive. Like, they didn't just say, like, oh, tell them, oh, and by the way, you know how all the Chinese people think that the Earth is flat? No, you're going to have to tell them this new story. It's a globe. It's got planets. it's in the solar system, all this other shit. Like they have to believe it, like, or be bought into it, like sold, start from the top down, Tell the most prominent figures in Chinese culture that, whatever, the emperor, have him like tell the people, and then everybody, of course, believes the emperor, and that's it. So it's a silent takeover of information, bro. No critical thinking needed. Just wow. It's diabolical, man, to some extent. Do you guys kind of agree that it's diabolical? Like how is it not? Because the people don't know. It's like they just accept. I got qualms with that, I guess. The first believers. Jeez.
Well, everybody can't know about it. Not at this point. Now you have to let people be globe believers.
Oh yeah, I mean, just a mere sound of like that the Earth isn't what they've been told. It makes them cringe. They're just like, oh no, Earth's not flat. Deeply rooted, man. Yeah, welcome to all the new people joining the chat. We're talking about the nature of the Earth. So you want to have a discussion, go ahead and open up your mic.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
I have a question.
Hmm?
I have a question to ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. For example, if you got a chance to be an astronaut and you were sent to space, and how do you think of that? And when you saw the Earth is a huge globe, a huge ball, how do you think of that?
So listen, Bruce, we call that resetting because you already figured out that Earth is flat in a way, and you're like learning new stuff, and then you reset in your head and went back to going to space after I told you space is fake. You're not going there. And then I showed you Chinese space station pictures where they're in a studio.
The logic doesn't follow. That's what annoyed me.
I think that.
Sorry, Bruce. I do apologise, but your logic didn't follow, sir. I mean, it's nice to ask, well, what would happen if you went to space? Within your hypothetical that the Earth is a sphere, well, you would see the Earth being a sphere because that's in your hypothetical. That's like you turning around to me and saying, hey, if you come to China, I'll be able to show you dragons. Right? In the analogy, when I get to China, I will see dragons. Right? It's a hypothetical. It's based on nonsense. You don't know what you will see when you go up into the sky. It should look like how it's measured, so it should be flat, but you've never experienced it. So to give us an analogy of if you went up into space and turned around and saw the Earth was a sphere, well, we'd see the Earth was a sphere because it fits your analogy. We could ask you the same question, right? What would happen if you went up into space and turned around and saw that the Earth was flat?
It's just important to think, Bruce, they told you a story, and within that story, you think it could be a possibility that we can go to this place called a vacuum of space, like where they are. And so your mind thinks of like, well, the only way for us to prove that is to do it ourselves. But what if it's all in a sound studio? How do you know they're up there? So critical thinking means you have to think about your question. What if that's not what you've been told? How would you be able to know for sure? If you say, well, you just need to go up there and check, but you don't even know if you can go up there, that doesn't make any sense. You have to first understand, okay, I know you can go up there. Now, all you have to do is get in a rocket and go up there. So that's how you should look at it. If you know something, then you can tell us, then we can do the thing you're saying we can do. But if you do not know, we can go up there. Making the question, like the way you just said, is illogical. Because you don't know if it's possible if people can go up there or not. And you made your question, well, what if you guys go up there? But you don't even know if it's possible. Do you get it, Bruce? Are you still with us?
Okay, I understand because it's just an assumption that, and the assumption is unrealistic.
Well, yeah, your mind makes it real because you think it's true. That's why.
But first, I need to make a rocket myself, and yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to know. You'd have to know for yourself that it's possible, and then tell us to do the thing you did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
If you knew, yeah, this is critical thinking. So if you're saying to us it's possible, all you got to do is do what I did, then we would have to do what you did, but you didn't do it. So how is it possible that we can do something that you never done? Just on its face, it's not logical to say that.
Yeah, it's called special pleading or appeal to the future. These sort of logical fallacies are written down to highlight when people make arguments that are on their face, there's something wrong with them to begin with. But people appeal to them all the time because it generally has some kind of, double standard, some emotional entanglement. There's something other than what they're talking about. They're making an argument, but actually trying to talk about something else. Like you like rockets or something like that. Whatever, I don't know what it is, because that, me trying to guess that would be appeal to motive. But I could just, I could assume without making the argument that you just are a fan of space travel or something like that.
We're going over critical thinking. Bruce is from Beijing, China. He's using a VPN right now to talk to us. So it's kind of a rare moment that we get somebody like that from over there, that region.
Oh, yeah. China is supposedly an advanced space age culture. Brutal crackdowns on free speech and self-expression.
And they don't have the type of quote-unquote free speech that we do in the West. So it's very difficult for Bruce to even, I think, have the conversation, over there about this. So. I think he can be a critical thinker, but to a small group of people. He can't just protest or say a lot of stuff against the government.
Your house.
Yeah.
Or to try to express any of these type of ideas publicly.
Yeah, I'm searching some material about Huainanzi and also about his theory.
Yep, his theory.
Yes, theory. I researched some material about Huainanzi and I want to know him in detail.
What word are you saying, Bruce?
Finance and theory.
Finance? Finance theory?
Finance.
Sorry.
Finance.
Because how to say it? Because
type it in the text. Okay. Maybe that would be better.
Okay. From the article you sent me, there mentioned the Huainanzi, Chinese philosophy. So he holds the idea that the idea of flat Earth. So I want to know him in detail. I mean this.
Oh yeah, the name that I said I couldn't pronounce. Here, let me put it in the text for everybody. He's saying this.
is okay.
I'll put his name in the
okay.
text. I think yeah, he's saying this word. If you guys can see in the text.
I see this word. In Chinese we use we have our pronunciation symbol. So let me type it. Yes.
Okay.
That is how it pronounced in Chinese. 淮南子.
I like the way that you do that, man, but hard to do that. For me anyway. Why not?
Yes.
It sounds like to me.
Yes.
You have such abrupt pronunciations when you speak. I think that what is it, Mandarin? I'm not really sure what version of Chinese.
Yeah, it's Mandarin. It is 淮南子 is a pronunciation in Mandarin, and
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the Chinese Eratosthenes. So for anybody that's listening, the name of that he's talking about right now.
Oh, yeah, I never looked that guy's name up.
1976, yeah. 1976.
Okay.
Finance. Yeah. Professor Triangle pulled up the wiki on him. A major philosophical and political text from the early Han Dynasty China, around the 2nd century.
About 2,000 years ago.
It was compiled in the court of Luan, the prince of Hunan.
The Huainanzi actually is a prince. Is a prince of Han Dynasty. Yeah.
These are very respected scholars, right, in history for you guys.
Yes. He made a lot of great work in our philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
In the field of philosophy.
Let's see. There's talking
but he was,
bullet points.
Yeah, he was killed by the emperor finally.
Yeah. It blends ideas. Let's see. How a ruler should govern: cosmology, heaven, earth, yin yang, 5 elements, nature, astronomy, geography, ethics, and how people should live. It blends ideas from Taoism, Confucianism. Am I saying that correctly? Legalism, and other schools into one system. This is it gave people the understanding of the universe, politics, and human nature. This is very interesting, man. Maybe people should make more research on this. This is very interesting. You know, I think your culture, Bruce, has above all else.
Yeah.
It has written, documented things in history. You guys have a lot of documents in history, man. Saved.
Yeah, how to see the Chinese China has the longest written recording in our history, in human history.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, yes, true. Maybe the range. We have 3,000 years writing record.
So you knew times and periods where people were talking about things like dude, I wish I could speak to some of your scholars, man, like the ones who knew about history like this.
Yeah,
I think this is fascinating, bro. It is, really is.
Yes, how to see it?
So they knew like the movements of the heavens way before a lot of other people understood because they had it documented, right?
Yes.
Indio's in the chat. Indio, we actually were talking about that. Yoder put it in the text chat. So, and I told Bruce about it, and he's going to take a look at it. But it's just, to me, I think it's fascinating because the Chinese people were making historical documents of periods in time when the world was changing from, different framework of like understanding, like Columbus and all this. Wouldn't they have like specific documents when all of these things took place, Bruce? Like moments in history? Like Chinese people have everything, like you guys are like, you've documented most of history.
Yeah, we document most of the history, especially some, the emperor's private life will be recorded in history, such as, for example, at a specific day, the emperor slept with one of his wife, and so all these private things will be recorded.
Wow. How about events in history? Like outside of the emperor's court, like events that took place in history, like battles, like everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, there are a lot of advents story in our recording.
Interesting.
There's a book which called Shanhai Jing and it recorded the event happened maybe 10,000 years ago, but I don't know whether the story is true or false. There are a lot of mysterious things in the book.
What's the name of it? Can you post the text? Can you type it in the text?
Okay.
You guys have traveled the Earth. Like your history is people that have traveled the Earth everywhere. So,
how are you? Well,
wasn't the one of the ancient what was it? A scroll found in a Buddhist temple was showing what the Earth looked like. Does anybody have that old world map?
I tapped the name of the book I just mentioned, the Shanhai Jing in Chinese, and when I tried Classic of Mountains and Sea. In this book, there are a lot of mysterious animal and giant in this book. A lot of
who's the author of this book? What's his name?
The name lost. The author's name already had been lost because it is a very old book in our history.
Okay, does it talk about?
Yeah, it talk about how many continents in the world, and
really,
yeah, really, and where is the every continent is location, and which animal, mysterious animal, lived in every continent, and that it is.
Fascinating. Shanhai Jing.
Yes, you can saw it on Wiki. Yeah, Wiki.
Well, it says here an ancient Chinese text that blends geography, mythology, and folklore, believed to have been compiled between the 4th century BC and 2nd century AD. It functions as a mythological encyclopedia describing a world with mythical creatures, gods, and strange lands, but also contains early information on subjects like medicine, plants, animals, and mineralogy. It's divided into sections like mountains, seas, and the great wilderness, with mythological data considered particularly valuable for understanding ancient Chinese beliefs and worldview.
Yeah, this book came originated from legendary story, maybe happened over 10,000 years ago, but I don't know. I can't confirm its
authenticity,
whether they are true or false. Yes, authenticity. Yes.
Yeah, it says here
Because it
geography
came
and
from-
cosmology.
It come from the story just passed down generations, and then one day a person collect them in the book.
It says the book provides a fantastical view of the world, mapping out mythological regions, mountains, and rivers from central China beyond the seas.
Yes.
I wonder if they had a map. Let me go to images.
Bruce, find all your maps. Send them to us.
You mean the map in classical of mountains and seas? Okay.
Well, I'm looking that up right now. It's freaking old, dude. It's really old. Wow. Looks like they had just the regions of China and like Japan.
Yeah, it's very ancient map described in our book.
Do you have anybody like in your culture that actually records information still today? Like that's doing the same work that those people long ago were doing? Like putting things into a library?
Yes, but
Yeah,
I
like a giant
think there are
library
a
of
lot of
information.
Yes, I think a lot of people at present in China doing the same thing. Yeah, you mean recording the history recording, but
yes,
maybe decade years later, their book will be emerged. I think will be emerged. Will show up.
And check this out. I took this from the book. I posted it in the text. Look at this image.
Oh, it's a human head snake. Yes, it's a magical animal in the book.
According to the legend, this animal existed long ago. All right, if anybody wants to ask any questions in the room right now, we're just discussing things with Bruce, who's from Beijing. So if anybody else wants to talk about the subject of the nature of the Earth, you can do so. We got a lot of new people that are in the chat right now. Welcome to the chat. Is there anybody else that would like to challenge their worldview, perhaps, or ask us any questions? You can do so.
Has anybody seen the Sean Ryan interview with Sean Duffy? I know it's not about the Earth, but I think it's funny. Talking about going back to the moon, blah blah blah.
Oh yeah.
No, I haven't seen it.
I saw it. Yeah, where he wants to open it up to American ingenuity or in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
What's
that
funny
he's-
about it? What's funny about it is like Sean, the way Sean does his interviews is he's like, all right, let's talk about this now. And then whenever it got to the end of the interview, he's like, all right, let's talk about NASA. And he's like, so when are we going to go to the moon? And then Sean's like, you mean whenever we're going to go back to the moon? And Sean's like, yeah. it's such a lie.
There's a Freudian slip in there.
Yeah. Because, you know, we all know Sean Ryan, like, he doesn't believe we went to the moon. And this guy, Sean Duffy, is like just holding the place. He's like a placeholder for the NASA director or whatever until Trump finds a real NASA director or whatever.
Yeah, they got that guy, Jarek Isaacman or something like that.
Yeah, but I think he's waiting to be confirmed or something. But it's such bullshit.
Yeah,
They're gonna go mine helium. They're gonna go mine helium-3 on the moon. What the fuck is that? And then like he's talking about these fucking drone taxis that taxi people around on drones. Like what the fuck? I'm not getting on a drone. Let the government fly me around. It's funny too. Like if you go read the comments, it's really funny. All right, go ahead. Sorry, AV.
No, I was just gonna post to Bruce. Look, this came out in a newspaper clipping. This was back in 1907. I posted in the text. Have you ever seen this, Bruce? What I'm posting?
Okay, I saw it. Yes, but the text is too blurring.
Yeah. This was from the Hawaiian Gazette, Friday, January 11th, 1907.
Yeah, it is only the map clearly.
I wonder what they considered those rings that they put around the known continents, I guess.
And nobody knows, man. It's crazy. Nobody knows. But wherever this like map came from, it didn't come from people doing modern mapping. So
What year is it from again?
I don't know. It says thousands of years old. Let me get you a better number there.
No, the actual newspaper, like that, the picture you posted, like that was back in what year?
Oh, 1907.
That's crazy. Like back then, they figured that out. It's like, what did they know?
Well, the only problem at that day and time is yellow journalism was so rampant that you'd have to do a little more investigation into the Hawaiian Gazette to see if it was prone to publishing a lot of yellow journalism. That's because the story of J.E. Barrington and the Iron Republic was produced a few years earlier, and it's obviously yellow journalism. And there's a lot of stuff about blood and rocks and all kinds of stuff falling out of the sky from the time, and frogs and all sorts of stuff that was just all yellow journalism. So you do have to kind of read it with a bit of a skeptical eye, but it's still interesting, though, that in 1907 somebody had considered that there was something there. Whether it's truth or fiction, it's still fascinating that somebody had thought of that.
But wouldn't you agree, like the deception in journalism has increased from then till now? Like, I don't think it was that intense back then as it is right now.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I would say that it's every bit as intense then as it is now, because it was unchained and off the charts. I've read some of that journalism going back to the yellow journalism going back to the 1880s that would make some of the Indian bot farmers blush. But we see a lot more of it now because publishing's free, and anytime you have an advancement in printing technology, there's kind of a flare up of yellow journalism, and we're living it right now. It just kind of comes and goes, and I would go so far to say that what happened to the end of the 1800s and early 1900s was in every way just as intense. It's just that with more population and more access to see all these articles, now we just see more of it. The fact is if it's in print, it's likely untrue whenever it was published. That's where I would go with it. Is that we can't trust what we see from the news sources now anymore, any less than we could back 100 years ago. Just people are now more likely to call it out as AI or fake. And but that still doesn't guarantee that somebody's not going to call you a conspiracy theorist because you spot an AI image or something. When back then they were hand drawing lithographic images that looked real, because the photography of the day, when they translated it to lithograph or lithography, it looked just as bad or just as good as fake images. So they've been toying with our psyche for hundreds of years.
Breakfast Club checking in.
What up, Yoder?
Happy Thanksgiving Eve.
Big breakfast.
With or without hotcakes?
No hot cakes. That's all. Can I get this well done?
Hey,
Salt and pepper packets.
give me some hot cakes that you're not taking. Send them over here. I want
That
the
guy's
hot cakes.
crazy. No hot cakes?
No, that's
What the hell?
Why wouldn't you take hotcakes, dude?
We're all questioning that. Dude, hot cakes
Slatter's
always.
cat. He's gonna say no hot cakes. What the fuck is this?
That
Yeah,
is the
he's
most
just-
controversial
he's-
take we've heard in a while.
Yeah, I should have
You're
said
so
hot
wrong
cakes,
on so
hot
many
flat.
levels. The fact that you didn't
How
get
dare
hot
you.
cakes, it just shows that you're a Glober, bro. That's what it shows. The fact
Yeah,
that
how
you did
dare
not
you.
get hot cakes.
No hot cakes, bro. No hot cakes. My bad. Oh, every time you hang up a phone call, my mic unmutes, bro.
Well, see that
Don't
you
they
skipped
call
out
'em
on the best part.
flapjacks? Isn't it flapjacks in Canada?
No, I think you have to have buckwheat if you make them with. It's like a type of pancake that isn't exactly a pancake.
Who the hell's the pancake expert on here?
That'd be
Anybody?
you.
Buckwheat pancakes
Oh,
are
hell no.
great. They're really yummy.
Waffles over pancakes, man.
We live on a pancake.
The globalist waffle.
Oh, AV man, what's going on? I haven't been here in a long time, man. My old account, for some reason, when I tried to log in, it said my password was like leaked in a data breach or something. I couldn't get into it, but this is Meatball.
What was
from
your old
Clubhouse,
account?
bro. OG Meatball from Clubhouse. I know you guys are
OG
about TFE
meatball,
and all
bro.
that.
Freaking
Yeah.
freaking meatball, bro. I haven't talked to you in what has been a couple years.
It's been maybe like a year. Yeah, I've been gone since the whole TFE shit. I kind of left.
Why did they? Why'd you leave, bro?
Yeah,
Did you-
TFE went
were you
exactly as
convinced?
we predicted it, dude.
Hey, personal, personal life. I had to
Oh, no,
cancel
it had
things
nothing to
all
do
over.
with the TFE. Had nothing to do
No,
with
no,
the
absolutely not.
TFE.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I was worried about that. I was like, dude, you just go back to the Globe or something? Like, what happened?
Because a lot of
You see
people
my-
did,
you see
right?
my bio? You see my bio?
Dude. Dude. Is that
Yeah, I
is that
trolled
your
the.
daughter?
No, absolutely. It's like a Adobe stock photo.
Oh,
But I went back to
That bio's
Clubhouse.
funny.
Yeah, I went back to Clubhouse, and I like put on like my best Denzel Washington performance, bro. And I convinced the Globers that I was like the second coming of Jeranism, and they gave me like moderator. They gave me moderator status, bro. They were like, all hail Meatball. He finally came to the light. Let's not mock him, but they were like, it was great. So I'm on stage with them. What was it like 2 days ago? I'm on stage with all of them. And I just kick all of them off stage, take over their room, and change the title to "Earth is Flat." It was great, bro. Yeah, they were so mad, bro. They hate me.
The old banana in the tailpipe. I get you.
Yeah, they're so gullible, bro. But I told them, and the crazy thing is, I have my Instagram, linked to my profile over there, so they see my face, see my life or whatever. I guess to say, like, I'm not hiding from anybody. But I told them that this was my daughter, and I gave my daughter, the Globe, and I went and took professional pictures with her to, atone for some of my flat earth sins. They were like, "Oh, you didn't have to do that," but she's so cute. It's like, it says Adobe stock photo on the arm. It's just like you guys are so gullible. I was like, you should have trusted your senses. Like, yeah, take me serious. It's crazy. But
Any
yeah, I thought that was
photo.
fun.
He'll take any photo. So
Yeah,
he
anything,
came from
bro.
Clubhouse. Do you know Josh Ingersoll? He's a Globe head. He said he came from over there. He's
Yeah.
like a Amazon satellite.
Yeah,
dude or something.
yeah, I know Josh.
Oh, you
He's
know
satellite
him?
guy.
He been
Yeah, I
chilling
know
in
him.
here. We've been roasting him. It's freaking hilarious.
No, I haven't been back on here. I just got back on that app. I would say Clubhouse maybe like a couple days ago. It hasn't even been a week. They the takeover the Globe House.
Well, he said he was on it. Josh said he's been on it for like years, like a couple years or 2 or 3 years. So I thought maybe you ran into him. Maybe you remember.
I haven't ran into him. Yeah, well, I ran into him on Clubhouse. He was in Clubhouse like the first day.
Oh yeah, so you have talked to him.
Yeah, I've talked to him.
Oh yeah. Wait till he comes in here next time. Hope you're around, dude. We just roast his ass in here.
I'll be here.
Dude, I asked him for raw satellite telemetry data, and he gave me Keplerian orbital elements. So that's the level he's at versus the level we're at.
Yeah, I would do it because it's proprietary.
Yeah, proprietary. That's his favorite word. I always try to like funnel those guys over here if they're not scared enough to come over here.
Gauss is all right. He means well. I mean, he's pretty much admitted that he don't know anything and he's just brainwashed. He's done everything but just like come right out and say it.
Yeah, they all
That's why he's got that license plate.
We got a lot of math PhD professors over there. I know you guys know who John is. John Malincrot, the PhD from Berkeley.
No,
Oh, really?
I don't know him.
I know who you're talking about, but I've never heard him talk. He's never been on Discord that I've seen. I've seen him in like people's YouTube comments and on X and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, he is on X, but he hangs out. Well, he used to hang out with like the Ether Cosmology guys and over there on some of their servers. And his thing was after TFE. It was like the size of the sun, and it only changes angular size 1%. And he like made a whole bunch of Google documents. And no matter how many times we show him, the solar filters with the sunspots of the sun changing size, vertically and horizontally, he just sticks to it. Always is the same size, and straw man the flat Earth. And in order for this to happen, you would have to have a tiny Earth with a far away. Like, oh my God, bro, he's the worst one. But yeah, I'm surprised you haven't ran into him yet.
Yeah, I think I've interacted with him on X or something, but not here. Hey, do you want a link to EtherCause? Because I got the link to their.
Yeah, if you could drop the links back from India, that'd be great, bro. Yeah, I don't have anything right now. So all my I only have one Discord account, but it wouldn't let me back in for anything. It's like I had to contact Discord.
DM you an invite to their server. So
I appreciate it.
They're usually over there. Yeah, they're over there all the time. Well, not all the time, because they're like me. They're whores. They're on a bunch of platforms, whoring around. So.
But yeah, I would listen to you guys at work from the YouTube live stream. When I wasn't like talking anymore, I would just listen from there.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to take a step back and just listen for a while, let the brain decompress, the subconscious work stuff out, and then you step back in after a week or two and you're fresh. You're golden.
I think mostly everybody in here has done that. Not everyone.
You need to.
Yeah, it's highly recommended. Get rid of the brain worms, Goldberg brain worms.
Just talk to some functionally normal people for a while, rather than all these anti-flat earthers. Just like the guy you're talking about, some sort of college professor, like he keeps trying to debunk flat Earth. Ask him what it is. What is it? Can't tell you. Don't know. Well, how are you going to debunk something you can't even define? You can't even say what it is.
Dude, man, some other academic department got the measurement. That's what happened. I trust those guys.
They did it.
Yeah, why would they lie?
Say it. Just say it. Just come here and say, like, people did something that you believe, and that's it. Anything contrary to that is just wrong.
How could they be mistaken and you be right, guys? Come on. They're the experts.
Look, whenever they say something like flat Earth should. That's like a alarm bell right there. I just ask them, where are you getting your should from? Yeah, where's your should? Where's your should coming from? How are you making that like prediction? They don't know. They have no idea. They can't articulate why they're saying why that should happen or not should happen. Or their should is based upon some theory-laden 52 assumptions nonsense.
The way I see it, Indio, is these guys are subject to flat earthers that put up ice walls and Antarctic stories and firmament dome shit, right? Their social media feeds are inundated with this stuff 24/7. And if they haven't met us yet, they come here and we're not promoting any of this. And so they think flat earthers should believe all the things that they just saw 5 minutes ago. And we don't. So they wonder if we're trolls, they wonder if we're real flat earthers, they wonder. Yeah.
Well, but here's a bizarre thing. Why would you interact with like a seemingly Dunning-Kruger esoteric flat earther and go in there and chant gravity over and over again? Like, you're obviously going to have no effect on, some of the freaking, Pac-Man earthers, freaking moon map, all that stuff, right? Someone that's espousing that stuff, just let them be. Like, you're not, like, you know what I mean? You're trying to convince, like, someone that's really convinced there's no such thing as ghosts or Bigfoot or aliens or whatever, right? They're out there. Like, they're locked in on what they believe. Why would you go in there and argue with them? And they'll straight up say, well, I can't prove it, or I feel it, or feel the vibes, or they'll say some weird stuff about how they know what they know. And it's like, you can't, okay, if that's your evidence, fine. I can't. How are you going to convince someone they don't have the vibes for that ghosts exist? Like, I don't know. Why would you argue with them? That's even crazier.
Yeah, and why would you avoid coming in here? Maybe it's because they know that
places like this exist.
We actually.
They don't even.
Maybe not. But
they probably just think all flat earthers are like that, right? But
sorry, I'm probably a bit lagged. Driving.
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead, speak.
I was going to say they probably find much more overlap with us and what mainstream science says. You know what I mean? Because it's not like we're out here promoting an alternate theory of physics. So I think a lot of these people, if they know about us, they avoid us because it's a much more difficult conversation for them to have.
There's someone on X. I was talking about induction versus deduction and abduction, and he was like, "Where do you get your opinions from?" Freaking philosophy 101. Like,
yeah, right.
No idea, because he was like, "Prove gravity don't exist," and I went through the whole thing of like, what are you talking about? What's gravity? Then he just went, some of these people, they're really. It's really odd, especially the gravity thing, because of the cause and effect problem. That people think the effect and the cause are the same thing. It's like so when they start talking about it, they're like jumping back and forth like a rabbit. Gravity does this. 5 seconds later, gravity exists because, it's the effect, right? And they're jumping back and forth, cause and effect. And they don't even realize they're doing it. And it takes like 10 minutes to even show them like what they're like. Your reasoning is brick. The cause can't be the effect at the same time. It has to be one or the other. Now, I don't care which one you call it. You can but you have to pick one. You can't be on both. You can't straddle that. You can't be the precedent and the antecedent at the same time.
Right. The whole like mass tells space-time how to warp, space-time tells mass how to form.
And people think they sound smart saying that. Like, you're bragging about circular logic.
Yeah, I mean, what Einstein really did was, I think, freaking brilliant. He created an alternate form of physics. You could call it that, if anything, right? And it's a huge sandbox. It's a huge sandbox where anything is literally possible because everything is relative. You just have to do coordinate reference frame transformations that don't exist. You can explain any fucking thing. And you don't need Newtonian shit anymore. You don't need any of that. You just got to freaking space-time gravity warp everything.
Did he say no?
Who? What?
Oh, Midnight. I just wanted to know about his various posts. He's got a lot of ideas. I wanted to hear more about them. He's got ideas about globe proofs. He's got a spherical rock. That's his latest image. Yeah, I just want to hear more about him. I know we've talked to him before, but maybe he can't talk right now.
Midnight Glober, there's no way water can stick to your spherical rock in a vacuum because water evaporates in a vacuum, so that's not happening.
Oh, I know. I was just joking around. But yeah,
you're lucky Radwin isn't here. He would go crazy on you.
He is here. He's here.
Oh, he must be sleeping. Oh, God. You heard the vacuum.
Who, me?
Yeah, you, man. You posted.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here listening in on the rock in the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, can water stick to this spherical natural rock in a vacuum?
No. The end.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, and that's it.
What the?
That's funny.
Can water stick to anything in a vacuum chamber?
Nope. The end.
What is your position on the globe, Midnights? You have Glober question mark in your name there.
My position is that I cannot prove curvature. That's pretty much it.
Solid take.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad you realized that.
That's my only claim. Well, it's not really a claim, but
That's an honest place to be, man. You can stay there forever. The rest of us are still there. We're trying. Can't do it.
Now, why do you think you can't provide evidence of curvature? Because it doesn't exist, or because you just don't know how to do it?
It's a combination of that, and just also the fact that I've seen contradictory evidence presented in here to the math that is used by the globe.
What do you mean? Different mathematics? Is that what you're saying?
Like for just basic observation of like the drop over distance. Like, you should not be able to see this the laser test. You should not be able to see
so hold on a second. You're conflating two ideas. So drop over distance is the drop of the surface of the Earth from eye level.
Right.
But then there's a hidden height. How much? Because if you could see all the way down to the globe horizon, there'd be some object hidden by that, right? That's a different thing. Like what the drop down. So if you have something, it could drop down. If it's 1,000 stories, even if it drops down 100 feet, you're still going to see it, right? But some amount will be hidden. So say you have a hidden height of 100 and a drop value of 300, it can drop down, and it's a 300-foot building, or a 1,000-foot building, let's say. It'll drop down 300 feet. You'll see the tops, but you'll still see the top 900 feet of the building because only 100 feet are hidden. Understand? Hold on, I'll show you a diagram. It's much easier with this diagram.
So you're saying that like the observer's eye line to the tangent of the ball is not the same as the curvature drop rate of the ball.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Eye level versus the line of sight. The tangent, like you said.
Yeah, because that's when things start dropping at roughly 8 inches per mile squared is beyond that tangent point to your observation on a globe.
So can you see the diagram in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. You see how they got the eye camera, the eye level? Now, it doesn't matter. You can go surface level or eye level. The drop to the surface, the amount that it drops is the same. But then you have that green line, that line of sight that intersects the horizon. Anything below that is the hidden part. Those are two different things. How much is hidden versus how much something's supposed to drop down. Because there's hidden by a ball, but it's also whatever object you're looking at is also supposed to get lower.
It's even worse when you add in perspective scaling.
Oh yeah, then it gets just. I mean, you can't even tell like the drop because the angles are so small anyway. But hypothetically, say the drop was 60 feet, and you're looking at a 100-foot building. Your eye level should be. Your eye level should be at like only 40 feet of that 40 feet of the building should be above your eye level, but you might be able to see down to like 20 feet of the building. Because if the Earth curves down, right, then there's a dip angle, right? The Earth has to dip down. So if you look at that diagram again, you have the eye level and the horizon dip. You can take the angle between those two and calculate a dip angle. Oftentimes, Globers would use this as like some sort of, they'll show some airplane footage or something and say, look, there's a horizon dip angle right here, man. If the Earth was flat, so this is another one of those, if the Earth was flat, there should be no dip angle, which is ridiculous. The only way there'd be no dip angle is if your eyeballs are on the surface of the Earth. You understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah, sorry, I was just reading too.
Okay, yeah. Well, the reason I asked you that first question was because a lot of people, they'll say they can't provide evidence of curvature, but they just think that it's just them that can't do it. But don't worry, nobody else can do it either. They'll say all sorts of silly stuff about, well, I measured a reciprocal zenith angle, that's the curvature. Or I, walked 69 miles and the star changed 1 degree, that's the curvature. Or, I measured the length of shadows, that's the curvature. But none of these are measurements of curvature. Oh, I looked at the moon, that's a good one. I looked at the moon, I looked at the sun, I looked at the planets, that's the curvature of the Earth. Like, where is this curvature of the Earth? That has to exist. Because none of those things tell you anything about the Earth being curving. There's a whole theoretical framework behind all that. and they go, okay, grant me my sacred cow, and then that must be Earth curve. Where'd you get that graphic?
I made that with Notebook LM, dude.
That's badass, dude.
Not bad, right?
Hey,
So I
you for
uploaded-
real?
Yeah, so I uploaded 4 documents. Okay, I uploaded the FE Core PDF, the PowerPoint stack. I uploaded the FE Core answers. I uploaded a couple other things, and I said create me an infographic just about the Lake ISIL test, and that's it. And it spat that out.
No,
Crazy cool, right?
Yeah, that is freaking badass, dude. Like seriously.
We need to harvest our old content and refresh it because there's so much that new guys don't understand, and even vets have not used in a long time.
Notebook LM do audio?
Yeah, it'll do audio too. So I did an audio test, and one of the things is like the presenters were calling it FE Core instead of FE Core. So it's a little, but still is pretty good. It'll do like a 40-minute podcast. Yeah. It'll do videos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I
Fecor.
mean, yeah, so Nathan interviewed Mike Kavanaugh about it. And the video for that's on my channel. I'll post it in the chat.
Oh, awesome. I'll add the video.
He goes over what he did. He goes over what he did and everything. So maybe Notebook LM can harvest more information out of that because he goes through the procedures and everything.
Oh, sweet. Yes. Add that. I'll have it ingest the link. Dude, Google's AI tech stack is way better than any other out there. I'm a fan. I'm a convert now.
Yeah, I know. It's really good. But very funny thing is that I have found that the 2.5 Pro is better at summarizing and making transcripts of freaking text and video than the 3. Now, I figured maybe that's just a nerfed version of 3. You know what I mean? The one they introduced to everybody and let out for free, that it's nerfed in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
It's like basically a mini that they're calling Pro, but it's actually not.
Right, they do that, don't they? They bait and switch. It's kind of like when they did the Coca-Cola recipe swap with the new Coke, and then they went back to what they said was the old Coke, and it wasn't really the old Coke.
Nope.
They do that with the AI models. I'm on to them.
So that thing I sent you about the million tasks.
Yeah.
That was super interesting. Like,
dude, without fail, I mean, are they just doing like recursion and using a processing and RAM, or are they doing something else? I don't know.
No, basically what they're doing is making like, they are doing a recursion, dude, but they're like recreating a new token. Like each answer is also a token, right? So
I see
like,
what that.
and they're like feeding it back into itself. Now within those like string of answers, right? There's going to be some error, and then the freaking LLM is going to use the the memory of that chain of conversation that with the error in it to take another step, right? And then that step is going to be on a false premise, and then it's going to feed that back in, and then the answer is going to get a little worse, and then a little worse, and then a little worse. And then you saw that, I don't know if you watched the video, but like, it's like 100% probability that there's going to be an error if there's enough steps.
Yeah.
But the solution was cuckoo because they said basically you can use like a dumbass mini model and basically you just tell the mini model, do this one step. And like, instead of having like the LLM, like remember everything and do one step, is just have it do one step with no memory of what happened previously. and it gets a better result, which is you could do this on your home freaking computer, dude. You could run a mini freaking model, and I can run it on my laptop. I've already done it, like 150 billion parameter model.
Yeah.
They're not that big. They'll fit in like 8 gigs of RAM.
That's cool.
But I'm just saying, it's like if all you need is a dumb freaking small model, and you can just like have it like
just one step at a time.
Yeah, and they use like something called I think it was Sparse Expert or something, which they have like an overseer, a bunch of like so-called overseer judges that judge the answer. So it has to like pass through like another AAM or LLM layer. And then it'll just like, okay, if it got the wrong answer, it just starts over. It's basically just freaking asking the freaking LLM to, hey, reconsider your answer. And then reconsider that one, then reconsider that one, just have it cycling through to get the best answer. It's pretty weird, though I haven't read the paper yet. So that would be cool if it actually turned out into fruition, because no one would need to rely on these freaking gigantic corporations having a giant freaking inference engine when you can just do it on your home computer.
That's exactly what we need. Localized instances of all of this for everybody.
Yeah, if you don't need a freaking supercomputer anymore, and like it's just like all you have to do is task a little teeny one over and over again through iteration, right? And that's better than doing one, like, instead of eating the meal in one giant freaking bite, you eat it in forkfuls and you end up, better digestion. Who would have thought of it?
Yeah, I got to go on listen only mode. Sorry about this, but good chat.
Right.
I'll be off and on and listening always.
All right. See you at brunch.
True.
The brunch club.
What a stupid thing.
What is?
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah, the globe's really stupid. It's already been debunked, smashed into the ground, and proven to be a false model thousands of times, and yet people still believe in it. It's so weird. Such a lack of reason. I agree. Globe is really stupid.
Yeah. You're really stupid.
What? Well, that was the best comeback of the day so far from a Glober. You're really stupid.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're just demonstrating even more how stupid their globe is because they don't have any evidence for it. They don't have any reasonable defense. All they have are low key, low intelligence, low level troll insults. Not even fun. Gosh, at least go learn how to play the trumpet, Bob.
Hey, the earth is more round than your butt and your booty hole.
Wow, that doesn't translate well into English, dude.
I said butt and booty hole. An Edgelord now. These people are.
Poor Bob.
They're so funny.
Sorry, she's just not being polite.
Bob, can you spell your name backwards?
Uh-oh.
Bob.
No, that's not how you
Maybe
spell.
he
says
yeah.
Bob.
That's not how you spell words.
He wants it to rhyme with globe. He wants you to call him Bob. Can you do that for him?
Shut the fuck. Sorry, man.
Where's your buddy Neil?
Who's Neil?
Never heard of Neil and Bob?
Sorry, you got that a little bit too.
Bob, you're in the wrong room, man. You're you're way outside of your weight class, man.
Yeah, you guys think that you are a philosopher or anything, like, everything, huh?
Yes, everything.
And you think you're a psychic that can read our minds and tell us what we think.
Yes, I know you are just a sucker.
No, yeah. What did I fall for? Who tricked me?
What again?
You said I'm a sucker. Who tricked me? So when I went to the Atlantic Ocean and it looked flat, was it the Atlantic Ocean tricking me?
Bro, that's just a stupid thing. Earth is flat.
Why?
Bro, Earth is round. There are much experiments that have been proven.
Can you just tell us one?
There is I don't remember the names.
Of course you
but
don't. Then how do you know there's an experiment where it's been proven if you don't remember the experiment?
I will tell you what's this. What's experiment.
Yeah, this would be funny.
You
need help?
Oh, please.
Bob, why are you Googling, Bob? I thought you already knew what it was.
Yeah, Bob, stop using the AI.
What the fuck? I didn't even tell you anything.
We know what you're doing. You're stalling for time.
Bro. Hey,
you're stalling, buddy. Stalling. You didn't even know what the evidence was. You have to go Google it now. Bob, here's a question. Why'd you already believe it before you knew what the evidence was?
Bro, wait. Hey.
Now
I'm
who's
not gonna
stupid?
prove everything. Bro,
Who's dumb?
listen to me. Tom is my baby.
Who's dumb, Bob? Who's stupid? You're the sucker that's believing something before you've even seen the evidence for it.
Bro, so it means that you don't even believe in God.
Have you finished Googling yet, mate? We want the experiment that you said.
He doesn't understand even the answers that he's Googling. Eratosthenes. Let me go get the sticks.
I put a stick in there. As soon as they go to stick, they lost him when he said stick and ground.
Hey, look. Bro, hello?
Come on, Bob. We're waiting, dude.
Hey, JD. JD, can you explain me why Earth is flat?
Yeah, because water is horizontal on the surface. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. So the Earth is horizontal upon the surface. It's kind of easy, really.
So how is
And
day
where's
and
your
night work?
experiment?
Hey,
You said you were going
hello,
to get an experiment. Where is it?
bro.
You're gonna
I'm
go
not
into
gonna.
debtor's prison, buddy.
Bro, just let me speak first, okay?
We were letting you Google your experiment. Now you asked me a question which I answered, and yet you still haven't give the experiment. Injo said
If I
5 minutes ago you were delaying. This is 5 minutes of you delaying now.
Bro, you can't
Just say
even
you
let me
don't have
talk.
it, dude. Just say you don't have it. Okay, it'll make everything easier. We can move on. Admit you don't have it, and we'll move on, buddy.
Bro, so can you explain me
Jedi
how?
And then Jedi
In
will
the
answer all your questions. You want Jedi to answer your questions?
Okay, you can. Everyone can, but can you explain me how day and night work in a flat Earth?
Yes, I can. Sun moves.
I mean, shock horror.
So
okay.
At night time, the sun's not there. In the daytime, the sun is there. What do you think causes the day and night?
Bro, I asked you some question. Can you
The
please
sun
explain?
moves, okay? Let's say you had a light over your head, okay? And the light was moved 100 miles away. Could you see that light?
So you said that.
Could you see the light? Yes or no?
Yes, I can see the
You
light.
could see a light 100 miles away.
Yes.
Dude, Superman eyes over here.
Bro, I used
he
to.
just said, yeah, dude, you mean that means the earth is flat. If you can see a light 100 miles away, that means the earth is flat, dude.
Hey. 3 lakh meter per second speed the light have. So I can see the light through 100
What
miles
does
away.
speed have to do with distance, dude?
Wait, please. Let me complete my answer. I can see the lights that are billions of years away as in the form of stars. Right now, you are seeing stars that are already being destroyed. You don't even know about that.
What? Who said anything about destroyed stars? When did this happen?
Are you eating kratom?
I said you see the light in the sky at night. The light, like you see the stars.
Is this a tongue twister?
The lights are billions of years before.
He's telling you about a fairy tale from his religion. Come on, guys.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Bro, you guys are just stupid as.
Sorry. At the moment, you asked a question how day and night worked.
Hold on, ask him, Bob. What did I tell you about the light? Just because the speed of light is 300,000 meters per second, that doesn't mean you can see the light. Okay, depending on how far away and how bright the light is.
So, bro, okay.
And the light has to go through air. So when you go on weather, right? You have a weather app on your phone.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you? Yes or no, dude? You have a weather app on your phone.
Okay. Then what?
No, I want you to answer yes or no, Bob.
Your voice.
You have a weather application on your phone?
I have.
Okay. Is there a thing that says visibility?
Yes.
Okay. How far is that? Does it say 10 light years?
Bro.
Does it say 10 light years?
You are just as stupid as hell. You don't even know how the
Does it say 10 light years? No, it doesn't. It doesn't say 10 light years. It'll probably say like 10 miles or 15 kilometers or something. Okay? When the sun moves away from where you are, it gets dark.
Okay, sun move away, it gets dark, and so where does the moon go when sun comes?
The sun and the moon. Oh, go ahead.
I want to know, Avi, he just said, where did the moon come from now?
Well, So, so what's the belief of your?
Oh yeah, we don't have a belief system.
Belief. Hey, so when I say the sun moves, you think that's a belief?
No.
Okay, yeah, because
That's
we
your
see the
belief.
sun move, right? We see the moon move. We see the stars move.
Hey, let me complete my answer. That's your belief that sun moves, and then
I don't see that. I don't see the sun
that's
move.
your belief. That's your belief.
I believe that I see the sun move.
Yes,
Okay.
that's your belief.
No, it's not a belief. That's what I see.
That you see and believe.
I could drill a
Or you
hole through
think
my
you
head.
don't
My
believe.
eyes would still see that.
Bro, answer my question. If you see a person moving, do you believe a person moving, or you will
No,
not?
I know a person is moving. I don't believe
So you
it. I know it because I can see it.
You believe that a person is moving.
Hello? I know English isn't your first language, but you might have a different definition for the word belief.
What is the meaning of belief?
It's probably a good idea you don't speak through me. Belief is acceptance without evidence. Indio's pointing at the evidence, moves. He doesn't accept it without the evidence. He can see it. It's observable. The sun moved. No requirement for belief. Thank you for not interrupting.
So now, JD, can you answer my question?
What's the question?
So when sun move, where does it go, and where does
Somewhere
the moon
else.
come?
The sun and the moon are always above the earth. You can observe the sun.
Yeah, okay.
In the sun. Right. Don't talk through me. You've asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. I can't answer it knowing that you're not listening because you're talking. Does that make sense? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Bro, you already said that. You already said your answer. You said sun and moon are on the sky. You can see it. You already said that. So now can I talk?
No, I hadn't fucking finished, you really
He
little
didn't
shit.
finish his answer.
Okay, just finish.
You asked
just
him a
finish.
question. Yeah, well, just listen. Just listen.
We can see. You're going to annoy me. We can see the sun in the sky above the horizon for 3 months of the year in the summer twice. Have you ever heard of the 24-hour sun?
Bro, I
That's
asked
the question. Have you ever heard of the 24? The response is yes or no.
Bro, first answer my question. I said, where does the sun go? I can't even see when the moon.
Always in the sky.
He answered your
It just
question.
moves to another location.
Yeah, that's what he
I'm
said
trying to
before.
explain to you, but you're giggling and you're not understanding. It's weird.
Okay,
Trying
Bob,
to
repeat back
answer your question.
Repeat back his answer he just gave you. The last sentence he said.
Bro, you guys
Repeat
are
back what he just said, dude, or go on mute. Mute up, bro. Either repeat back what he just said, the answer you said he didn't give. Either repeat it back or go on mute. What did he just say to you, Bob?
Sun just go to another location in the sky.
Okay, congratulations. No, another location over the earth.
Earth have a sky. He said that sky, not on the earth.
Oh my God, of course the sun's in the sky, but it's over a part of the earth.
You probably would have understood that if you stopped interrupting.
Bob had to go.
Bye, Bob.
embarrassed made him get out because he's embarrassing the whole family on the internet.
Jedi, you should go grab a cup of coffee.
Do you know what? I think I will. Thanks.
Chicken eggs are murder. Dude, who was leaving and joining like a freaking million times? Probably the same person that just left.